Where is my live? Okay. Hello? 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 Working on updates. Hang on, little boy. Good boys. Yes. Kulu. Hi, Kulu. Trying to get my stuff together. I'm not prepared. Well, I mean, I'm getting there. Truth teller. Greetings, lovely safe space. I've missed you. You were just here 24 hours ago. There's my main men, Yoda and Walton. Yoda can be a main man. I'm not. I'm a supporting character or an extra. I'm trying to watch my live stream on my computer right now, but it's updating. Okay, I didn't approve that updating. So it's got update, restart, you know, that kind of shit. Now, there we go. Now I gotta type in the password again. And I did it wrong. I did it right. My daughter knows all of my passwords to everything. Everything I have. I assume that at some point I'll have dementia and won't remember shit anyway. Dementia or Alzheimer's. Alzheimer's. Oppenheimer's. There we go. Is it working? Yes. Okay, we're good to go. We're solid. Solid as a rock. So when I have to put a title, I don't have to put a title on my live streams, but I put a title on my live streams, it just says welcome Walnuts, because I don't know what the hell to say. And I put the date on there because, you know, otherwise they're all just going to be called welcome Walnuts. So I put welcome Walnuts and the date, and it said it was 9/11 today. And I'm like, oh, 9/11. Sad face. I'm going to do drugs. I have a joint. I started to smoke it, but it started to run. There, it's not run, but there it is, run. So I've got a runner. I call it doing drugs, but it's marijuana and it's legal. Technically, it's a drug, yes, but so is alcohol, so is caffeine. So, you know, I drank coffee today, and I just took an Excedrin a little while ago. That's got caffeine in it, so caffeine's a drug. Well, shit, I took Excedrin. That had aspirin, that's a drug, and it had acetaminophen, that's a drug, and it had caffeine, that's a drug. 3 different drugs in one drug. So to say that I do drugs all day, that's accurate. As do most people, I want to say. If you drink coffee or tea, tea. We're funny. We're funny in America. Americans are funny. Here's how Americans are funny. If we take anything at all and we strain hot water through it, we call it tea, unless it's coffee. So if you take coffee beans, grind them up, run hot water through it, we call it coffee. But if you take anything else, literally anything else, and you run hot water through it, we call that tea. Doesn't matter what it is, it's tea. So there's some kinds of tea that actually come from the tea plant. There's a tea tree. I want to say it's a tea tree. Yeah, tea tree. And that's where you get black tea, green tea, white tea. I don't know what other kind of tea you have. But then there's a whole lot of herbal teas, and that's just hot water run through something else that doesn't normally have caffeine in it. Anyway, I do the marijuana, which everyone calls a drug. I do the caffeine, which very few people call a drug. Caffeine's supposed to make you smarter. That's the rumor. Hello. How is everybody today? Hello, Walnut. Oh, I didn't say my intro because there was nobody here. I'm see if I can get it right this time. Hello. Good evening. And welcome to the insert show title here. I'm your host, Walton V. James. Insert witty remark here. And today's topics are going to be insert topic list here. It's a work in progress. Sometimes, it's rare, but sometimes I'll watch a video and I'll comment on it. I normally don't have the attention span to comment on stuff. I scroll like you gotta grab my attention quick, and if you don't, I just. But if I want to comment and I can't think of anything interesting to say, I just write witty comment. That's it, witty comment. And that's it. Depression. I have depression. Sucks. Because I'm aware of it. I know I say it all the time, it just sucks that I'm aware of it. I called my, I sent text messages yesterday to my old job asking if they were still hiring, and they said no. If they were, if they were hiring, again, I quit a year and a half ago just because I need a job, and I love that job. I love the technical part of the job, which was doing the job. I just didn't like it that you had to talk to people about non-work related stuff. I didn't like that. But talking to people about work related stuff and doing the job, love that. Love the job. Anyway, I talked to him today on a phone conversation with myself, my old boss, and his boss. And yeah, they're not hiring. But we talked about stuff. Since that was a year and a half ago, I used to work there. Since working there, I got diagnosed with a couple of things. And I was letting them know that just because I had quirky behaviors, and I explained my quirky behaviors all the time, but people just didn't understand my quirky behaviors. So I had these quirky behaviors, there's nonstop quirky behaviors at my job. So, but I didn't know what it was. But I've kept telling people I'm not like everybody else. I'm different, and I do things and I say things differently. Well, at least now I know, you know what I'm saying? So when we were talking about how I was previously, I'm like, yeah, I was doing that because of autism, and I was doing that because of complex post-traumatic stress disorder. I said my behavior is classic symptoms of paranoia, and paranoia is a symptom of complex post-traumatic stress disorder. I figured I might as well just tell them what I have because I have a channel, and they people that work there know I have a channel, so out there know what I have. Anyway. I don't know if you know. I don't exactly hide the fact that I have mental illness right here. Many people hide both of these right here. This one right here, a lot of people hide this. That have this, they're diagnosed with this. They don't tell anybody. They don't want anybody to know. There's shame involved with this one right here. There's shame involved with this one right here. There can be if you have a negative perception of it or the no perception of it. Anyway, hiding. People hide that shit all the time. I don't know if you notice, I don't hide that shit. I make it obvious. I got problems. I got issues. I love that song, I Got Issues. I don't know if you've heard it, but it's really good. Julia Michaels, I want to say the name is. That sounds accurate. I got issues. You got them too. So give them all to me, and I'll give mine to you. We'll bask in the glory of all the problems. Because we've got the kind of love it takes to solve them. I got issues. And one of them is how bad I need you. Anyway, I love the song, but the idea behind the song is just insane, which is I've got issues, you've got them too. Give them all to me and I'll give mine to you. No, no, Lord, no. If you've got mental illness, you don't want to be taking somebody else's mental illness. No, no. You got enough shit to deal with on your own. Yeah, no, no. Sharing mental illness? No. That's just my opinion. I keep ashing this, but it's not lit. But I keep ashing it. I figure if I move it to my other hand, maybe I'll stop ashing it. That's what I think. I'm not sure. I don't know why. I just passed the joint from one hand to the other one, and I don't know why. Did I do it to stop the ashing, or did I do it so I could show it on the video right here in order to look cool? Smooth. Don't know why I did that. It was in one hand and I just unconsciously passed it to my other hand and I don't know why exactly. I suspect it's either one thing or the other, but I don't know why. That's the kind of shit I question. I question that kind of shit all the time. Me passing shit from one hand to the other one when there was no good reason to do it, I question that shit. I'm like, why did I just do that? There's got to be a reason. What was I thinking? What was going on that made me pass that from one hand to the other one? That kind of shit. Did it just feel better in the other hand? Is one hand hurting or something? You know, I question that kind of crap. I don't know if other people do that. I'm going to guess no. I'm going to guess people don't even realize they pass shit from one hand to the other one. Sometimes I look down and I have things in my hand. I don't remember picking them up. Sometimes I look down at my hands at the thing I know it's in my hand and there's nothing there. It's like, oh, I'm not carrying what I thought I was carrying. Or, oh, I'm carrying something I didn't realize I was carrying. That happens all the time. When did I pick this up? Why did I pick this up? Where am I walking with this in my hand? That kind of thing. I'm just gonna guess people don't live like that, asking that kind of questions, or maybe they do. I don't know. I don't need any drugs. I've got anxiety. Oh, that's why I was telling the story about I called my previous employer. 'Cause I need a job and I have so much anxiety. It's tough for me to call places and get jobs. But I loved that job that I used to work. And when I was telling you this, oh, there was so much anxiety because they were going to call me, and there was so much anxiety and up until they called me, and then so much anxiety at the time that I was talking to them. I mean, those were two separate, very distinct and different anxieties. There was the one that I had all the way up until because they texted me today and said, "Hey, are you available at 11:30 to talk?" And I was like, "Yeah, that's cool," but it was like I don't know 10. So I had time to think about okay, how to think about that conversation that was going to happen between myself, my old boss, and my old boss's boss, all on one phone call. Anyway, so I had one kind of anxiety leading up to that, and then when that actual conversation was happening, I had a different kind of anxiety. But there's no doubt it was definitely anxiety, but they were definitely very different feelings, but they were very much anxiety. So they were just two different kinds. I'm sure there's names or labels for both of them. I don't have any idea. But I mean, like one social anxiety disorder, and then like I don't know, like something's coming up now. You're on the precipice of something, anxiety, because those are different and they felt different. There's no doubt about it. And then when that conversation was over, there was like a huge relief, but still felt anxiety. But I still had to come down from that. It was just it feels terrible. It's a horrible feeling. It's kind of like when you smoke too much pot and you start to panic and you feel like fluttering things in your chest, and you're like, oh, something's going on. It was kind of like that feeling. So I had to come down after that conversation. It's like, so there was just a whole lot of oh god beforehand, and then a whole lot of oh my god during, and then a whole lot of at the end, after it was over. This whole process takes hours, and I wasn't on the phone with them for, I don't know, 30-40 minutes. I'm not 100% sure. So anxiety is a bitch. I desperately need medication or something. I don't know, but I don't have it. I don't even leave the house. That was in my house anxiety. When I walk out the door, I get a brand new one. Brand new anxiety when I walk out the door. I mowed my lawn today. I have so much anxiety just mowing my lawn because I'm outside. Why outside is scary? It's not because nothing about the world is scary except it's the people. That's the only thing that I'm afraid of. It's the people. So that my specific kind of agoraphobia is people related. So I have a fear of other people. Just always have. I don't want my neighbors to come talk to me. I don't want anybody to come talk to me. People are driving by all the time. They could stop and talk to me. People are walking by all the time. They could stop and want to talk to me. My neighbor could come over. They might want to talk to me. If my doorbell's not even connected anymore, but people used to ring my doorbell. All like I don't know, like solicitors still do it. I'm sure. I don't know, but it doesn't do anything. You hit the doorbell, it doesn't do anything. It does display. It's still a camera, and it still does all that camera stuff. But when you hit that button, nothing happens. It's basically disconnected. So nothing. So and it says on the button. I got a big old. I made a sign, I laminated on the button. It says. Uh, you're something, the no trespassing. It says no trespassing, or you are now trespassing, something like that. It says no trespass. I don't remember what I wrote on there. And then if you touch my door handle to knock, like turn the door, like it's a screen door. If you wanted to like open the screen door to knock on the door, in order to grab the handle, you have to grab another sign that says no trespassing. You're trespassing. So in order to knock on the door, the inner door, you have to turn that. But you can knock on the outer door and just pretend, oh, I didn't see any of those signs. But if somebody presses the doorbell or they open up and hit the other one, I know that they're literally trespassing at that point. They are. There's no doubt about it. They saw the sign and they're still there, and I didn't invite them. Yeah. I wanted to make something. I wanted to make a. I couldn't get the wording right, but I was gonna make a sign to put on my door that says, "No trespassing. Violators will be sacrificed, and their souls will be offered to the old gods, not the new." That actually sounded pretty good. That was actually pretty good. I worded that. That wasn't bad. Why couldn't I come up with the wording before? No trespassing. Your souls will be. It could. Maybe not just your body will be sacrificed. You will be sacrificed. Sounds like I'm going to kill you. Your souls will just your soul. Your souls will be sacrificed to the old gods, but not the new ones. Not the new. Like from Game of Thrones, when a lot of them prayed. They prayed to the old gods. Some prayed to the new gods, and some prayed to both the old gods and the new. Sometimes they make swear. I swear to the old gods and the new. But no, here your soul will there. If you're trespassing, your soul will be sacrificed to the old gods, not the new. Anybody getting high today? Is anybody smoking marijuana today? Or doing a marijuana product. Smoking marijuana was like really the only way to do it back in the day. So everybody said smoking it, but now it's consuming it. That sounds so dumb. Is anybody consuming marijuana right now? Because when you're smoking it, you're consuming it. Back in the day, I said back in the day, and I thought of a song. I don't remember who sang it though. Back in the day when I was young, I'm not a kid anymore. But some days I sit and wish I was a kid again. I remember way back when. And everybody say, I remember way back when. Who sang that song? Back in the day. That was the 80s, man. Or the 90s. Could have been early 90s or late 80s. I'm very high. Very high. I should smoke more. Like I all of a sudden realized I had laser focus on something. It's a little card on my refrigerator. It says Year of the Rabbit on it. Wait, is this the Year of the Rabbit? Oh yeah, this is the Year of the Rabbit. Is this the Year of the Rabbit? I should know this. No. Last year was the Year of the Rabbit? I don't remember. I'm 48. I was born in the Year of the Rabbit, but I'm going to turn 49 this year. So last year, when I turned 48, that was the Year of the Rabbit. Actually, I'm about 50-50 on that one. Either last year was the Year of the Rabbit or this year is the Year of the Rabbit. There's also an hour of the rabbit. You know, there's an hour of different, all of the zodiac signs, they all have an hour that's dedicated to them, a time of the day. And all of those hours, like the rabbit, the hour of the rabbit, all of them are 2 hours. There's also the hour of the dog. The hour of the dog is from three, if I remember correctly, I could be wrong, but the hour of the dog is between 3 a.m. and 5 a.m., and that is when you're most likely to die in your sleep, statistically speaking. That's in the hour of the dog, which is not in the, it's not in the zodiac. Well, depending on what zodiac you look at, I don't know. There's a lot of zodiacs out there. You can you can pick and choose which one you want. Like there's zodiacs that have oxes, and some have sheep, and some have goats, but that's all the same year. So depending on some, and some recognize all three. So, but in all of them, the rabbit is a rabbit. The year of the rabbit or the year of the hare. I have a rabbit tattoo. I have a rabbit silhouette tattoo because I was born in the year of the rabbit. I also have a dream catcher tattoo, and I just saw a video short just recently that said that those were overused. I'm like, fuck, is it? Oh, I got mine, literally got mine 30 years ago. No, I was 19, so I was 19, so 29 years ago, close enough. I got mine 29 years ago. At that time, I didn't, that no one had Dreamcatcher. No one that I knew had Dreamcatcher. Still nobody I know has Dreamcatcher tattoos. I don't know anybody who has them except me. I was the only one I knew that had one. And even if, no wait, I had a friend of mine who had one, I think. I think my roommate had him. He had a lot of tattoos. I had a roommate who had one. Like, he made it a point. He wanted one here, here, and then on both his back and his arms. What's that? The six? The macho six? There's got to be a word for that. When you have distinctive tattoos and you're trying to hit the six primary areas, one, two, three, four, five, six. There should be a word for that. If there's not a word for that, there should be. What did I just call it? Let's say the primal six? I don't know. So when you get this, do you know anybody who's tattooed like here, 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 and then one in each spot on the back? Anyway, I've got a tattoo that's, I have two tattoos, but I have a total of one, two, three, four times in the tattoo chair because I had like I had it the one done and then I had it touched up and then I had another one done, but then I had to go back like I don't know, 3 or 4 weeks later, whenever you go back, because it, you know, there were spots that needed up, and there were spots that it missed that I needed it to be. Yeah. Hello, Walnuts and everybody else who's there right now. Did I do the intro? I think I did. I can do it again. I'm getting pretty good at it. Good evening, and welcome to the insert show name. I fucked it up. I'm gonna drink some water. Oh no, I've only got one water there. I'm very high, and I feel a little bit panicky. A little bit. Good evening, and welcome to the insert show title here. I'm your host, Walton B. James. Insert witty remark here. Our topics of tonight are going to be insert topic list here. It's a work in progress. Tattoos. We were talking about tattoos. That's the only thing I remember. All right. I'm going to take off my glasses. Oh no. Okay, here we go. Do 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 do. Let's see here. Star Parp. Hi, Star Parp. You said Ayo, Walton. So it's 6:30 now. No one's put a time on there, but I assume that I'm 30 minutes behind. I started at 6. It's 6:30 now. That seems about accurate. I had to smoke some pot. That had to be done, even though it's legal. But you know, it's doing drugs. I had to do drugs, but it's marijuana and it's legal. So should I still say it's doing drugs? Because if you're like drinking alcohol, it's legal. You can drink alcohol if you want to. You don't say you're doing drugs, even though alcohol is a drug. You still you don't. I mean, I don't know. I think I'm making a good point there, but I kind of can't continue on with it. I feel like I was saying something witty just then, but I lost it. My mind lost it. Damn. Sometimes I feel like I say things that are really intelligent, but then I instantly forget, and all I think to myself is, I think I just said something intelligent. And then but it's gone. And that's all I have. And I'm like, well, all right. I'll think of something else. And then instantly forget it. It's my thing. It's what I do. Let's see here. Star Parp says that's some pretty positive talk, implying that you'll be here long enough to reach mid-late stage dementia. I know, right? That is some pretty positive talk. But I knew when I was younger and, enjoyed life, I think. I don't know, I made myself believe I did. Whether or not I did or not, I'm not sure. Jury's out on that. But I remember thinking to myself, I had family members. My grandmother has dementia, but there's also a history of Alzheimer's in my family. If I'm pronouncing that correctly, I have no idea. So I know that I have one or the other or both to look forward to. Woo! So why was I talking about that? Hold on. Oh, I was implying that I was going to be here long enough to have that problem. Well, no, that's just something I've been saying for a long time. So if I have these phrases or sayings that I've been saying my whole life, I might still say them now if it's relevant to whatever else I'm talking about, but it might not be factually accurate anymore because my outlook on life has diminished. Uh-huh. No, like right there, I think I might have said something smart. Like I should go back and watch these live streams and like I could cut that little section out and I could make a video about that. Can someone else do that? You can put it on your channel. I don't care. But can you, if I say something witty, can you block it out of this YouTube channel and put it out there? I don't really care if I get credit for it. You can have the views if they actually if I say something that's witty worthy, but I say I just don't know how to do that. If I have the live stream, I don't know how to. Do I have to download the whole thing in order to get the snippet? And there's got to be an easier way, man. I don't know what it is. I don't know how it works. And I don't know if I want to figure it out either. I like to say I got bigger fish to fry, but I don't. I don't have any fish to fry. There will be no fried fish. There will be no fish of any kind served any other way. No fish. Sabrina, hi Sabrina. Says hello Walton, hello Yoda, hello Walnuts, and I fucked that up, Sabrina. I'm sorry. Your first comment of the day, and I fucked it up. Please allow me to give that shit another try. Sabrina says, hello Walton, hello Yoda, hello Walnuts, and everyone else. Truth Teller says, love that start. Here's to hoping. What did you say? I don't know. I think I commented on it. Star Barb says, yup. Truth Teller says, oi, oi. I need to cut my fingernails. I can feel it on my hand, and I knew this like a few days ago. I needed to cut my fingernails. I know it. They're too long, man. Like that's just too long, you know. And there's shit underneath that one right there. But I did lawn work, yard work. I did yard work. If in America, you'd say I did yard work, but in over there in England, you would say that you did garden work. But I mowed and I trimmed and then I used the blower. I edged, trimmed, edged, mowed, blower. I don't want to say I blowed. I blew. Both of those sound wrong, so I used the blower. That sounds right. It seems like a lot more extra syllables that are unnecessary, but I don't want to come off the wrong way. I got autism. I've made that mistake before. Something like that, saying I blew something. I meant like that, but you know, just when you say the wrong shit, you're taken the wrong way. You gotta pay attention to the shit you say. That sucks. That's me. For me, all those lessons were all learned the hard way. Yeah. So anyway, you just eliminate that phrase from your mind. You've got to think of a different way to say it. Like I blew out the candles. Don't even say that. Just switch and say it to something else. I made the candles go out. Blow out the candles might be okay. Blowing anything else though, no. I blew up a balloon. Maybe that seems okay, but there's times when it's not taken out of context. It's bad. I don't have any good examples. I should probably just stop talking. Truth Teller says, oi, oi, Sabrina. Hope you are all good. And it's 6:05. I am 30 minutes behind. It's 6:34. 29 minutes behind. Close enough. I can round, but it's hard. It's hard for me to round up numbers with time. I like to tell the exact time because I feel like if I'm rounding it, I'm lying. Unless I said something like it's like 20 minutes or something like that, you know? It's roughly 20 minutes, but I don't like saying the wrong time. But I like to say the right time or not say the time at all. Sometimes it's a lot easier, then I don't have to do the math. I'll just say it's 8:05 minus 7 something, and then that's close enough. Because sometimes time math is hard. Time math can be hard. Regular math can be hard, but no, regular math is a lot easier than time math. Yeah, time math. My ex-wife, may she burn in hell. I don't know if she's dead or not. You know, here's to hoping. But she would say that one day from now is today. We argued this to death so many times. We argued, said one day from now is today. I'm just like, what? And I'm like, no, 7 days from now is the same day that you're on. She's like, no, it's not. It's the day before. She was adamant about this too. It was a Sunday, and I'm just like, no, 7 days from now is another Sunday. She goes, no, 7 days from now is Saturday because you count today. You see, it's like you count. Well, today is number one. And I'm like, what? I think Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. See, seven. That's what she did. She did that. But that doesn't work because this is not a full finger over here. So it's Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. She goes, Saturday, 7. That's what she did. You count, she said you count the day that you're on first. And I'm like, No, what are you talking about? You don't do that. But she's just like, no, no, the first, yeah, yeah. When I'm like, one day from now is today, and she goes, yes, that's you count that as the first day, and I'm like, no, and I'm like, well, what's 24? This is what I said. I said, what's 24 hours from now? And it was like 7 o'clock in the morning, and I'm like, 24 hours from now is 7 o'clock in the morning tomorrow. That's one day from now. And she's like, no, you always count the day that you're in first. And I'm like, we're not we're not counting like bricks or something where you count the one that you start. You don't know, that analogy didn't work, but that's the way. This was the argument that we had, and I'm like, you're a fucking adult, man. What? I can't fucking believe this. You're telling me 7 days from now is it's Sunday. I'm like, if today were Sunday, wait, what is it today? That analogy makes more sense. If today's Wednesday, so I'm like, she said 7 days from now is Tuesday. And I'm like, what? What the fuck are you talking about? And she was, and at the time, it was right after we got married too. And she was 25 at the time. And I'm just like, no. And she was constantly, the whole marriage, she told me how she was always telling me how she was smarter than me. Constantly telling me that she was smarter than me. I never once said I was smarter than her, but she was constantly telling me how she was smarter than me. And then she would say shit like that. And she would say, oh my God, that she did this other thing that was infuriating, but I couldn't say anything about it. And this sucked. This sucked. I couldn't say anything about it, but she did this thing that was just infuriating. But if I said something about it, all hell would have broken loose on me. Here's what she did. She would say things. We'd be sitting on the couch watching TV or something, and she would say, oh my God, I'm so fat. I feel so fat. Will you please get up and get me something to eat? Just that fast. And I'm just like, and I want to say, why don't you get up and get something to eat if you think you're that fat? But it would have turned on to me calling her fat. She would have instantly done that. But that was in the same fucking breath. She would say how fat she was. Will you please get up and get me a drink of water, a soda, a something? Will you please get up and get something for me? It's just like, if you think you're fat, why don't you get up and get it? Couldn't say that though. That, I mean, I was only married for a short period of time when I realized you can't say shit like that. Otherwise, then it all of a sudden we're gonna fight. And the fights would last for hours, hours. And during that fight, she would bring up every other fight that we ever had. It's just like this other fight that we had. And she would bring up the fight that we had before. And it's just like this other thing that we did. It was just one of those, we fight for hours. So this was all the time, and it was infuriating. I couldn't say anything. Like, I was trying to think of a best way to say that, to say to her, why don't you get up and get it if you think that way? But it doesn't matter how I would have said it, it would have been bad. Anyway, when I give little anecdotes like that about marriage, I say things I like to follow them up with, don't get married, marriage sucks. That's a good t-shirt. Don't get married. And on the back and say marriage sucks. And I bet you married people would buy that. Divorced people believe it. Yeah. So anyway, my first marriage was so bad. It made this so much worse. Now, I don't want to tell you why, because I'll start crying. But yeah, I'm put off marriage forever. Not that it matters. I have no prospects. I never leave my house. But anyway, their marriage is like, no. It was so bad. It's a forever no. One person fucks it up for everybody else. This was the situation for that where that happened right there. I just burped. I have this A&W root beer powder. It's a powder that you put in your water, stir it up. It's just a powder, and it tastes kind of like a flat root beer. It's not bad. It's got an artificial sweetener, I think, in it. I'm not 100% sure. I don't know what the fuck the stuff is, but it says A&W on it. A&W root beer. It's just one of those little powder thingies, and you put it in your water and you spin the shit around. And it's not bad. When I don't want to drink water, but I know I need to drink water, that works for me. I can put that in there, and then I'm like, all right, I'll just drink a little, and I find myself chugging the whole glass. I stirred and then I chugged the whole thing. And I'm like, all right, cool, now I'm good to go. But I also had these Crush made these little powdery things. These were the best ones I've ever had too. Crush, orange, and they had Crush orange flavor. But it was another one. They had Crush orange, and then it had Crush grape, also good, and then Crush strawberry. I want to say. I'm not sure. There was a third one. That one wasn't as good in my opinion. The orange one was phenomenal. It kind of tasted like a flat orange soda. Orange, more like an orange drink, more than not than an orange soda because it wasn't fizzy. I wish I had more of those. I ran out of them a while ago. I could just fucking buy more. What are they? $3? Didn't occur to me to buy more until just now. All right. Nice. Good talk. I can add that to my list if I can remember. Phone's right there, but I'm like, I'll wing it. Yeah. I'm looking at my Legos that are over there. I gotta move them at some point in time. I'm playing with my hair, man. I'm like stressing my hair. That's like stresses me out that I was just doing that. Did you see that shit? I don't know how long ago I did that because when I turned the screen off, so it pauses the thing. That was stressful. Me watching me do this. Like, was I stressing? What the fuck was I talking about? That I was doing this. Oh, that's nice. Okay, never mind. Never mind. I figured it out. It was tactile contact, and it was just like, oh, that's why. Nice. It's cool. I have revelations like that. I want to say I have things like that happen all the time. Why the fuck am I doing that? Oh, that's why. Nice. Now all I have to do is remember that I do that and remember why that I do it. And therefore, I don't ask myself that same question again in the future. Which happens. Sometimes I'm like, man, I have a behavior. Why do I do that? I figure it out, and then I realize later, I'm like, man, I have a particular behavior. Why do I do that? I'm like, oh, I figured this out before, and I don't remember, and that's infuriating. Because then I'm like, I can't think of it. Then I'm on the spot. I'm like, oh, I just need to remember it. I don't know how to do that. Sometimes it just does not come. So I'm like, shit. So I'm like, why do I have this particular behavior? I solved the problem before, but I don't remember what the answer was. That is fucking infuriating. And these are problems that I don't think regular people have. I want to say these are unusual problems, the ordinary problems. I don't think people question a lot of their behaviors. If they did, they would catch things a lot sooner, because they're just in denial, like your hands are shaking or something like that. It's like, oh, it's like they're just in denial. They don't want to say that their hands are shaking, but they can just ignore it for a while. You can ignore that shit for years, man. Your hands are shaking, but you can kind of ignore it, like, no, my hands don't shake. Until you finally say out loud, you gotta admit, yeah, okay, my hands do. Well, I have to admit, my hands shake. This one does. I got a tremor in this hand under certain circumstances. When I'm holding something, I got a tremor. But I noticed it, and it was undeniable at that point. And I know I've had this for years, but it was undeniable when I made a video about knuckle dusters. I think it's my number two. No, it's my number three most watched video. It's about knuckle dusters, which brass knuckles are a type of knuckle dusters. So I made a video about knuckle dusters, and it's all shiny and reflective, and you can clearly see the tremor in my hand. And I saw it when I was recording it, so I moved the thing up over here like this, and then when I brought it back over, I put my finger on my hand to stop it from shaking, because this hand doesn't shake, but this one does. So I put my finger on it like this. So I've got a slight tremor. So when I saw that in the video, I'm like, it's undeniable. I've got a tremor, and I got to think back now. Hold on. I've had it for years, and I've just been in denial. I know that I have one. So if you stop and question this, wait, why am I doing that? You might realize, oh, I've got a problem. I need to go get that fixed now before this problem becomes a real serious problem because I'm just in denial about shit. Does that make sense? But sometimes I overanalyze. Overanalyzation. Wow, that's a good one. Overanalyzation. That is a symptom of complex post-traumatic stress disorder. Overanalyzing things. I think that's a symptom of autism too. Oh, that's a symptom of autism, big time. It's a symptom of both. Overanalyzing stuff, flying off the handle, jumping to conclusions. That shit also happens. That one's up here. Flying off the handle and jumping to conclusions. That happens here. Because, like paranoia also happens, which are kind of related. Flying off the handle and jumping to conclusions doesn't happen as much here. It can, but it doesn't happen as much on that one. There's a lot more rationality in autism than I think in holistics, which are not non-autistics. I like to think the autistics are way more rational than the non-autistic. There's an argument that autism is the next step in evolution. I don't know about that, but I could see some validity in it. But I don't know that autistics are. I think that sociopaths are actually the next step in human existence. That is where you have a complete lack of emotion and you're driven totally like by desire and self-want type of thing. And I'm like, that seems like those are like the apex predators. Those seem like the most advanced hunter killers kind of thing. So it's like I see that being more dominant, the next step in evolution. If everybody was like that, maybe everybody would just be out for themselves. That's what I see, but I don't know. And then I have no problem with sociopaths, unless they're doing, because not all sociopaths are bad people. They're portrayed as bad people in everything, in every context, but not all of them. The sociopaths know the difference between right and wrong. They just, have to choose to do the right thing. But anyway, sociopaths rule the world. This is very important that everyone understand this. Sociopaths rule the world. We want if sociopaths are always world leaders and heads of these major organizations, make big companies. Every one of them, the CEOs, they're all sociopaths, and they have to be. You have to have a sociopath in that place, otherwise the emotion will get in the way of making hard decisions. And like if you're the world leader, you have to make decisions that people will die. You have to make those decisions. You have to sacrifice people, the smaller group, in order to save the larger one. And you have to make those choices. And that's you want a sociopath to make that decision, especially if they're the one that's in charge of pushing the button. You don't want somebody who's going to be guided by emotions, who is in charge of pushing the button. You want somebody to make a very logical and rational decision that is not based on emotion. You need somebody to get that shit right. Anyway, so I'm a big fan of sociopaths because again, they rule the world. They're in charge of all the big stuff. And then it's some people don't even know sociopaths. A lot of people don't even know that they're sociopaths. They're just behaving in the way that they were taught to behave. Sociopaths function a lot better at masking, way better at masking than the autistics are. And autistics actually genuinely feel shit, but we're not real good at, you know, it looks like we have a problem to the non-autistics, to the neurotypical people. It looks like autistics have a problem, and especially when it comes to feeling stuff, but we actually feel. But sociopaths, they can pretend really well. So they're like way more accepted in society than we are. Shit, I feel bad about masking. I hate masking. Masking is when, this is the way I define it, but I don't know how everybody else does. That's when you're hiding your shit. I think that's right. So when you're hiding the fact that you have autism, I don't want to do it anymore. It feels so dishonest to me. And I don't like it because I don't like doing shit and saying shit that's dishonest. Not because I have a moral complex with it. I just can't remember what I've said or what I've done. So I have actually I have very little compunction about lying to people. I don't really care. I can lie to people easily, and I can do it really well. I've had a lot of practice. But I don't do it because then I have to remember that lie forever, indefinitely, And so, like, I might say something to somebody, I have to remember that lie because I don't want to contradict it later. And then I might be in a time when I need that person to trust me, and they're like, no. No, I'm paranoid about that shit. So I don't want to lie because I don't want to remember the lie. Because once you lie about something, you got to remember it forever, and I can't do that. My brain doesn't want to do that. I don't want to hold on to it. And then, man, I've met so many people who are just habitual liars, and they just forgot the main thing that you need to do. You have to remember your lie, and you got to be consistent about it. Because there's people like me that can remember. Wait a minute, you said something different before. Hold on, that kind of thing. And then it's like when you catch somebody in a lie, God, I hate catching people in lies. I hate it. So I don't want to lie. 'Cause I also don't want to be caught in a lie. Man, that would be horrible. To be caught in a lie, that would be horrible. For me, I don't want, I struggle with normal human interactions. It's a problem. I struggle talking to people. on a human level, it is fucking difficult. Like on a professional level, like, at work, I'm phenomenal, but on a personal level, not so much. So that communication is so hard for me. So if I were to add lying in there, man, that's just a recipe for complete and total communication failure, like on all fronts. And I don't need that shit. I need to get what little bit that I'm getting. Even though, yeah, I can say shit that's offensive accidentally. Normally, I don't think I say a lot of offensive shit if I'm monologuing, but if I'm dialoguing is where I struggle with dialogue. It's a problem. That's a symptom of autism right there. Dialogue disruption, messing up with dialogue. What am I talking about? Dialogue. That's an awesome word, dialogue. I don't know. I lose my train of thought. Like, wait, hold on. I got to get back to the. I don't have to get back to anything, do I? Is there anything I have to do? I feel like I have to read comments. I mean, and I will if I got to drink my drink bigger. They got these rules for these live streams. It's gotta have words on the back and stuff, and I gotta be like saying stuff and reading the comments, starting at a certain time and stuff, and like that kind of thing. It's like where these fucking rules come from? These aren't like YouTube's rules, but I somehow automatically have rules for myself that I made up, and I don't remember talking to myself about it. I just have this. This has to be done. Like there's a voice in my head saying, "Hey, man, this is the plan." And once the plan has been thought out the first time, then it's just like, let's just stick with that forever. Maybe that's it. Maybe that's it. Maybe I just like, oh, I decided one time, made the decisions, and then I'm like, well, okay, let's just do the exact same thing every time. That's exactly what it was. I just figured that out. That's cool. All right, so I have these rules that I have for live streaming that apparently I got from the first live stream that I did, which was I'm like, well, I'll just start it at 6 p.m. Central Standard Time. You can start anytime you want to start. You don't even have to start at a particular time. But I'm like, I'm just going to start live streaming at 6 o'clock p.m. And then I don't know where I was going with that. What was I saying? There's other rules and stuff. I used to have people comment things like, oh, you should live stream, you should live stream. People said that all the time. And I'm like, I don't, or tell me, I remember the last one I got was like, tell me if you ever live stream. And, oh, I didn't tell that person, but I have no idea who it was or what video they were commenting on. Well, fuck. But anyway, where was I going with that? I don't know. The rules for live streaming. I figured it out once, and then it's like, I don't know, it became routine, I guess. And now that it's routine, it turns into rules, and then all of a sudden, and then I'm like having to follow this rigid structure that I don't have to follow. These aren't rules, but they feel like it. What is that? Why would I do that? Why would I give myself these hard rules and be inflexible about it? Like, oh, I'm like, oh God, something's like, oh shit, I've got to read comments. Like, oh God, that kind of thing. It's like, well, there's no rule that I have to read comments, but there is a rule that I have to read comments. And that's fucked up. Like, if I don't do it, I get anxiety. Like, if I'm just like, oh shit, I forgot. Oh shit. Why do I get anxiety about that? There's no producer. There's no director. Oh my God, this is me. Maybe the dog. I don't know. He's pretty lenient. He just sleeps through the whole production. Why does that shit happen? Why did I do that? Why do I have these rules for myself? Where do they come from? Well, I guess it's come from habit or routine, but why is it so hard to break it? Like shit's rigid, man. Like, I got somebody in the back of my head kind of yelling at me. What is that about? Is that some horrible trauma from my childhood or just like some way that I was raised? A type of rigid way that I was raised? That's my theory, but I'm not 100% sure on that one. I'm not flashing it back to any particular memory. I'm kind of grasping at straws. I'm guessing, but it's pretty educated guess. Perhaps I had a particularly rigid structure of some kind. You must follow the rules kind of thing, or there will be consequences. Therefore, there was anxiety around the idea of not following the rules. You know what I mean? Yeah, I think that might be right, but I got nothing to base that on. I got no hard data. I did have a flashback just now. All right, never mind. Now I'm gonna go back to reading comments. All right, Star Parp says, I'm in my remote advanced accounting class right now, and I'm simultaneously in this live and doing drugs too. I'm a great student. Wait a minute, you're doing drugs in the class? Hold on, wait. I'm in my remote advanced class. Okay, you're watching this, and you've got another like on the one computer screen. Do you see? This was a long one. I'm a half an hour behind. The class is over, man. All right, so was it like I was on? Am I on one side of the screen, and then you've got your teacher on the other side of the screen, type of thing? And then what was the other thing? You were getting high and doing drugs. I can imagine that scenario quite clearly in my head, but I don't know if that's accurate. But what I imagine is one computer screen with two different things on it. Both sound is on and doing drugs. I can see that too. Hold on, did you say what kind of drugs you were doing? You said doing drugs too. I'm imagining you're smoking. I imagine smoking a joint. That's the image that I have. I also imagine that the room is not bright. It's not a very well lit room. It's not necessarily dark, but it's not a well lit room. That's what I'm imagining. I have other details in my head, but if those are accurate, then I don't want to say anymore. I don't want to be that guy that imagines scenarios that actually turn out to be really happening right now. I don't want to be that guy. I'm like, oh, the image I have in my head of you right now is this, and this. How would I do? Oh my God, you were right on the money. I'd be like freaked out, but then you'd probably just be fucking with me. So, let's see here. Zarina says, I'm okay. I just found out I'm healing from shingles, almost gone, but sore as fucking hell. Shingles is chickenpox? Is that similar? I don't know I don't know what shingles is. Imagine shingles. I imagine like I think of shin splints is what I think of when you say shingles. Is that how it's spelled? Shin? Yeah, it's spelled shin without something else behind it. Shingles. So that's what I think shin splints when I think shingles because I remember first hearing it when I was younger and I didn't know what it was. So I thought I've always think shin splints. That's not what it is. I remember telling somebody, wait, don't you get shingles in your legs? That's what I said. I don't think that's accurate, but they thought that was funny. I said, wait, I thought you just got shingles in your legs only. Luckily, I didn't say in your shins only, because then that would have been really embarrassing. And I meant to say shins, but I said legs. And they laughed at me because I said that, and I don't. But I still, at the time, I don't remember if they told me what shingles were or not. Because I'm still not 100% sure. But I'm pretty sure that's you suffer from more than places than just in your legs. But I don't know. But I remember saying that. I said legs. I meant to say shins. And if I would have said shins, they would have laughed so much harder than they actually laughed at me. There were three of them there at that time. And they laughed, and then they would have laughed harder had I said shins instead of legs. Because then it'd be like, oh, shins, like shingles. That's just the way I imagine it. Because right after they started laughing at me about the legs thing, I'm like, oh my God, thank God I didn't say shins. That's what I was thinking in my head. I'm like, I remember thinking that. I'm like, man, I'm glad that my brain fucked that up. Oh, my alarm went off. It says it says I have to take my recycling and my trash bins to the street. This is so that the trash truck can take it. I'm from St. Louis, Missouri. We have trash here. And we have trash trucks. And we have trash cans. That's what we call them. We use the word trash. But I do have a garbage disposal in my sink. It's never been called a trash disposal. I've heard of trash compactor. I've never heard of a garbage compactor. And I don't want to say garbage because sometimes in my mind, I want to say it fancy and I have to think to not say it. I want to say garbage. But I want to have to stop and think, no, garbage. Though I think first thought is always garbage disposal, but I don't want to say that. So I have to wait, hold on, and then correct it in my brain. So instead of my brain going from here to here, it goes from here to here to here. And that's a connection that it took a while for that to no, yes, instead of just yes. Does that make sense? It's a triangle. Okay, Sabrina, shingles. It says that it's painful. Bummer. You doing drugs? Drugs are bad. Kulu says YouTube is a drug. It does feel that way. I'm not gonna lie. Truth Teller says LMAO, Stark. If you can learn doing all that, then you're an absolute genius. If you can learn doing all that, you're an absolute genius. Oh, learning about the class is something. Well, it could be that it's something you already know. Starp Harp already knows. Am I saying the name right? And that might be why it's that can smoke pot and listen to something else at the same time. That's a great scenario. Or can multitask. I cannot multitask. There's no way I can multitask. I need my brain to focus on only one thing at a time. That's really important. So multitasking is not good for me. And I've tried it many times, thinking of two different things at one time, and I can't do it. I get them wrong. So I've got to. A lot of people, so many people claim to be multitaskers, but there's very few in the population who can actually genuinely handle thinking about two different things at one time. I may be able to go back and forth from one to the other one, but that's thinking about them two things at one time, but thinking about them consciously at the same time, I can't do it. I got like 150 programs running in the background, but I'm not aware of them. They're more of a they're there, and I think about them occasionally, but it's not something that's in the forefront. But I've got all these things. I got all these other things that are going around in my brain. Like these things I'm just trying to solve. I'm like, wait, hold on, this happened. I need to figure that out, but I'll figure that out later. And I put it in the back burner, and sometimes it just all of a sudden comes slamming forward. I'm like, oh, now I know, like that. That shit happens all the time. One of the programs that are running in the background, all of a sudden come flying forward, like, we've completed our download or some shit. I don't know. And then it's just like, and I'm like, oh. And I just figure shit out. All of a sudden, like, oh, okay, I remember before this other thing, and that's why. There we go. Mm-hmm. A lot of the things are like, wait, this person had this particular behavior. Why did they do that? I got to put that on the sideline because I can't think about that right now. I got to think about something else. So I'll push that off over here, and then sometimes it comes flying over. I'm like, oh, they did that for this reason. So there's a lot of programs running in the background, and then like a music program that's going. I've got almost always got a song going through my head. Say Hello to Heaven is going through right now. That's by Temple of the Dog. I think it's Temple of the Dog. Say Hello to Heaven. Soundgarden? I don't know. It was one. I think it was same singer, but it was either Temple. I think it's Temple of the Dog. Yeah. Okay. Sabrina agrees with Q saying, yes, it is. Social media and TV is a drug. Yeah. Oh, skip to live. Okay, here we go. I was way behind. True Teller says, oh no, Sabrina. Oh no, sorry to hear, Sabrina. Hope you find some relief ASAP. Wait, that was the shingles thing. Tiffany Bright. Hi, Tiffany Bright. I'm way behind. You already know. Said, hello, you lovely souls. Glad to be with you all today. Back at you. Sabrina says, the truth. Thank you. Soon enough, I'll be okay. More. Q says, caffeine just speeds up synaptic activity and stimulates the adrenal gland. Rock on. I drank a cup of coffee this morning, and then normally I drink another one like a couple hours later, because when I drink coffee, I make my coffee and then I chug it. Because I'm like that, and that's how I drink water too. Is I get a glass of water and I drink all of it at one time, and then I go sit back down. So I'm drinking my coffee that way. But today I decided to drink a whole cup of coffee, and then I drank another half. So I did one and a half, one after the other, and I mowed the lawn. But I feel bad when I don't mow my lawn because like my dog has little legs. I've got a Dachshund. He's got little legs. So his belly rubs up against the grass. So in the morning when it's like, the grass is wet from the dew down there, because I live in St. Louis, we got humidity. Humidity is a regular thing. We don't have the heat. We have the actual temperature, and then we got the heat index also. The heat index. Some places have a heat index. Some places don't. We got a heat index. What was I saying? The dog, he's got little stumpy little legs. So when my grass is high, he doesn't like walking in there because he's got little legs, and the grass rubs up against all of his everything. I also feel bad. My dog poops in my neighbor's yard. Same neighbor's yard, poops in it, and I'm afraid that my dog. I'm afraid that they like see my dog pooping in their yard, and they're just like, God, like every day. Like I'm afraid that they're looking at me out the window. It's watching my dog poop in the yard. Of course, I pick it up. But I'm always just like, man, he only pees in the devil's strip. Well, we call it an easement where we are, which is so boring. But the part of between your yard, between the sidewalk and the street, right there, a little strip of grass, I make him pee and poop there, not in their main yard. Yeah. Okay. Where am I? True Teller says, loving this intro, very professional. Should the broad script go on to a t-shirt? King Zane, wherefore art thou? Ah, yes. Tiffany Bright says, Sabrina, healing beams your way. Had that when I was 23, hurt so bad. Wait, 23? Shingles at 23? I thought shingles was like an old person's thing. You know? Star Power says, LOL. I haven't failed a class or gotten below a C yet because of this habit, and this is my final semester, so it might never fail me. I'll be playing Halo soon too. Halo, you're playing Halo, watching a live stream, you're doing your online class and getting high and learning stuff too. Nice. Real nice. Let's see here. Tiffany Bride says, "Hey, Truth," and all Walnuts. Truth Teller says, "Hey, Tiffany, wishing you well on this midweek hump day." Tiffany Bride says, "Thanks, Truth. I needed that. Rough day. Bummer. Sorry." Star Park says, "I don't know about that, but I certainly have an absymal. I don't know what that word is. Absymal. That's how you spell it. Absymal attention span coupled with a contradictory fear of failure. And the fear of failure always wins. Yeah, I got that one. The satisfaction of a job well done. I have that. I mean, I get that, like the high from that. I get that. And like when that happens, when I have a job and it's my opinion, it's well done. I get that high. So, and that's why I consider myself to be like a phenomenal employee by that respect. That when someone gave me like lists of shit to do, I was just nonstop checking off my list. I just was constantly getting shit done because I got that satisfaction of a job well done. That crossing shit off the list is always a thing. Let's see here. True Teller says, "Don't worry, Starp. I do. Genius status for Starp officially complete." What are we talking about? And Sabrina says to Tiffany, "Thank you," and hello as well. True Teller says, "My exam anxiety was crippling. I just loop around crying and buying excessive amounts of stationery. True story." True Teller, was that before or after you did drugs? Do you do drugs? Did you do drugs beforehand? Did that have any effect on your exam anxiety? How do drugs affect your exam anxiety? Stephanie Bright says, "Oh, Truth sounds like some dance I do too." And True Teller says, "Who had that ant trail hack and what was it?" What's an ant trail hack? Is that a t-shirt? Ant trail hack? Is that a band name? Yep. Sabrina says, but a great song to dance to. Don't judge me just because I'll judge you too. Is that the I Got Issues song? I got issues, you got you. Basking in the glory of all the problems. How does that line go? The judge line, I don't remember. So, I don't remember how the judge line goes in the song, and I know that's the one that you're talking about, and that upsets me that I can't put it back in there. You put a line to a song in there. I know the song, but I can't imagine the line in the song, and I'm sad about it. I like the song. It's not clicking. Normally that shit just clicks. I'm like, oh, that's how I do it. Nope. That sucks. Let's see here. Star Power says exam anxiety is so real. It feels like my body breaking down when I'm taking them. Straight tweaking. Yeah, I get yeah exam anxiety. Well, I just had like I talked to. I guess it was in essence an initial conversation about potentially having a job. So that's like I guess an interview, and I had all kinds of anxiety before that. And I had that today. That was just a phone call. Lots of anxiety. Then lots of anxiety during because I'm always worried that I'm saying the wrong thing and oversay stuff. I just talk and talk and talk, man. Like now, I can just talk and talk and talk. I tell people you gotta cut me off because I'll just keep right on talking about stuff. These are people that if I'm familiar with somebody, I can just talk. Not a lot of people anymore. Truth Teller says, LOL, Tiff. And then Truth Teller says, sounds familiar. Start, the struggle is real. Tiffany Bright says, Julia Michaels, issues, great heckin' song. Great heckin' song. Oh no. I feel a little bump on my face. I'm pretty sure that's acne without looking. I need to leave it alone. I need to leave it alone. Hold on, I just touched it with my finger. There we go. I'm not gonna wipe all my finger stuff off because whatever's on your fan, you don't want to wipe that directly on acne. That's not gonna make it clear up. Let's see here. True Teller says it's 6:15. I am an hour behind. I'm an hour behind. Let's see here. True Teller says shower time. Rock on, man. I had one too. I mowed the lawn and then I took a shower. And that was also kind of some weird thing. I was like, man, I need to take a shower. But before I do that, I'm gonna mow the lawn, make that shower count. Although it had been 3 days. I don't have any. I didn't have any design shirts. I did a little laundry. All I had was my blank shirts. Tiffany Bright says, enjoy truth, wash the cares away. Wash the cares away. Was that a shampoo? Hold on, was that a link? Wash your cares away. Was that a shampoo slogan? I remember Calgon, Take Me Away. I remember the song Take Me Away. One thing made me think of another one. Now I got that song going through my head. Take me away. I don't know the other lines to that song exactly, so I'm not gonna sing it, but I could wing it and I don't want to say the wrong thing and sound foolish. I do that enough. Tiffany Bright says, when you're vulnerable with others, it is nerve-wracking. There we go. That's a nice sorry dog. My dog jumped when I hit I have a lighter and I just hit it with my hand because I flailed my hand. I have wild hand gestures. What was I just saying? That's a t-shirt, what was just said here, and I don't remember what it was. That's cool. What is it? When you're vulnerable with others, it's nerve-wracking. That sounds a lot like autism right there. And also maybe this one right here could be either one. Onion Ninja says hello. Hello, Onion Ninja. Tiffany Bright says medication isn't for everyone, but it helps. Onion Ninja, I am a fucking hour behind right now on the messages. I just got to Gavin, you're like we're talking and like stuff. I say we, and there's no one talking but me. But it's like, yeah, we get the Gavin, Tiffany Bright says medication isn't for everyone, but it helps me. I need it. I need medication, like in the worst way, but I don't want to go through the process of finding it, the correct one. I don't want to do that. I know that process would be horrible for me. You know, like I don't want shit's already horrible. I don't want it to be worse. And I fear that it would be. God, I use that excuse for a lot of things. I avoid relationships because for that exact same reason. I don't remember what I just said. Something. Truth Teller says I have had panic attacks for so long since I can remember. Since I can remember that when I found out that the other 6 years didn't live like that, I was shocked. I found out that other 6 years didn't live like that. Really shocked and disbelief. I'm not sure what that sentence meant. I might have read it wrong. Tiffany Bright says onion. Hiya. Truth Teller says a part of my is still confused. Part of me is still confused and processing. She's probably about 6 max. What? And then Truth Teller says me. What? Sabrina says, I used to do lawn care. Just remember you have the mower and a shack your head no, and shack your head no, your head, and point to mower and then keep mowing and ignore. I did that one that days I didn't want to talk to someone. I think I read that correctly. I used to do lawn care also. That job was difficult, but it paid cash. But man, I was the low man on the totem pole. I was young. I was in my early 20s and I used to mow lawns with somebody on the weekends. He had a professional business and stuff. But I was the low man on the totem pole. It was me, another guy, and another guy. Those two guys we both had like the riding lawn mowers that they would use. They were stand behind ones, but they had wheels on. The guy you stood on them and then you went. But then I was stuck on weed eating duty, so I always did the weed eating and the edging. That was my thing. Where they both rode around on the mowers. Onion Ninja says, I learned that I became too dependent on my wife. I get a bit of separation anxiety now when she goes to work. Weed kind of helps. Oh man, COVID didn't help, did it? Was the wife around a lot more often? And all of a sudden, oh no, now she's around less. Sounds like do you have a healthy marriage? What's that like? You actually wanted to spend time with your spouse? That must be nice. I didn't. I didn't like spending time with my. One of the things that she did so many fucking things. This is my ex-wife. So my then wife did. This was fucking horrible thing that she did. Like, I would be meeting her at a restaurant or something. I'd be meeting her somewhere that was in public. She would already be there, and I would walk in the door. So I would have to scan the room until I found her. So in this, like, there's crowded people, and she's really far away, and I'd find her, and I look at her, and I would smile, and she would look at me, and she would instantly start talking to me, trying to communicate something to me, and I was way too far away to hear her, and I can't read lips. But she wanted me to instantly understand what she was saying. She started talking to me, and I couldn't hear her in any way. And I told her this to stop doing this, but she never did. So here I am. I'm looking for her, and I'd see her, and I just wanted to smile and just look at her. It was the first time I saw her today, so I just wanted to smile and look at her. But she instantly started talking to me. She'd say something like, "Can you go to my car and get something?" But I could never hear her. It was something like that. So she gets so pissed when I walked all the way over there, and I'm like, "What? What? What?" And I'm like, I get all the way over there. She's like, God, like angry at me that I didn't hear her. And I'm like, it was wrong, far away, but she did it every single fucking time. I swear she did shit just to piss me off. So it got to the point where this is what I had to do, and this really sucked. I remember thinking how bad this sucked that I had to do this, but I get to a restaurant, she'd be somewhere, or it was a bar or something, I don't fucking know. And then I would scan the room, I'd find her, she would start talking to me, and I instantly looked straight down. And I did that every single time, and I walked straight over to her with looking straight down, so she didn't think that she was communicating to me in any way. And then I'd get all the way over there, and then she would say whatever the fuck she wanted. It was one of those infuriating things that people do. I mean, maybe somebody else finds that shit endearing, but I did not find that endearing. It's always something like, can you get my coat out of my car? Something like that. She was uncomfortable. She wanted me to fix the problem. She felt that was my job. Yeah. Where am I? Okay, here we go. Tiffany Bright said, "Yeah, when the realization that your life is drastically different from others is disconcerting. Concerning, yeah. Actually, I don't know. I mean, I've always thought my life was drastically different than others. I was very different. I thought everybody else had things so much better than me. Everywhere, always, still do." Sabrina says, "Hello, onion," and then Tiffany Bright says, CTHULHU for 2024. CTHULC. I don't know what this word. I don't know what this word is. For 2024. I don't know what that means either. Tiffany Bright. I don't know what that is. Is that an acronym? Is that a typo? Is that some cool new word that all the hip kids are using? Onion Ninja says the older gods are more brutal. LOL. I hope everyone is doing all right. And Onion Ninja says, "Oh, I'm smoking right now." Nice. I might do that. Wait, I'm an hour behind. Tiffany Bright says, "Yes, it's possible. Might eat some mushies and drinking right now. Mushies and drinking. I want some mushies. Oh, did I ask if anybody was getting high? I think I might have." Sabrina says, "I'm baked. Need to go to a shop and get some more soon." Q says to add Tiffany Bright, "Somehow that sounds comforting." Tiffany Bright says, "Right, Q. Sabrina says, "It's the year of the dragon right now till February. I'm the year of the pig and the boar in the Chinese zodiac." Let's see here. Onion Ninja says, "I'm the dog for the Chinese zodiac." Tiffany Bright says, "I'm the snake for my birth year." And Tiffany Bright says, "Show us the tats." No. My dog's one's on my leg, and my dog's laying on it, and the other one's on my back, and I don't know if I need to take my shirt off on camera. That doesn't seem like that would win anybody over. So no, but it's a large rabbit silhouette. It's all I had a plan. I had this idea and a plan for my back, but there were several tattoos I wanted to get on my back. It's like all part of a scheme, and I got one. I got the one, which is a rabbit, silhouette of a rabbit on there. Anyway, so no, Tiffany Bright, no. I might show you the one on my leg when the dog's not laying on it. Right now, I'm realizing that he's just cooking me. It feels like my legs are sweating. And he's just out cold, fucking bastard. He loves that shit. Sabrina says, "I have one tat on my left wrist. I want to get one. I want to get one right here on my arm, and it's gonna. And I have a plan. I can see it so vividly. I have to do it because I can see it so vividly. I'm going to get organ donor as two separate words, and it's going to be in typewriter font, like well, some sort of typewriter font. And I typed in typewriter font in Google just so I could actually find, what I wanted to look like, for a tattoo. And this one website I went to had like 100 different typewriter fonts that look like old timer typewriters. I'm like, oh my God, it was just too fucking many. Like how many other on the Microsoft Word? Like one. Like I'll just take that one. And then I lost all interest after that. Hilda Mouse says, "What's up?" What's up, Hilda Mouse? I'm an hour behind. I watched your live stream the other day and I was talking about it. And I don't remember what I said. I'm an hour behind. You're gone. Well, you might still be here. Sometimes you hang around. Oh, wait, I see smiley faces. Is that you? Are you smiley facing? Hold on, I see smiley faces. I was watching your live stream the other day, and then it was the one where you. It wasn't today. It wasn't yesterday. I think it was the day before. It was the day before, and I don't know what I commented. I wanna say, yeah, it was. I commented. You had said something. It was like 30. It was 5:30. I was 30 minutes before I had to do my live stream, and I was like just flipping through, and then it said Sad Ukulele was on there, which live stream, and I'm like, oh, I know that name, and I clicked on there, and you're doing your deliveries in your car, and you weren't reading the comments because you were driving, which totally makes sense. I don't want somebody who's reading comments while they're driving. And I feel like they'd be contributing to their car accident, which some people might actually want to watch somebody have a car accident. That's interesting. Anyway, so I was like kind of just watching what you're talking about. You're talking about making deliveries for like DoorDash or something. I'm not sure. I don't recall. And you said, like in 30, you said like as soon there's a live stream that you like to watch that starts soon, and you said my name, and I'm like, oh my God! At the time, I was typing a comment too that you said that, and then it was like, and you said I tried to watch this live stream, and it's like, and it's of Walton Bigfoot James, and I'm like, oh, that's me. I was like, I couldn't believe that. And I'm like, oh my God, you just said my name. But I said something like, I want to watch more, but I got to go do something right now. I didn't want to say, I want to watch more, but I have to go prep for the live stream that starts in 30 minutes. But I don't want to say that because then I don't want people to like say, only reason I'm commenting on yours is so that I could steal the people that are watching yours and make them come over to mine, which is just rude. So I said, I'm just doing something. I'm doing stuff. I said, I have something I got to do. So then right when I said that, then you said about my last stream, I'm like, oh my God, you said my name. And I was like, holy shit. And then I commented on that. And I'm like, holy shit, I'm actually going to go prep for that right now. And that's holy crap. I'm like that kind of thing. And then right, I was watching your last stream, but then I turned my phone off. I went like that. And then I set it down on your live stream, and then I got my shit together, which was 2 glasses of water, and I had 2 joints. I want to say I did rolled some drugs, did some drugs, and then I got some water, and then I picked up my phone, turned it back on, and your live stream's still going. And you were commenting on the fact that I had commented on yours right then, and you said, "Oh, damn, here's the." You commented what I said, and you're like, "Oh no, you're not still watching that anymore." And I'm like, "Yes, I am. Oh my God!" I just popped up again. Like you probably didn't say my name at all, except for those 2 times that I just happened to be watching, and I was just like, "Whoo!" I'm like, "No, I am watching." And I was like trying to type it as fast as I could, but I had like, I had like 3 minutes before 6 o'clock, so I knew I had to click off and get over under my thing. Anyway, I don't know if you're still here, Hill of the Mouse, but oh wait, I cannot look. I don't see. Oh wait, there I do see one. It's 7:10. What time is it now? 7:28. We commented at 7:10, so I don't think you're here anymore. That's a damn shame. No, you're there. I'm not gone. LOL. There we go. I have not quite figured out how to read comments and delivering LOL. I'm in a car accident. I'm going through the live comments now to go through other people's comments. LMAO. You're in a car accident. I was just talking about somebody reading the comments, and I didn't want to read if they're reading the comments while driving because they'd have a fucking car accident. Were you doing that? I can't imagine that happening, but that's fucking hilarious. Were you in a car accident? You're like, well, fuck. I'm waiting in this car accident. I might as well just read my comments. That's what I imagine happened. Car accident happens, and now you're like, well, fuck, now I gotta wait. You gotta sit. Yeah, car accidents are a whole lot of hurry up and wait. Hurry up, call 911, hurry up, and then you just gotta wait for them to fucking show up. Yeah, that's the way it is. That's what I imagine happening. I hope it's not a matter of you were reading your comments and then you drove off the road. Damn, that would suck. Okay, I hate wearing my glasses. I really do. I just remember I was just rubbing my nose right here. I remember this from there was a program in my elementary school called Galactic Program, and it was like and I think it was like there was a test that you took, and if the kids got to some sort of score, I don't know what fucking it was, they were sent to the Galactic Program, like once a week or something. I don't remember what it was. You just went to the other school, and they were like, here, taught you other stuff, and then you would come back to your school where they taught you the regular stuff. The Galactic Program. Why was I saying that? Oh, there was a teacher there. She wore glasses all the time, but she had these huge bumps on her nose, right where the glasses set. And I was just like, what? What was that? Oh, I gotta take my trash out. But she had these like big bumps on her face, and I'm like, I'm a little kid. I don't know shit from anything. And like she had these big bumps on her glasses where her right where her glasses set. And I was just like, how did that happen? How does she have bumps right there where her glasses are? Like, did she just naturally have bumps there? I thought it was a natural formation. I didn't ask anything, but I'm like, that's what I determined. I thought it was she just naturally had bumps there, and then it just happened to be right where her glasses set. But they were just these big old bumps right there, right where her glasses were. I remember just it, but the fact that I could not see that, and I could not look at it. It was horrible. Oh my God, I'm flashing on a whole lot of problems I've had with other teachers. I remember this one teacher always wanted me to look at her in the eye when we were talking, but she had these black hairs that coming out of her mouth, her mustache. Yeah, and I couldn't not focus on that. It was tough, man. I couldn't focus on what she was saying because she had a mustache. What can I say? And yeah. Anyway, where am I? Hilda Mouse says, "What's up? What's up?" That's like an hour old, right? I mean, that's really old. Tiffany Bright says, "Sabrina, what you got?" And then Onion Ninja says, "I have a tattoo of rope knotting around my ankle. It was one of my suicide attempt. I tried to drown myself, but I didn't know how to tie a knot." You were a Boy Scout. Uh, don't they learn that shit in the Scouts? What else do they learn that shit in? The military? Do they learn how to tie knots in the military? Yeah, if you were raised on boats, you'd probably know how to tie a knot. I bought a book on how to tie knots because I wanted to tie them all, and I wanted to get some little pins and some rope and have an example of all the knots that you could tie, but it would have been a really big, like a whole wall, because there's so many fucking knots out there. Knots and loops and hooks, spurs. I don't know what the other words are. Let's see here. Tiffany Bright says, "Hey, Hilda Mouse." Sabrina says, "For my tattoo." What about your tattoo? Onion Ninja says, "That video game stuff in my left arm. I got in video game stuff on my left arm and ocean stuff on my right arm. Tattoos." Okay, ocean stuff. Tiffany Bright says, "Oh, Onion, that is bittersweet. Glad you didn't know." Sabrina says, "At Hilda, hello, fellow Walnut." And then Tiffany Bright says, "Yes, Sabrina, what's your tat?" And then Onion Ninja says, "Tiffany Bright, it's good now. I had a stepdad take me in after the hospital, and that changed my life forever, and I'm happy." What were we talking about? We were talking about the failed attempt. Is that what we're talking about? Oh yeah, we were talking about that. I can't talk about that. I can't comment. I have an opinion. I have stuff to say. Can't say it. Kielu says, "I want to get a semicolon tattoo." That sounds awesome. That sounds awesome. Like a semicolon tattoo. That sounds awesome. You'd have to get it on some part though that was always that way, like on your chest or like on your arm up here. But if you got it on your arm down here, depending on where your arm was, it wouldn't be the correct way, right? Semicolon. That sounds really cool. Semicolon. Yeah, I like that. Hilda Mouse says, "Yes, you got it. Wheel of Fortune style, like, welcome to the Walnuts with your host, Walton Bigfoot James, and special appearances of Yoda." Oh, I don't mention Yoda in my intro. Like, not at all. I need to do that. He's got to be mentioned, but you can't see him. I don't want to talk about him when you can't see him. He's right there. He's laying in my legs. His head's the other way. My legs are so hot. They're sweating. It's so hot. He's got a blanket. It's a burrito blanket. He's completely wrapped up in there. He likes it to be like 100 degrees. Like 100 degrees is just nice for him. That's too hot for me. So like if it's probably higher than 100. I don't know. I gotta go get my little. I got my my laser thermometer. I got it for when I was melting aluminum, so it goes up to 1,200 degrees because you got to get one. Sometimes they only go to like 800 degrees, and if you're melting aluminum, that ain't gonna work. You need to get the next step up, which goes to 1,200 degrees or more than 12. I don't know, 1224. I don't know what the max is, but anyway, I got my laser thermometer. Yeah, I'm saying it wrong. And I need to hit it on my dog right now because he's cooking my legs. He's cooking my legs. He's the best. Hilda Mouse says, "Tonight topics are things such as life. Let's get started and suck." So life sucks. Tiffany Bright says, "Onion, word. Glad you got the support you needed. Wonderful to hear." I assume that's how you meant to say that. Tiffany Bright said, "Onion, word." I assume you meant it like that. It just said onion, comma, word, comma, and then with your sentence. But I assume that the way that you said it was more like word. And that's the way I would say it. Let's see here. Onion Ninja says to Q Lou, that's different. Can I ask why? What are we talking about? And then Sabrina says to Tiffany, it's a rose of fire. It's a symbol for being a survival of assaults and sexual rape. Bummer. And before I got the tat, I had a lot more people talk to me. Glad it stops person from talking to me. Does it stop people from talking to you? That would be a rose of fire. I did not know that the rose of fire had a meaning. I don't know exactly what you're talking about, but I can imagine a rose. Are the flower petals, or are they fire, or is it like a rose on fire? I'd like to know just in case I did see one. Would I like to know that? Would I like to recognize that tattoo? Because then it's like, oh, bummer, that kind of thing. Hmm. I don't want to recognize it and then all of a sudden pity somebody. Pity's not something people need, I don't think. If you're pitying somebody and they don't want pity, that's a problem. I don't want to be that guy. Tiffany Bright says, yes, Hilda Mouse, you nailed it. Flip those letters, Yoda. Like Yoda would be Vanna White? Am I past Sajak? On Wheel of Fortune. I loved Wheel of Fortune growing up, and I mentioned this, and I only found one video one time on YouTube, and I gotta look again. But on the Wheel of Fortune, a long time ago when it first started, they didn't give you cash. They gave you won cash, but then you had to spend it on the show. And they would have these showcases that were on this big, huge spinning wheel thing. It was a room, and it was like it would turn, and here's the room that you have to buy stuff on. And there were a bunch of stuff that was sitting in that room that you had to buy, and it all had price tags on you. And the people would buy. So like the winner would be like, I'd like to buy this for this 100, this for this 100. Then Pat would tell you how much money you had left. And he's like, okay, you've got this much left, and then I want to buy this, I want to buy this, and then when you had like, I don't know, $200 left, and you'd be like, all right, and we're going to give you a check for the final remaining amount there. But there was always like a picture on the wall that would be like a trip to Australia or something. I don't know, like I don't remember how much it was, $4,000. I don't fucking know. It was something though, but there's all kinds of crap that you would win. You didn't win money, and the big prize at the end was like a car. It wasn't money either. But then I guess they got rid of that whole part. It was just easier to give people money than it is to go through all those prizes and stuff. Because that part, yeah, you just went here's money. Let's go right on to another game. That's what I want. Like, let's just keep playing. I don't want them to buy stuff because when they're buying stuff, I'm like rooting for what they want to buy, and I'm like, oh, they want this, they want this, but then the camera never pointed to the whole thing at once. It only pointed to parts of it, so they were buying stuff that was or wasn't on camera. So sometimes you had no clue what they were talking about. I want to buy this for this amount, but the camera wasn't pointed in that part of the room at that time. Yeah, and that shit to me it seemed expensive, but I was a child. Like I don't remember how old I was. 6, 7, I don't remember. I remember being very young and watching Wheel of Fortune. Wheel of Fortune was on. The whole world stopped to watch Wheel of Fortune when that first came out. Get up there and watch Vanna White turn the letters. That's back when she had to turn the letters. Now there's a button that she presses on there, and then but she used before she would have to turn the letters because they were triangular. There's 3 sides to them, and then she would have to turn the letters in order to. And it was kind of funny. They'd ask for a letter, can I buy an S or something like that? And Vanna, she knew the puzzle, she knew what it was, so she would just stand there and she wouldn't move. And you knew that when Vanna didn't move. I guess that's the way it is now too. When Vanna doesn't move and you ask for a letter, you're like, ah, Vanna didn't move. She would go like this, ah, shucks, you didn't get one. No, sorry, shucks. She didn't talk. Vanna never said anything during the show. Man, Vanna White and Pat Sajak, they're around for so damn long. And Wheel of Fortune was on during the day, and Wheel of Fortune was on at night. It was on Both times it was two different episodes. It was during the day and it was during the night. And I remember we always watched. It was at 6:30. It was 6:30 every day. It was Wheel of Fortune, and then because it was like watch the news at 6, and then watch Wheel of Fortune at 6:30, and then watch whatever the main program was at 7 o'clock. This was Central Standard Time, so you got to adjust for other. So every day it was Wheel of Fortune. Everybody watched it. It was great. It was fun. We all played the go. Everybody wanted to play the game. It was fantastic. I remember In God We Trust when I saw that was the only one that I got where I knew what it was before they turned any of the letters, and I started screaming, "In God We Trust, in God We Trust, in God We Trust." You know, I was so happy. I was so happy I got that one right. As a child, that made my day. But I used to watch it on one of those old TVs that had the dial on them. You had to turn the dial to get the TV, and you had to turn it on to NBC. You only had four stations to watch. Five, you had five stations. I want to say you had five stations to watch that came in pretty clear. Channel 9 came, or the PBS. PBS was public broadcasting. NBC, ABC, I don't remember what they were. There wasn't very many. Most of them were on VHF, but there would always be one channel that was on UHF, so you'd have to like turn on the UHF knob. But sometimes you couldn't find anything to watch. You would go up there and you would turn the big knob was VHF, but there was one place that you would turn the knob to, and it would be for UHF, and then you would turn the other knob. And the other knob had like 30 different channels on there. It was just how good a reception that you got is if you got anything at all on UHF. Like one thing came through clearly, and there would normally be some staticky shit in there for other stuff. So sometimes when there was nothing, you just flip through all the main channels and nothing was on. You just slowly go through all these UHF channels, and you had to stand there adjusting your antenna if you had rabbit ears on. They're like, "Oh, I think I saw something," and you kind of would have adjust your antenna to see if you could actually pick up something else. Like growing up in the 80s, when you were like would go to watch TV, like something your show was on at 7 o'clock, whatever it was that you watched. That if the president was addressing the nation, your night was shot. That means that everything you wanted to watch, you weren't watching because it was on every single one of those fucking channels, except for one. And then if you didn't want to watch that, you're just like, there's nothing to watch. It sucks because that's back when you planned your whole life around what was on TV. And that's the way that shit was until the 90s. You just planned what was you had to be home at certain times to watch your program. Everybody had a VCR, but in order to get it to record at the right time, you had to set up all this shit. You had to set a start time and an end time, and then you had to then remember to make sure you turned it on. And the odds of you getting that on the correct channel too, and the odds of you getting that wrong were good. That you didn't record it, like so you would think that you're recording something, and you weren't recording. You get home and it's like hit or miss. Maybe it's there, maybe it's not. You know, like sometimes you have record supposed to start at a certain time, end at a certain time. You get home and it's still recording. You're like, oh no, it should have stopped a while ago. I fucked up. That kind of thing that happened. So we had VCRs, but nobody used them. So you'd planned your life about I'll just be home to watch my show. And I remember doing that with Friends. I remember I had to be home to watch Friends when Friends came on. That was when was Friends? That was the early 90s, but wasn't that? No, that was the late 90s. I don't remember when Friends was. It was the mid to late, early late. I don't remember. Friends was on for 10 years, and I don't remember when it was. But I remember being home. I remember not answering the telephone when someone called when Friends was on. I would answer not. Sometimes I'd say Friends is on right now. Call back when it's over, and I wouldn't even listen to what they said. I'd just hang up the phone because I had caller ID, but I didn't remember looking at it. Man, I got off topic there. Where did I go? I don't know where I started, but I started out and I rambled somewhere else. Man, my legs are really, really warm. I feel like I'm sweating. Oh, I've got my cutoffs on, my cutoff pants on. I don't know if I could, my legs unzip off of my pants. It's nice. So I've got these pants. They're pants, but I can make them into shorts and then take the legs off and zip them back on. And this is a fantastic idea, except for when you wear them as shorts and you wash them as shorts, and then it doesn't take long for the pant legs not the same color anymore as the actual shorts. So when you wash shorts, you got to wash the legs with them, and I didn't do that. I got my selenite in my hand. I'm gonna do drugs. Don't do drugs. Drugs are bad. Why is it so warm in here, man? Hold on. Hold on. I gotta back up. And look at my thermostat. Thermostat. It says it's 75 in here, man. I don't believe it. Well, I don't have my glasses on. I don't know how to turn the. I don't know how to adjust my thermostat without my glasses on, but I do know how to turn the fan on. So I did that instead. So I turned the fan on for 12 hours straight. Just let the fan run. Just to move the air around, maybe that will help me. But it feels like it's really hot, like painfully hot, like too hot. I've only got a certain tolerance for heat there, where things are comfortable, and I'm at the point where shit is just too hot. I can still function, but I'm very aware of that. I'm sweating. I feel perspiration. It's not dripping perspiration, but it's there. I definitely feel it. Under my arms here, and my legs definitely feel like they're cooking. But this fucking dog looks like he's just so fucking happy. He's all wrapped up, 1,000,000 degrees. Now, I know he likes that. I know he likes to be 1,000,000 degrees. I know he does. Because if he lays on me and he's not under the blanket, he stares. He just stares at me. I'm like, oh, do you want to be covered up? And I'll get a blanket, and I put the blanket on him, and he stops staring at me. It's like, you little dick. I think it's just when the wind blows over him, he doesn't like that. I'm gonna do drugs. Hold on, I've got my roach clip. There we go. I got my roach clip. So you don't have to put your roach clip over the whole thing. You just need to barely grab that son of a bitch. Oh man, there we go. And apparently it was round, but I like made it, I pinched it. Somehow, I don't remember doing that, but I did, obviously. No one else came in here and smoked my weed. I don't think. Does my other personalities count? I have other personalities. Oh no. It's ending. I can pick locks. I have numerous lock pick sets. Like basic locks, like nothing fancy. Just there's a talent. It's a random talent that I have. At one point, I was a certified hypnotherapist, which is when you use hypnosis as therapy. And hypnosis is recognized as an effective therapy by the American Medical Association since 1959. So it's been a really long time ago that they recognized that, yes, hypnosis works. The American Medical Association agrees. They're a big organization that we trust. Anyway, the American Medical Association said I was a certified hypnotherapist, so I took a bunch of classes in order to get this way. They were through Walton and Johnson was the name of the company that I got the hypnotherapy thing, but it was I forgot the name of it was called the something Hypnotist Guild. They were a certified organization that allowed you to do it. Anyway, what was I saying? I was very high when I took the test. I cheated off the guy next to me. Yeah. So I learned a lot about hypnosis and hypnotherapy, and it's just a lot. It's very much the way you talk to people. It's very, very much that. It's the you've got to talk like this kind of thing. And then they went through the this is how you do it, this is what you say, and all that kind of stuff in order to make certain shit happen. And I picked up a lot of good information at that class, and I incorporated a lot of it into what I'm talking in the way that I talk. So I'm not talking in a I'm not trying to hypnotize anybody, but I'd say and do things at time that can kind of make your brain, parts of your brain kind of shut down. And I intentionally do that when I make videos sometimes. I don't want my joint to go out while I was saying that. I'm listening to my video and I'm listening for the vid when I make videos, sometimes I'm listening for a certain something in my voice. And I'm like, that's it. It's a certain cadence or a certain rhythm to my voice that is hypnotic. I'm not saying anything that is hypnotic. The words aren't hypnotic, it's just the way that I'm saying it is hypnotic. And I do that on purpose. Anyway, what was the point of that? Oh, I think I'm bragging. I'm just saying this is some of the things that I was a certified clown through there's the international clowns. There's like International Clowns of America. It's in like International Clown Association of America. There was an actual, it's an actual organization right there. And I took a class on it, but really the only thing that you really need in order to be certified as a clown is to just really admit that you're a clown. And then you can be certified as a clown. So I used to do kids parties. I used to wear makeup, and I was called Joker. Joker was my name, and I made balloon animals. I just stood there and made balloon animals. Boys' birthday parties were the best. They were the easiest because it's just make swords or sabers. You know, I made swords and sabers, which were similar, but you know, not the same. Just make those swords as fast as you possibly can, and they'll just beat the shit out of each other. Pop them, come running back over for more. And I'd make things like, you know, things that look like little handguns. I could make things that look like rifles. That's what boys wanted. They just wanted, I just nonstop, I just made swords as fast as I could. Like to the point where at one point I remember having like 20 of them built and ready to go, and they all were playing with them, and all of a sudden they were all gone, and I'm still making them as fast as I can. And it's like I'd get some built up, and they'd come over, and they would all be gone. They would come and take more than one with them, and then they would just beat the shit out of each other with these swords. And the parents love that shit, you know, because they're not bothering the parents that were there. But the parents like balloon animals too, you know, so that was kind of cool. I used to make an Elmo that was really cool. What am I doing? I used to go to bars with balloons and I made balloon animals. How I got into balloon animals? How did I get to be a clown? I know exactly how this happens. Here's how it starts. I used to go to the bookstore, like Barnes and Noble or Borders. There were lots of bookstores back in the day. This is back before the internet just changed the world. I used to go to it was Barnes and Noble that I went to, and I was with I don't know who I went. Somebody else needed some books on something. I don't know, and I just happened to be going with them. I want to say it was my roommate, but it doesn't. It's irrelevant to the story. And me actually thinking back to who the person was will get nowhere. It will gain no new information with it. So me going back there would be a big waste of everybody's time, kind of like me explaining that right now. So I went to the bookstore and I'm just kind of scanning the books. I was in hobbies. I was looking under hobbies, and there was a book that had a bag hanging off the side of it with something in the bag. And I was like, "What the hell is that?" And I grabbed the book, and it was a bag of balloons and a little bitty hand pump for balloons, and it says balloon how to make balloon animals. I'm like, "Well, okay, I want to learn how to make balloon animals," so I bought the book. That was life changing. That was a life changing book right there. So I took that home and I'm like, oh my God, this is so much fun. And then I found places that sold balloons, and I got better pumps. You know, I got better hand pumps, and I just fucking made a whole lot of balloons all the time. It was great. I made them all the time, all the time. I take balloons with me almost everywhere I go, and people sometimes if we go to parties and stuff, and people would say, "Did you bring any balloons?" And I'd be like, "I got them. Do you want to make some shit for people?" People were thrilled. One time I was at a party and everybody else passed out. They were all drunk. And then I had made a bunch of balloon animals, but they were just all over the place and they were in pieces and there people it was a big mess. There's a big mess in the whole house. And I'm like, man, I was afraid I was gonna get blamed for all these balloon parts and pieces that were all over the place. And so I was like, well, fuck. But there was a big mess everywhere, but the balloons are everywhere. So I made them all into animals and I put them all over the whole house. Balloon animals, I put them everywhere. I made different balloon animals and I just put them all over the house. I had them wrapped around things, around doorknobs and stuff like that. So I wanted that part to be pretty. But no, the rest of the house was still a mess because everybody else was drunk. It was hilarious. Anyway, when other people got up, eventually, because people were drunk and high, they're like, "There's animals everywhere. Let's shoot a blow dart at them." And then one of my friends shot one through a glass door on a speaker on a door cabinet, like a stereo cabinet. He shot one and it hit this one glass door and it completely shattered. And he wanted to blame me, but how could he? He was the one shooting a blow dart. He's like, oh, damn it, you made the balloon and put it there. I'm like, well, yeah, but you could have moved it. And it was like a big old, we used to have big old stereos back in the day. That was a thing, a big old rack stereo. Everybody had a big old rack. If you were somebody, you had a big old rack stereo, some big old speakers. And the bigger the speakers, the better. That was important. But you had a big old rack stereo, and it was in a cabinet sometimes, and it had a glass front on it. If you were classy. You had to have a record player. You had to have a tuner. For the tuner was for the radio. If you were super fancy, you had an equalizer and you could adjust that. But then you also had to have a cassette player. And if you were cool, you had to have two cassettes because sometimes you'd have your cassette you just bought from the store and you would make copies of it. That was legal. And then you would have, did I say a turntable? You'd have a turntable. Did I already say that? And then you might have an amplifier, but then you'd have speakers sitting right next to them. And sometimes you might have a subwoofer if you were really cool. It was all remote controlled and it was attached to your TV so that you could play your TV through your stereo. This was a big deal back in the day. That shit was all connected. There were so many fucking wires. There were so many fucking wires all over the place back in the day. This is something that this generation, the newer generations just don't know about. But there were wires fucking everywhere back in the day. And like no one can remember this. I remember it vividly. You had to hide all this wires that were everywhere. There were so many wires. So back when TVs were first made, you plugged it into the wall, and that was kind of it. There was the antenna, but the antenna was on the TV. But the old TVs, you just plugged them into the wall, and then they would work. But then later on, you had to plug them into the wall, and then you had to plug them into all these other things where there's just wires everywhere. And the more wires you had, that meant that you were doing cooler stuff. But nowadays, it's not like that anymore. Nowadays, you just plug the TV in and that's all you have to do. Everything's wireless again, like it was back when TV first started. TV first started, everything about it was wireless. You just plugged it in and then there you go. And now TVs are like that again. And I don't know why that's interesting to me, that now you can just plug your TV and it just goes. You don't have to plug it into anything else. You don't have to do anything else. It'll just automatically goes. Like we used to have to plug it in. Oh yeah, the VCR. I remember plugging it into the VCR. Or the DVD player. You had to do that. It was all connected. Your VCR, your DVD player, your stereo, your gaming system, and your TV. They were all connected together with wires. And so if your gaming system was here, your stereo was over here, your TV was over there, there were wires running to all of it if you were cool. But there was a big, goal. You had to hide these wires, but they just like ran across people's floors because sometimes you had surround sound speakers, like two of them were behind you. Yeah, these younger generations don't know about all these wires. These fucking wires are everywhere, man. These fucking wires were everywhere. They were just all over the place. And you just saw them and you just kind of ignored it. That's just the way it was. But no one remembers this, I don't think. But you don't need DVD players and VCRs and stereos. I gotta take my trash out. You don't need any of that shit anymore. But you had to have all that stuff. I had a record player and I had two cassettes and then eventually I had a CD player. And then there were stereos that had all that shit in one. Those were nice. I had an Iowa that had or I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right. AIWA. I had one of those really small, big speakers. It was nice. back in the day. You had to plug everything together. RCA wires, coaxial cable, speaker wire. So many wires. When you turn your stereo around, there were so many wires. Why am I talking about this? I'm like an hour behind. I'm so sorry. I've got to scroll. I've got to scroll. I know people are saying some interesting stuff. All right, wait, here's Spencer Burton. Hi, Spencer Burton says, hi, diddly ho, neighborinos, and then has a, shit, man, I'm an hour behind. My bad. All right, I've got to scroll a little. I gotta scroll a little in case somebody comes along. 6:41 says Truth Teller. Am I an hour and 20 minutes behind? 6:41. Am I an hour and 40? That tracks. I gotta move forward. Hilda Mouse says 6:45. Son of a bitch. Am I an hour and a half behind? Oh my god. Oh my god. Let's see here. Truth Teller says head fuck. That got held for review, and you spelled FCK. There was no U in there. And that got held for review as 2 words. Head fuck. That got held for review. If anybody wants to test to see if that works, head fuck is what it is. HEAD space FCK was held for review. I'm going to go ahead and show that. I don't know if it has something to do, like FCK normally goes, but maybe with the word head in front of it, that makes it a sex thing or something. I don't know. You can figure that out. Head, okay. Yeah, FCK normally makes it. I don't know why that didn't make it. It sounded like somebody was walking in my attic for like 1 step. You can't walk in my attic, it makes a lot of noise. Well, here's my name. Hilda Mouse says, Walton, your hyper focus would make you a great interrogator. Well, maybe, well, but if it was a monologue. My hyperfocus, I don't know, I lack focus sometimes, but it's hard to, like, an interrogator requires, in order to be a good interrogator, you've got to be able to read body language, and that's hard for me. And then you got to be able to read people's, the way that they say things, their pitch, their tone, their volume, that stuff. You got to be able to read that too. And you got to know their things like sarcasm and other things and plays on words and stuff like that. And you got to be able to do understand all that instantly, and you have to be able to adapt on the fly based on that, knowing the best way to communicate with other people. And since I have autism, nope, that's not a good career choice for me. Would be interrogator, unless it was a monologue situation, like where the person just stood there and I just kind of said stuff. It'd have to be a teamwork kind of thing. Maybe I could monologue it in, but then maybe someone else could redo all that reading of the. I don't remember what I was just saying. I gotta move on. 6:55. Man, I'm not even an hour behind. Sabrina says 5:55. I'm still an hour behind. My God, man. Excuse me, that's disgusting. No, True Teller said message redacted. Okay, and it says it's 7:02. Wow, I'm so bad. Wait, Sabrina says I'll be back later. Bye. My phone's hung up. Bye, Sabrina. Oh, my phone's at 100%, man. I can unplug it. I was needlessly plugged in there, and that was unnecessary. It was needless and unnecessary. And now that I think about it, it said that my phone would be charged in like an hour and 5 minutes, and that was at 6 o'clock. Yeah, I could have unplugged that an hour ago. Motherfucker. Hilda Mouse is at 7:05. I'm exactly an hour behind. Yay, me. Thank you, Hilda Mouse. 7:10, also from Hilda Mouse. Thank you very much. True Teller says 7:30. Okay, all right, 45 minutes. What's going on? I'll read something here that's happening. Hilda Mouse says, no, I am the car accident, LOL. Oh, I remember talking about the car accident. Oh shit, you had you're the only one in the car accident? Wait, is that what that means? I'm 30 minutes away. So I am, wait, here we go. LMAO. I'm going back now. I just went back. I went back two messages to. I'm not gone. LOL. I haven't quite figured out how to read comments and delivering. LOL. Oh wait, here we go. That's the one I read. I'm in a car accident. I'm going through live comments right now. Other people comments. LMAO. No, I am the car accident. LOL. And then 7:31. That's when I'm okay. And then the monolith says, hello, the monolith says, I want to make an inappropriate joke, but I'll keep it to myself. What am I supposed to do with that? I want to say something, but I'm going to keep it to myself. What? There's a rule there. There's something that's supposed to happen there, and I've got autism, and I need some feedback on this one here. What do you say when somebody does just that? Monoliths, I'm sorry to put you on the spot, but you left a comment, and I'm sorry, I have to talk about it. You said, I want to make an inappropriate joke, but I'll keep it to myself. Why say anything in the first place if you were going to do that? Are you trying to say that you want us to say, go ahead and say the inappropriate joke? Did somebody already say that? Well, I don't know. What would be the point of saying I want to do something, but I was going to do something that involved you, but I'm not going to? Why say anything at all in that situation? Because I've gotten that kind of stuff my whole life. When someone says something to me like that, I'm like, I'm not sure what you're wanting me to say at that point. Or were you asking for permission to say the joke? That makes sense, but I'm not 100% sure if that's what that means. Is that what that means? Because if that's what that means, that's something that's a valuable piece of information that I might need to make a video into when someone says something like that. But I don't know. It also might be, and this is the horror part of my brain working. That might be a situation where I grew up with a lot of I know something, but I'm not going to tell you. I know something really important. I know a super secret or something big like that, but I'm not going to tell you. I grew up with that. Yeah. Uh, the other person was superior, and I was inferior at everything. All right. I hope I didn't get off on a tantrum. I had a small flashback right there, but I think I'm okay. Okay, Monolith says, hey, truth, and I feel like working out. Awesome. I haven't felt like working out in decades. I'm wearing black. I forgot. Well, let's see here. Spencer Burton says, toggle is a good word. I agree. Toggle is a good word. Toggle. Mm-hmm. That's a fun word to say. Or it's a good word to say. I don't know about fun, but there's words that kind of toggle. Toggle. Doesn't roll off the tongue like buddy does, but toggle. Toggle's a more I'm saying this word. And buddy is more of a it's not even thinking about it. I just say it, buddy. Did I say this before? Buddy's an autism world. Buddy came from Planet Autism. There's no doubt. Autistics created that word buddy. We can trace it back to the first time it was used, but that person was an autistic. There's no doubt, because buddy's an autism word. Because that word just rolls off the tongue. There's something about that word, buddy. Truto says, hey, Mono, wishing you well. The Monolith says, I want a tattoo of a Master Chief on my chest or a Templar Knight, family history. You talking about the words Master Chief on your chest or Templar Knight? Is that what you're saying? Both sound awesome. I was going to say wicked, but wicked in a good way. Wicked. But I realize that wicked might have different meanings for other people, so awesome meaning good. Wicked? Awesome Wicked? All right. Truth Teller says message retracted. You still hold your title. Don't worry. Star Parp says Master Chief is my. Oh, this was held for review. You can't say that. You can't say that. But I'm gonna hide that right now. But you can't say that word. That was held for review. Truth Teller says if I had chicken, I was going to get an SSH on the side of my index fingers. If I had children, I said chicken. Fuck. All right, I'm gonna start over. Truth Teller says if I had children, I was going to get SSH on the inside of my index fingers to jokingly help. Never had kids, so that's all sorted. LOL. SSH on the inside of my index fingers. Oh, like shh. Is that what you were talking about? That's funny. You don't have to say anything. You ever see Raiders of the Lost Ark when Indiana Jones was in the classroom teaching his class? There was like all the young girls that were in the class. This was college. They were all like dreamy eyed over him, like ah. And one of the girls closed her eyes and it said "love you" on her eyelids. You know, like "I love you" kind of thing. And I was like, that's what I thought of when I thought of. Raiders of the Lost Ark, man. That was a good movie. It really was. Yeah, it was ruined. It was ruined by Big Bang Theory. Did you see the Big Bang Theory? They ruined Raiders of not really ruined it, but they realized that Indiana Jones didn't really do anything in the movie. Let's see here. Star Harps. No, I got it. I got it. Truth Teller says tattoo related. What is? Monolith says I've never had this. Oh, I have. Oh, okay, 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 okay. So these are tattoos that Monolith has. This too shall pass. That's awesome. I also have a guitar under my arm, and I want a clover up my shoulder. This too shall pass. That phrase never had any effect on me, ever since I've heard it, and I remember exactly when I heard it. This is weird. I'm just now thinking about this, but I remember the first time that I ever heard that. I was in some sort of advanced reading class that I really hated but I had to like leave my art class in order to go to this other class, and so we would just sit there and we would read books and stuff. It was terrible. Anyway, they talked about that story with the ring and this too shall pass thing, and that sentence never had meaning for me. It never meant anything to me because even back then, because I as a child I had mental illness. It was not good. I and I had to have been. I can tell you my age. I had to have been like 7. But I was like, this too shall pass. And I'm like, nope, I had feelings that I knew would never pass. And I remember thinking this at the age of 7 years old. I'm like, I feel a certain bad way right now. And I knew at age of 7 it would never pass. I would always feel that way. And here it is 40 years later, 40 more, that I still feel the same fucking way. And I do, and I knew it as a child. The first time I heard that phrase, "This too shall pass," because it said this was like supposed to be a profound statement. That's supposed to be like, "Oh, okay." No, never worked on me. And I thoroughly examined this sentence in my head, how all the different ways that I can interpret this sentence. Nope, nothing. What's that shit called? What's that shit about? I mean, I know why. I know why I'm that way, but it's the fact that I knew, how did I know as a child that I would always feel that way? This way. It's still the same. It's depression. It's depression. I know that I don't know what it was then. No clue what it was that I had growing up, but I knew that I was suffering from something. I wish I would have known what it was. I wish people would have given a shit enough to figure that shit out. But I had depression at a very, very young age. There's no doubt about it. And it caused me to behave certain ways that are just telltale ways of a person who is very depressed. That's fucked up. How the fuck did I know that? Then I remember thinking that. I remember thinking this phrase has no meaning. This too shall pass. I'm sorry, I don't want to talk shit on your tattoos, the monolith. That's twice now I'm fucking with something that you said. I'm not, it's not cool. But you said this too shall pass, and it just made me think of something else. So if that statement worked on you, it worked on that king who had it, right? And it worked on Sheldon Cooper, right? And they talked about that in Big Bang Theory also. So that's cool if that, but that didn't work, doesn't do anything for me. Like I feel a certain crappy way, and I there's no reason to believe it will ever pass. It never has. There's no reason to believe that it ever will. Yeah, and that's complex post-traumatic stress disorder. There's no doubt about that. I don't like the fact that as an incredibly small child, I had a certain type of very adult awareness that a child should not have. That's depressing. Kind of makes me want to cry. I'm not going to, but it kind of makes me want to. All right. Truth Teller says, love that mono. You're not talking about mono, though. Okay. Monologue? Monologue. That's what I thought first, but then I thought mono, the disease. We're like, that's just ridiculous. It's not disease. Let's see. Monolith says, I have one that just didn't age well. Oh man, what does that mean? Like, did it fade, change colors? Tattoos that don't age well, that can mean different things. Did it turn? Did you have? Was it black at one time and then it turned green? Is that a thing anymore? The ink's better these days, right? Back in the day, it was. And I got that song in my head again. Back in the day, but there was a the tattoos were green. You'd see like bikers and shit with these full. Only bikers had sleeve tattoos back in the day. People who were in gangs, or they rode motorcycles had full sleeve tattoos. But they were all green. They were all green shit that was all over their arms. Black was the color that it started out as, but it turned green like I don't know relatively quickly. That was just the thing. One time I was in a department store. It was in a mall. I was in a department store. I worked in a mall one time, and there was a woman in there, and I remember this very plainly because she was an older woman, and she had tattooed eyebrows, and they had turned green over time. So she had green, literally had green eyebrows, and it was very obvious what had happened. She didn't have eyebrows. I guess it was just I don't know what happened there, but she didn't grow eyebrows, so she had tattooed eyebrows put in. But they faded to green over time. And I remember looking at this, and she had a family with her, and I'm like, did nobody tell her that how obvious that is that those are green? I don't know. Yeah, anyway, I don't know why my brain works the way that it does. The monolith says, maybe I'll put a Templar shield on my shoulder. I don't know. And then emoji. Spencer Burton says, my girlfriend has a tattoo, which is totally fine, but I kind of wish she didn't because it covers up her beautiful skin. Oh my God. That was just so sweet. I'm going to get cavities. Let me read that one again. My girlfriend has a tattoo, which is totally fine. My girlfriend has a tattoo, which is totally fine. Like I'm okay with that. But I kind of wish she didn't because it covers up her beautiful skin. Oh my God. That's just adorable. That's just not the kind of thing I don't think I would ever say. That was sickly sweet. It really was. I'm gonna read it one more time. I'm gonna read it one more time. All right, Spencer Burton says, my girlfriend has a tattoo, which is totally fine, but I kind of wish she didn't because it covers up her beautiful skin. Oh my God, that is so sweet. I don't know why that's so funny. True Teller says, I used to know someone who had big-ish, who got a big-ish 5-year tattoo. Yeah, it turns out that's not a thing, and it's like a crappy pencil mark 30 plus years later, lol. A biggish 5-year tattoo? What's a biggish 5-year tattoo? Like it took 5 years to get the tattoo put on there, but now it just looks like crappy pencil. That sucks. If you spent 5 years getting a tattoo. Truth Teller says the grass will always seem greener because the distance makes an illusion. Spencer, fertilize with BS. Just enjoy what you have instead. Emoji. Fertilized with BS. The grass is always greener on the other side. I don't believe the grass is greener. Well, I mean, I guess that situation works in some ways. Like I assume the grass is greener for like people who have money. I assume the grass is greener for them. Like literally and figuratively, I assume that life is better for people who have more money. But I don't know. Yeah, that's my grass is greener sign. Spencer Burton says that's good advice, Truth. Truth Teller says, if only it was short and snappy enough for a t-shirt. Hey, Spencer, humph, screenshot of it instead, lol. Truth Teller says, it is 7:41. I am 40 minutes behind. Crushing it. Hilda Mouse says, I'm totally stealing a clip of your excitement about my shout out on boring channel lol. That just cracked me up. I can see everything everyone said now, and that's cool. I wish I could have seen them on my boring channel. Well, I don't know if I read that right. I'm totally stealing the clip of your excitement about my shout out on my channel. It's cracked me up. I wish I could have seen them on my boring channel. Seen what? You didn't, the comments I made? I'm confused. I got confused. It might be in there and it might be easy, but my dog just started staring at me right now and it just threw me off while I was reading it. All right, his head's down. Nope, his head's up. No, he's getting up. Nope, now his head's back down. We're good. But I think he wants to get up, but he realized that was an ordeal, so he just laid back down. That's temporary. He's going to be up in a moment. Wait, hold on. Truth Teller says, love that, Hilda. Relatable emoji. Well, wait, you did make sense apparently. If Truth Teller understood you, then there was some sense to be made, and I didn't understand. The monolith says, Walton, you're creative. What about? And Spencer Burton says, I feel like I kind of miss the way TV used to be, and that's probably just nostalgia, although I think we valued the shows we did watch more when access to them was limited by time. We did. And then we watched shows. This was everybody that did this. When we watched programs, like that you would go talk to people. If you worked with people, you go talk to them at work about the shows you watched. Because if you watched whatever, you knew more about that than the other person, so you could talk about it. When you were kids, you did the same thing. Did you watch this last night? Did you watch that last night? Oh my God, let me tell you all about it. That one thing. But if they watched it, you're kind of like, oh, okay. Well, we can kind of talk about it, like, but it's like, nah, it's not the same. If you watch something and somebody else didn't watch it, you could then talk all about it. And that was the key, was to watch something that somebody else wished they would have watched. That was a good thing. And the nostalgia for the old tube TVs that had you had to get up. There was no remote control. There was dials on there. There were four. Normally it was four dials on there that were main dials on there. And it was the VHF one, the UHF one, and then it was the turn on and volume knob that was all one. And then the other one was brightness. So you could turn the brightness up and down so that if you're like at nighttime, you could get up real easily and you turn the brightness down if it was too bright, and then during the day you turn the brightness back up. Yeah, but then if you flip down, there's a little door, and if you flip down the little door, you could adjust the tint, the color, the blah 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 blah. But you had to just leave that one closed. Anyway, there were four knobs on there, and every time, and that's what kids were for apparently, was to change the channel for the adults, and they wanted you to just stand there and be the remote control. Like, okay, now flip it to this channel. All right, hold on, just stand there and wait. Just stand there and wait, and then you would flip it to another channel. Just stand there and wait, and then you would flip it to whatever it was. Okay, yeah, leave it there. And then you could sit down, but then you'd have to like get up too loud, turn it down, some shit like that. I don't know. Everybody had to agree on the volume, and it was a thing. That's still a thing. But whenever you had to change the channel, like so, there's one thing you wanted to watch at 7, and something else you wanted to watch on a different channel at 8 o'clock. You had to turn the knob, and all kids did this. They went up there and went like as fast as they could, and then they wanted to land right on that number. Like so, if it was 7 clicks, and you wanted to do like right there as fast as you could, and then land on the correct one every single time. It was a game for children, and all of us did it, and all of the parents yelled at us and said, "Don't turn that so fast! You're gonna break it!" It was just all the time. You're gonna break the TV, and I'm like, I got in trouble for this, and I was not allowed to watch TV because I said this statement right here. I said, "Have you ever broken a TV ever in that way?" And because the answer was no, I got in trouble for asking that question. I was being a smartass, and it's just like I had never heard of a TV being broken in that way from someone turning the knob too quickly. Sure, I guess it could have broken that way. I don't know, but their TVs were pretty damn sturdy. I had a Zenith. I remember a Zenith TV because it had the dog on it with the record player on there. That's how you knew it was a Zenith. It had the dog with the record player. And when your TV's crapped out, you would pick them up and you would take them to a place that fixed TVs. And that's the way TVs work. You would take them to get repaired. It's not like today where getting them repaired costs more than buying a new TV. And what the hell, you might as well upgrade while you're there. It's not the same. And I don't think TVs can get any better visually, like they can, but I don't think there's a point when your eyes no longer can perceive the difference. You can't tell the difference anymore. And I think we're there. I've read something that said that we were there, where it doesn't matter how much better they improve a television, you'll never notice the difference with the naked eye. You might notice a difference if you looked at it on your phone, which is really weird. But you wouldn't notice a difference if you looked at it on the naked eye. I don't know why I'm holding this. Did I say I was going to smoke pot? But I think sound quality can still improve. But I think they said the visual quality, there's just no point. Like what is it, 4K? If it all of a sudden was 5K or 10K or 100K, 100,000K, not 100K, that's less. I don't know that you would actually notice the difference. But I don't know. They need to do the next thing. TVs need to be 3D. They need to get that shit done. Why we don't have 3D holograms yet, I don't know. Why don't we have 3D? Why aren't TVs outside of the box? And they're called TVs, right? No one calls them televisions. They were called TV sets or a television set. It was a set. It's like, no, I only got one. But it was called a TV set. And people said that. Older people said TV set. They didn't say TV, they said TV set. And I guess that's what it was called. But no, us younger generations, no, we called it TV. It was just easier. We were just lazy. Although Americans are lazy in general. People are just lazy in general. They always want to make shit easier. That's why we say pretty instead of pretty. The word is pretty, but no one says pretty. They say pretty. Just rolls off the tongue. I don't need to do drugs. I'm already having problems with anxiety right now. Although this can help my anxiety, but I have problems with depression, and this doesn't help depression. Which one's worse? Probably depression. I don't think anxiety is going to kill me. Depression will kill me. There's no doubt about that. I often wonder about that. Is my depression fatal? Do I have the fatal kind of depression? I'm borderline if I'm not. But I have the depression, there's no doubt. It's at the severe part. But I always called it, it's not this anymore, but when it was before, before, back in the before, I said I had functioning depression. So I could just go through my whole, this was until like a year and a half ago. I had functioning depression, and that would be where I can keep going. I can keep doing everything, but you wouldn't know I was depressed unless I told you that I was depressed, or you were around me all the time, and you just saw the times when I wasn't hiding the fact that I was depressed. But now I have functioning depression, which a lot of people suffer from functioning depression, especially people my age and older. Depression was something that was like really looked down upon. Like if you had depression, it's like kind of like you were a drug addict or something. You did it to yourself. It was kind of like that. There was this negative stigma around depression for a long, long time. There was a negative stigma around uh, drug use, drug addicts specifically. Drug addicts were bad people. People who did drugs were bad people. So drug addicts are bad people. So if somebody used to use drugs, they're bad people. That kind of thing. And that's just not true. Uh, so there was a negative stigma about drug addicts. So if you had a family member that was a drug addict, you would not talk about that family member. You would just kind of hide the fact that you had a family member that was, you try and hide the fact that they were a drug addict because the family was looked down upon because one person was a drug user. And luckily that stigma hopefully has gone away where, your family is associated with one person who does one thing, but sometimes it's not. There's a definite, in my opinion, there's definitely a far better understanding of drug addiction now than there was in like the 80s. It was non-existent. Yeah, it was just drugs are bad. People who use drugs are bad. I remember being taught that everybody who used drugs were bad people. Yep. That's exactly what I was taught. That's exactly how I was raised. People who use drugs were bad people. So like I had an image in my head of like you see like and like watching TV, you see like bikers, they were bad people, and then you had like criminals were bad people. This was I remember this back in the late 70s. I was born in 75, but I remember the late 70s. But I remember that like this particular facial hair that I have, like a mustache, and like this was not so common, but the mustache, just like this right here, was common in this late 70s among counterculture. It wasn't common among regular society. It was more common among counterculture, like I don't know, criminal aspect or like the Hollywood movies. There was a lot of this. So like then once counterculture they like something, then it can become mainstream right after that. And then it did. So this is like my impression of every white man in the 80s is this right here. This is my impression. And this is nailed it. This is right on the money right here. Back in the 80s, this was the thing. Yeah, so it was like if you had in the late 70s, if you had this kind of a mustache only, you were a bad person. You were like a hippie, you used drugs, or you were like a biker or a gang member or something, and you used drugs, something like that. But then in the 80s, it became wildly popular. Then everybody who had a mustache like this was that's like, oh yeah, like all the women wanted the guys who had the mustache like this. And there are a lot of great examples. There was Tom Selleck was a big one. He was on Magnum PI, and there was a lot of talk about that mustache. There was I remember when I was very young, then the adults didn't when they talked around you when you're young, they just assume you have no idea what they're talking about, and that's true. You don't. I didn't, but I remember being really young around a group of women, a bunch of women, and they were talking about the base. They were talking about baseball, but they were talking specifically about Keith Hernandez. Keith Hernandez played on the St. Louis Cardinals for a while, but he had a cocaine problem that was really fucking with the team, and that's why he got traded away, according to Whitey Herzog. So Keith, everybody talked about Keith Hernandez and his mustache, but I remember they were saying things that were inappropriate to say around a child, but I was so young, I had no clue what they were saying. But as an adult, now I can think back to when this happened. And the age I'm talking about is, I don't know, two? I was very, very young. I remember them talking about Keith Hernandez. And talking about people's mustaches and talking these were women talking about what they wanted to do to the men who had these mustaches. This is what I remember. My dog's getting all twitchy and I don't know what he wants. Come here. There we go. I have a dog. He's my buddy. I have a dog. He's my friend. I think I just started singing a song. I have a dog. He's my buddy. My buddy. Nope. I don't lick you. Remember we talked about this. I don't lick you, so you don't need to lick me. I pet him all the time, but he never pets me, which is a good thing because he's got these long ass freaking claws, and they do not retract. He's a dog. There's no retraction. It's not a cat. Cats can retract their claws, so when they like make biscuits on you, it's adorable. If this thing did that, I'd have scratch marks, claw marks. Yeah, he's the best dog. Did I say that? He's the best dog. I got the best dog in the world. Don't I? Yes, I do. Yes, I do. Yeah, we just talked about this. We just talked about this. I don't lick you. Right? Right? Yeah. You think I'm saying something? Oh, you got funk in your eyes. Got it. Let me get the other one. Got it. Boom. Nailed it. He gives me about 1 second to grab the booger. One booger in each eye. I got 1 second per eye. If I don't get it in 1 second, he's like, his head's just like, no, no, no. So I gotta be quick, man. I gotta get it, but I gotta stay away from his eyes. And I miss all the time because I have error on me, missing and not getting it, but not hitting his eye. Hi, buddy. Oh, I'm live streaming. I know that. I've got to scroll down and see when the next time is. 7:50. Oh wait, I have a text message. Hold on. Oh my God, I'm on your live. Get to my comment. I'm supporting. You're hilarious. Love you. 8:30. Oh shit, that's my kid. Shit. Sorry, I just now got your message. I thought it was an alarm going off. No, wait, I don't have it on there. Okay, my kid says, "Oh my God, I'm on your live. Get to your comments. I'm supporting. You're hilarious. Love you." Okay, hold on, hold on, hold on. I'm like way behind. Hold on, I gotta find it. Hold on, hold on. Wait, do you want me to say, will people figure out who you are? Hold on. Oh shit, I lost the comments because I went off there. Here it is. There she is. There's my kids. I can't hear you, but okay, so it's Autumn Seasons. That's my kid right there. That's my daughter. She's on my live stream and she says hi with lots of exclamation points. Hi, I didn't realize you were on there. I'm like I get really far behind and I talk about stuff and shit happens, that kind of thing. So anyway, that's my daughter. She says hi. I can't hear you, by the way. My sound's not on. But how did you know I'm hilarious if you can't hear me? If you can't hear me at all. Okay, sorry. Oh my God. So my kid, yeah, I don't know if she's still here or not, but that's her. Let's see. She sent that message at 8:30. It was 10 minutes ago. So she sent the message. I don't know if she's still there. So my daughter sent me four text messages. First one is OMG, I'm on your live. Get to my comments. All in all capitals. She does not type in all capitals. And then she says, I'm supporting. And then she says, you're hilarious. And then she says, love you. So that was all within 3 minutes. Love you, kid. Love you. Sorry, I didn't say that back. Love you. Okay, hold on. Oh shit, I did it again. I lost the comments. Hold on, hold on. I gotta scroll back. Damn it, I lost the comments. Here we are. Son of a bitch. Okay, yes, that's my kid. Did she say something else? Here we go. Trust, I know, but damn, that's a long time. What are we talking about? What, re-listen to me talking about my depression? What? Why are you watching my shit, kid? Didn't I tell you not to watch my channel? And you said you weren't going to watch my channel. I mean, if you want to watch it, it's fine. I'm not talking about anything bad because I'm not allowed to. There's rules on YouTube. You're not allowed to talk about certain stuff. But I don't know what we're talking about. Trust, I know, but damn, that's a long time. What are we talking about? And she said, I want to see Yo Bear. That there, here we go. Yo Bear. Yo Bear is the Yoda Bear. That's what my daughter calls the dog. My dog Yoda Bear. He wants me to put him down right now, and I'm having a hard time taking him seriously because both of his ears are backwards, and he did that on his own. But I'm gonna put him down. Hold on. Hop on. I think we might have to go. What time is it? We might have to go for a W with him, but I don't know. It's not definitely not time to EAT. He just shook off twice. Now he's looking at me. I don't know what you want, man. You want it down, but now he wants me to pick him back up. I don't know what to do. I got to read the other comments on here. Kid, did you see the dog? I gotta go back. I gotta back up from Will and where are we? Well, shit, here we go. Will I say or do anything differently with my kid on here? My daughter's in her early 20s. With my daughter watching my live stream, would I say or do anything differently? No. I mean, I would not talk about the certain things that I would not talk, that YouTube does not allow to talk about, but other than that, no. Do I edit myself in front of my kid under normal circumstances? No, I don't. I normally just say what I'm thinking. And if I say something that's odd or weird, I'll just backtrack it and be like, wait, hold on, whatever I meant to say, I meant to say it this other way or some shit like that. Do you want down, brother? I don't know what he wants. I don't want to put the blanket back on my legs because it's really hot. All right, what were we talking about here? Hold on. Here we go. All right, so I scrolled off to read my text messages because my daughter had sent a text message. So, when I scrolled back, I lost a lot of messages, and I feel bad about that. No, maybe not a lot because I actually have no idea because I don't know how far behind I was, but I was behind. Anyway, the dog's being a dick pickle right now. I'm struggling to think and say stuff at the same time. But so I'm all caught up here, but the first message is on here. I can't go past this one, and I don't know what the time is, but it says, I'm trying to get to it. It's from Hilda Mouse, and it says Walton. That's me. I also had to grow up a lot more than I should have. I've struggled with mental illness for most of my life. Everyone just thought I was a bad kid, but never considered the environment. No, you never thought it was the environment? Oh man, my environment fucked me up. There's no doubt about that. And it's sad because I remember. So, if you don't know, is that a bad thing? I don't know. Mental illness sucks. Spencer Burton says, imagine this. Someone out there has a tattoo of Kramer from Seinfeld. Oh man, that sucks, you know? I would hate to get a tattoo. That's why you don't want to get a tattoo of anybody until they're dead. And then like dead and like they're long gone dead. Like you don't want any skeletons popping up later. I was thinking about the Who, you know the Who, like you have a tattoo of the band The Who on your arm or something like that, or cause one of them, what Pete Townsend get in some trouble with some of the stuff on his computer or some shit, and then or you had some other band where somebody got yeah, that would be awful. Yeah, what was the tattoo you just said? I totally forgot. Kramer from Seinfeld. Yeah, imagine if you had the Kramer. You know the Kramer. That was the painting that was done of Kramer. Imagine if you got that on your body, the Kramer. And Seinfeld was it was a great show at that time. Looking back on it, it's nothing that's terribly special. But at the time, it was a big damn deal. Seinfeld was a huge deal. In America at that time, Seinfeld was way bigger than Friends. Way bigger than Friends. But in America, but worldwide, Friends was far more popular because Friends is far more universal than Seinfeld is. Seinfeld was very American. To talk about people like a close talker or a loud talker or a high talker, that's a very American thing to do. I have a dog. Can you see him? I want to make sure that everybody. No, the comments are in the way, aren't they? But he's adorable. He's just sitting right here. I don't know what he wants. But I had to stop reading comments because I had to pet the dog. What time is it? That's not the question. The question is what time was it when I F-E-A-T F-E-A-D him. F-E-D him. F-E-D-ed him? Fed him. That's not the word that even, I don't even know what I was thinking. It's E-A-T is the word that he gets. Fed doesn't do anything. I'm trying to think about the time it was when I fed him last. Fed has no effect on, why was I trying to spell that out? That didn't even make sense. All right, so I try to feed him it's every 10 hours is when he normally gets hungry. It's every 10 hours, which is just a pain in the ass to remember because I can never remember what time it was that I fed him last. So sometimes I think he just kind of nudges at me and I'm like, oh, okay. Like maybe he gets 3 meals in a day. He's not fat. He's a skinny little bastard. No one call him skinny. But he's not fat. I can see his ribs. He's adorable. He's my buddy. I've got my selenite with me. It's good for my brain. I've been told. Let's see here. Truth Teller says, I bet Walton has a strong one-liner he has found comforting, that we'd be like. Nah, LOL. Has found a strong one-liner he has found comforting. I bet Walton has a strong one-liner he has found comforting, that we'd be like, nah, LOL. I have a lot of one-liners. I wrote books on my one-liners. I've written a lot of one-liners, and I've written several books about them. I only published one. Don't buy it though; it's not that great. Let's see here. True Teller says, greetings, Autumn. Wave emoji. Approximately 30 to 60-minute delay on reading your message. Hold tight, he's worth it. You were talking to my kid. That's hilarious. It's like, yeah, it's approximately a 30 to 60-minute wait. Now it's 30 to 60-minute wait for everybody else. My kid has a direct access to me. So she's like, no. She made that shit go faster. That's hilarious. Oh man, I hope she thinks I'm worth it. I don't know. Let's see. Truth Teller says, "LOL, Spencer. No, they'll regrow soon enough." What are we talking about? And then let's see here. My daughter, Autumn seasons. That's what daughter says. Trust. I know, but damn, that's a long time. She was talking to Trust. Okay, that's cool. True Teller says, LOL, Autumn felt that. True Teller says 8:23. So it's 8:48 right now. That is 25 minutes. 25 minutes behind, that's not bad. But I did read my message here. I skipped to my kid's message, where she said another one, which is I want to see Yo Bear, which was my dog, but now he wants down again. Do you want down? True Teller says Yoda brewing a poop. It happens. Yeah, he is. I'm sure he's got to drop one, but he might be hungry. Hilda Mouse says, Walton, you said something about paper ink, and my mind went directly to purple copying ink, and I saw a small documentary which talked about the chemical used to ink making students ink making students want to do their schoolwork. The younger people wouldn't understand the love of the smell of purple ink. I don't think they even sell that type of ink anymore. You're talking about what is that called? The vellum machine, vellum machine might be what it's called. The one that they didn't have copy machines back in the 80s. I think it was called vellum, is what it was. Ah! Damn dog moved his head. The vellum machine. It was this big spinning thing. That's how they made copies, and it made this smell that came off of it, and it's just like, yeah, I remember that smell. So, and I remember that thing was loud. It was a loud machine. And the Mrs. Ghostman was her name. God, she was a horrible bitch. She was the one who would at my elementary school. She was the one that worked that sucker. But when I remember they had copy machines. They had Xerox back then, but they were expensive, and they weren't called copy machines. They were called Xeroxes. That's what everybody called them. But the big vellum machine, the big rolling thing, Mrs. Ghostman fucking hated her because she was also in charge of the cap. She wasn't a teacher. She was just also in charge of cafeteria, and she was just a horrible tyrant. So I didn't like her. And then a lot of the other teachers didn't look like her either. Looking back on it, just based on how they talked about her, I recognize now that my teachers didn't like this woman either. She was not a teacher. She was just a horrible person. And the librarian was horrible too. The librarian was awful, and this was my elementary school, and she gave the same exact speeches every single time. She was just a miserable human being, you could tell. But she was just a tyrant in the library, and she was very happy and proud to be a tyrant. But it's like the first day, she always talked about there was carpet in the library, but there wasn't carpet in any of the other rooms. And she said things like, "You don't come in here with muddy shoes, and you're gonna have muddy shoes. You're gonna leave your shoes outside." This, that, and the other. But she had the exact same speech that she gave every single year, and I hated that. And I don't remember her name, and that's a good thing. But I had to sit on the floor in elementary school a lot, and I remember hating that with a fucking passion. I hated it on so many levels. The floor was dirty, because you put your hands on it, or you would lay down on it sometimes. It sucked having to sit there, but I remember having to, like, we were in one classroom and we had to go in another classroom to watch a film, and that was on a projector, literally film, and it was on a projector and it rolled, and we had to watch it on, yeah, and it just displayed on there and turn the lights out, and it was hot but we had to go in other classrooms so they could just show it one time, and we had to sit on the floor. And if they were showing the film in our classroom, we didn't have to sit on the floor. But it felt like we went to other classrooms more than we did just stay in my classroom to watch whatever film they had to show. Or they had the projector there was the one where it was a slides, and you had to play it, you hit the audio. It was a slide projector. And this was before they had film projectors, but those are more expensive. And they rattled, and then you had to rewind those. But they had the slide projectors back in the day. Holy shit, do I remember those too? God, I hated those things. There's a teacher normally worked the slide to hit the button, but you would watch, there would be sound playing. They play sound on something different. Like they had some sort of, and I don't remember what it was, a tape, it was a cassette. It was some sort of way to place the sound, and then it would go beep, and then they knew to go to the teacher would have to hit the button to go to the next slide in the projector, and a slide was just a still picture. And then it would go beep, and then they would do it again. There was just this guy always talking with this monotone voice on all these different things, and sometimes the teacher would like fall asleep while she was doing this because it was so fucking boring for everybody. And then like and then the beep would happen, the teacher wouldn't advance the thing forward, and and the students are right there to correct the teacher. You're behind, you missed one, you missed one. Or the teacher would accidentally hit the button twice and they couldn't go back. They didn't go back. So you'd have to stop the thing in order to somehow to get the thing to go back. And there were times that the teacher, it would be something important, the teacher would have to go through, hit the button and go through forward all the way because it only went one way. It would have to go through, and it took forever to get, to get back there because that slide was important. But sometimes a teacher would try and reach in there with their long fingernails and try and pull that one slide out and pull the other one out and then drop it in there so he could see it. But that was a delicate process, and you could mess up the order of those slides real easy. And if you did that, then it didn't make sense going through. The shit that happened, man, shit was hard back in the day. There were chalkboards. Do kids know what chalkboards are these days? They were called blackboards too, because they were black or they were green. They were either black or they were green. And there was chalk on there, and then they had these little metal things that held the sticks of chalk. And stealing chalk was a big thing. Stealing chalk was something all the kids stole chalk. You'd have to like line up in the front of the classroom sometimes for some other thing something that was going on in elementary school. Stealing chalk, oh yeah, oh yeah, I stole chalk. I was awesome because I stole chalk. And then we go to recess and you play with it. You would go find some place where they can't see you, and then you would write stuff on the wall, maybe draw pictures of people with penises. Oh my God, I was a good kid, let me tell you. Probably not. Why would I draw people with penises? I don't know. Probably because I had a shitty childhood. Yeah, probably. That makes sense. Now it all adds up, man. All my shit adds up. I had this weird behavior then or now. Why is that? Oh, yeah, I can trace that right back. Okay, my dog's being annoying and I don't know what to do with him. Okay, here we go. Where are we? Hilda Mouse says, wait, schoolwork. No, we said that. Monolith says, GTG to work, got to go to work, ugh. I know what GTG means, and then emoji. Wee Yin says, hi, Wee Yin. Says, hello, everyone. I'm somewhat drunk, a smidge. Nice. That's the best when you're somewhat drunk, and because then when you get more than somewhat drunk, you get, somewhat of a hangover. Or more than somewhat of a hangover. I think he wants to be fed. Can you hold on? We might have to have a food break. I mean, I can yell or something from the other room. Nah, I'm just gonna walk over there. Oh, I'm gonna have to pee. I just stood up. I'm 48. How long have I been sitting? I've been sitting for 3 hours not moving. I'm 48 years old. I shouldn't be fucking doing that. I just got up. All of my organs moved. Something pushed on my bladder. Hold on. I gotta feed my dog. I'm on my way. That's awesome. I ordered Domino's pizza for dinner tonight. I ordered five medium pizzas, and they sent me three mediums and two larges. And they called me right after I put the order in and said, "Hey, we're running a little late. It's going to be like an hour, hour and a half. Do you still want your order?" And I said, "Yes, I still do. But hey, thank you for calling." I thought that was like really nice that they called instead of just making it an hour and a half. They actually called and said it might be an hour and a half. It was like closer to an hour and 10 minutes, but I didn't mind waiting. So I don't know why I actually got large ones or got two larges instead of two mediums. That doesn't seem accurate. But I always order my pizza uncut because I like to cut it into slivers so that it fits into it's that way, my air fryer. I'm like pointing over here, but you can't see where I'm pointing. It's that way because you need to know. I cut it a certain way, so I get this medium and I cut them into slivers. But they cut two of these. But Domino's has delivery insurance. If there's ever a problem, you just do this, type in this thing online, and it automatically I can just go there and say, "Hey, you cut my pizzas, and I didn't want them cut." Because Domino's wants to know that. If they screw up, they want to know. So I was gonna thought about reporting them, but I got two large pizzas for free, so I didn't. But if I tell them, "Hey, they cut two of my pizzas when I didn't want them cut," then they'll give me a free pizza because I relayed that information to them because they want that information. If they ever make a mistake, if these companies make a mistake, they want to know. The corporate, the big company wants to know. I don't know if the store wants to know or not, depending on who's running it. It might be run by some damn kid who does not want to know. But the company itself wants to know if they make a mistake. So I order my pizzas uncut. I do it from my air fryer, but it's very beneficial because they get into a rhythm where they're just cutting all the pizzas and then they forgot to read the label where it says don't cut it. So they accidentally cut some sometimes. So I thought about getting a free medium pizza, but they sent me two larges, so I didn't do it. This was my dilemma that I had, but I thought about this for a while. I'm just like, normally, if they had sent me my correct order like it normally was, I just would have said, I would have gotten the free one. But this one was large. Anyway, so I had to think about that for a long period of time. That's what I do. Things like that happen, and then I have to overthink this. And I'm like, oh man, I got two large pizzas. Let me overthink about why did I get two large pizzas instead of having the two medium pizzas that I wanted. So I have to overthink that, and then the two of them were cut, so I've got to overthink that as well. I'm not going to overthink this one right here. That's pretty straightforward. Oh, I'm gonna get some water. I know it says pee break here, but it's a water break, but I don't have a sign that says water break, and I could have got the water in the amount of time it took me to explain that. I lied. It's taken me longer than I expected, but I made the water and then I drank the water, and now I have to make more water. And by make the water, I mean I gotta have water and I gotta add salt to it. Because water doesn't taste right unless it has salt in it. Now my DOG picked up his BALL, and I don't know what that means. Does that mean that he wants me to PLAY? Because I don't want to, I just want to sit here. But if he wants to PLAY, I don't know, he might be able to talk me into that shit. Hold on, this is false advertising. Excuse me, that was gross. Yeah, I had root beer earlier. Not root beer, but I had root beer powder. And now when I burp, I can taste it. Did you need to know that? Yes, you did. Do you want me to grab that? What do you want me to do with that? I got it. You want to come up here? What do you want, man? I got you. I got you, buddy. I got like a prayer by Madonna going through my head. And that's because of the Deadpool movie. Because I keep seeing previews, or not previews. I keep seeing things on YouTube about Deadpool and Wolverine, which is really good. Like a Prayer by Madonna. That came out back in I want to say the 90s, but I don't remember exactly. But I remember that came out. It was sponsored by Pepsi, and they're going to play the Madonna Like a Prayer video. They were made a big deal that they were going to play this whole video on regular TV. I don't remember what the show was that it was on, but there was a show where they're going to play it for like the 2.5 this video that they had, and the video of Like a Prayer was very controversial apparently because it had a religious images in there that they thought were offend people or something like that. Madonna's Like a Prayer, and it was sponsored by Pepsi, and there's a lot of public backlash about this Madonna song, and it was really kind of funny if you watch the video. It's just like anyway, MTV played the video nonstop, so they were like, "Yeah, cool, controversial. We love that shit. You know, let's play it all the time." But Pepsi said, "This is what Pepsi said. This was hilarious because Pepsi caught a lot of slack, or a lot of flack from that, a lot, because they sponsored her doing. They're like, we didn't see the video ahead of time. That was what they said. They said we didn't see the video ahead of time. If they had seen it, we would never have allowed this to happen. That was their official position on this thing because there was so much public outcry about this video. And it might have been a Super Bowl thing. No, it wasn't a Super Bowl. It was just I don't know what it was on. We were like, it was a big deal that this video was coming out. The world wanted to watch it. The world meaning, I don't know, people I knew. Yeah, so we watched the video. I didn't think it was any big deal. I thought it was a good song, but I didn't think the video was like. But anyway, when Pepsi said that they didn't see the video ahead of time, I was a little kid, not a little kid, but I was a kid, and I'm just like, bullshit. That is such horse shit. Pepsi didn't see that before it was on TV. That was such horse shit. How did they not see it? How did they not see that happening? That was such crap. I remember thinking that very vividly, but I remember also thinking that was the best way that Pepsi could have played that would just be deny, deny, deny. That's probably what I would have chose to do if I worked for Pepsi at that time. But I remember thinking, nah, nobody fucking believes that. Do they? Wee said, hello everyone, I'm somewhat drunk, a smidge. We talked about that, didn't we? Truth Teller says fits Hilda. What fits Hilda? Truth Teller says boo mono. Boo mono. What does boo mono mean? Monologue or mono the drug? Mono the drug. Mono the throat thing. The monoliths. Oh wait, boo to mono. Wait, were you talking to mono? Monoliths? Are you talking to? I was talking about monologues, but now you're talking about monoliths. Okay, yeah, okay. You're taking boo to. You're not saying about anything I said. I figured it out. Did you see how long that took? You see how long it took me to figure that out? It was too long. I know it was too long. I should have figured that out sooner. But I did figure it out, which is points. I got points for that, but in the length of time it took me to figure it out, there's points off. The monolith says I can't lose this job. Yeah, I'd like to have a job to not lose. Can't lose. Good luck. I don't want you to lose your job either. Let's see here. True Teller says, "Greetings, Wegan. Happy drinking." Yeah, happy drinking. Should I have said that? And then True Teller says, "Kudos, Mono." And the monolith says, "Plus discipline has been key to not fucking up." Discipline. Yeah, that helps. Even when I don't feel like going. Yeah, yeah. I understand that too. Let's see here. Autumn Seasons, that's my daughter. She says he's hilarious. And such good stories. Are you talking about me? Is that my kid talking about me? There's no way you're still on here. I don't know how far I am behind that. I assume that you have a fabulous life going on going on. My kids do fabulous things and I don't want to interrupt that. So that's why I'm like, oh, I assume that they're off, living their fabulous lives, having all kinds of things like, I don't know, traveling the world and on their private jet with all of their fancy, wealthy friends that they have. I know that that's not realistic, but in my mind, that's what I imagine. Elaborate cocktail parties, everyone, having with diamonds and jewelry, laughing, going, ha ha ha, that kind of thing. I know that's not true, but that's what I imagine happens with my kids. That's what they do when they're, you not with me. Let's see here. True Teller says Walnuts. New record for winning the game. Son of a bitch. I lost the game. Let's see here. What was I? A whooping 2 hours and 26 minutes. Man, that was a while ago because it's 3 hours and 8 minutes now. And I know I said that yesterday, but I'm wrong by an hour. I'm high. My bad. And agree. Okay. And then True Teller says agreed to Mono and Autumn. True Teller says anyone got the munchies? I'm thinking apple peanut butter and then emoji, which is nice. But Truth Teller tells me what the emoji is and says it's the drool emoji. Now, I don't understand emojis, and in order for me to describe the emoji, I have to use a certain part of my brain that I don't want to use. It throws me off. It destroys my rhythm, and I'm really easily thrown off by things. So in order for me to describe what the emoji is, even to say a red heart emoji, it activates a part of my brain that I don't want to use. So it's easier for me just to say emoji because I don't know what emojis mean anyway. But True Teller is very nice and just has the emoji and then says what the emoji is afterwards. And this one's called drool emoji after the apple peanut butter. And yes, apple peanut butter sounds great. Apple slices with peanut butter sounds amazing right now. I would like to have that. I would love to have that. I don't have apples, and if I did, I wouldn't slice them. I'm not big on apple slice. I'm that kind of one, even though I want apple slices with peanut butter on them. Yes, that's what I want. Maybe I could dice it. Dice an apple, mix it with peanut butter, eat it with a spoon. I can do that. I would eat the pen. I remember eating peanut. My grandmother would make that for me. Apples with peanut butter slices. She was great. My grandmother was amazing. But like it was on hot days when it was the summertime and then it was really hot out and we came inside, we were hungry, we needed something of substance, but we didn't want anything that was too terribly heavy, so it would be apple slices and peanut butter on it. It was great. Well, did I say we? I said it was just me. That was the only one. Well, it was me and my grandfather. We had apple. We had apple slices and we ate peanut butter. My grandfather and I used to do stuff. See, my grandparents had a place down at Lake of the Ozarks. And I would go down there every summer, and it would just be the three of us, and it was great. It was an escape from my world, and the rest of the world that I lived in. So it was so nice to be down there with them because they're the greatest people in the world. Well, they were. And so my grandfather and I would just do stuff all day long. We would just go do stuff. We did a lot of swimming and boat riding and fishing, and we did a lot of, I don't know what we did. We did a lot of stuff. He was always doing stuff. So we were always doing stuff, all day long. And sometimes we would get exhausted all day long from doing stuff. And we would come in for food and stuff. And then my grandmother had cooked something or have something made. We had the big meal around lunchtime, and then so it was a big cooking thing. And then we had a peanut butter and jelly sandwich for dinner. Almost every single night, I had a peanut butter and jelly sandwich for dinner. That was the best. My grandmother's peanut butter and jelly sandwich. She somehow made it at just the right time where the jelly had soaked into the bread, like just a little bit. And it was like, oh, it was so good. But like I never mimicked that again, that exact amount. And I remember trying, but when I made peanut butter and jelly sandwiches, I wanted to eat them immediately. That was the problem. I couldn't wait long enough for that jelly to soak in there to be like Granny used to make, and she cut it for me too. And then she never cut things corner to corner. Not unless I asked her. If I asked her to cut her corner to corner, she would. But other than that, she was always just slice it right down the middle. I remember that vividly. So we were coming up. My grandfather and I would be out like swimming or something like that, and we'll get to be around 6 o'clock or five. Really, it was around 5 o'clock, 5:30, something like that. When it was like the sun was starting to go down and things were getting really hot because the house that they had, the setting sun just beat right onto the house and everything. So the setting sun was always incredibly hot. Morning sun was not bad at all. We didn't have that. We had the setting sun to deal with. So the things got hot. So around 5, 6 o'clock, we come upstairs. We would have to take showers, and we were required to, take a shower and get ready. Not get necessarily get ready for bed. Take showers around that time, and then we'd sit down and we would we would watch Wheel of Fortune at 6:30. That was the regular thing that we did. We watched Wheel of Fortune. I could eat my peanut butter and jelly sandwich. And my grandmother had it sitting ready for me, and then had whatever my grandfather had. I never paid attention. But it was something different, and it was a paper plate with the sandwich on there, and it had a bowl sitting on top of it, and that bowl was made of Melmac. I remember that. It was not microwave safe, but we didn't have a microwave down there, so it was fine. But there was this bowl that was just sitting on top of it in order to prevent it from going stale. It was pre-made. Whenever we come up, it was there. It was. It was just right there, and all I had to do was just sit down and eat it. My grandmother was the fucking best. She really was. There's no doubt about it. And I was always want to sit down right there and eat it. And I remember being told, no, you got to wash your hands first. Wash your hands. No, my hands are clean. They were nowhere fucking near clean, man. I never once washed them through the course of a day. And it was just like, no, you need to go wash your hands. I'm like, all right, fine. I remember begrudgingly having to wash my hands. Man, I remember that shit vividly. Vividly. It was grape jelly. It was always grape jelly. It was just no matter what it was grape jelly. That's what I wanted was grape jelly. I would switch off what kind of peanut butter I wanted, but for the most part of my life it's been creamy peanut butter, but no, it was always white bread. It was not wheat bread. I was not a fan of the wheat bread. There was a wheat bread phase that I remember people going through where they said, no, wheat bread is so much healthier for you than white bread. But it's like the difference was really negligible. I remember that. I remember that. Let's see here. What am I doing? What am I doing? What am I doing? Here, Star Parp says, yes, I have the munchies so bad, but I'm still in this fucking class, so I can't get food yet. Oh man, do you have to, what about having something delivered? Is that a thing? Well, you're not out of that class yet? That was a long time ago. How long is that fucking class, man? You have a different class? Weren't you in that class like hours ago, right? True Teller says agreed to TVs. It's been a maxed out advancement wise. They tried to put up with curved TVs with 3D TV, but it didn't catch on or evolve from there. The curved TVs? Wait, hold on. My TV's not a curved TV. Oh, from there. Oh shit. Okay, I had to hit a button on my TV, otherwise the screensaver would turn on, and I'm watching my live stream on my TV, and I'm watching it on my computer, and I'm watching it on my phone right here. So I'm watching it on three different places at one time right now, trying to improve my watch count. I don't know if it counts. Well, the one on my TV is my daughter's account. That it's on. The same daughter is watching my channel. How can we watch it on two different places? I guess YouTube allows that shit to happen. I don't know. I got the family membership on YouTube. I don't know if you have this or not. I don't know what it costs these days. I know it just keeps going up, but it's where you have no commercials. It's fantastic. I don't know if you have to watch commercials on YouTube. Commercials suck. They just suck. I remember I can't stand watching the commercials on anything. All of my pay things that I watch, there's no commercials. If there's a way to pay more to not get commercials, I'll pay more and not get commercials, or I will not watch it because I can't handle commercials. Anyway, the YouTube one with no commercials was a definite, absolute must, had to have kind of thing. And then and it's a family membership. So in the family membership, you get five, uh, five family members. It's you, and then you get five more people that you can add on too. I was like, son of a bitch. Do I know five people? So I got my daughters. I guess I could. I have other YouTube accounts I could use. Like I used to use my other YouTube accounts all the time. I would log into them with someone when someone left nasty troll comments. I would log in on one of my other accounts and start screwing with them that way. I'd say with what I really thought, like the angry stuff, on one of my other accounts that didn't have my name on it, so you wouldn't know it was me. So that was the way I used to deal with trolls. I used to screw with trolls was that I would log out of my account and log into another account. Sometimes I'd forget to log out of my account and I'd say something bad and I'd be like, oh shit. And then I'd have to edit it real quick, copy it, and then I'd have to delete it. And then I would have to log out, log back onto the other one, write the comment, hopefully remembering to log back into this one because I was making 10 to 20 videos a day for a long time. I haven't made videos in a long time. But I used to make a lot of videos before I did live streaming. Now I do the live streaming, which you get far less views on. Yeah, it's amazing how less views it is. A curved TV, but true teller, you're talking about curved TVs, and my daughter just got a job. The one who was on the channel here, my daughter just got a job where the company gave her for her house a curved monitor that she was 34-inch curved monitor. It's fucking huge curved monitor that she has that she says she loves it. She loves it. But I guess if you're sitting right up on your monitor, maybe that the curved TV is better. I don't have a curved TV. I've got all flat ones. They're all flat ones. Where am I? This it feels like everything I was just talking about wasn't interesting. Anyway, Wee In says the true teller making two pork links after going to local place for dinner. It's drunk hungry. Pork links making two pork. It says limks, Limks, which I'm interpreting as pork links. And are pork links like I got a hair on my nose? Is that like sausage links? Is what you're talking about? You're talking about pork sausage links? Because that sounds delicious right now. And when it comes to, you guys want to tell me where you want to land on this one? Do you like sausage patties or do you like sausage links more? I like sausage links more, and I always have. But sausage patties are good. I can eat them. I can eat them all day long. But I like links more than I like patties. Did we have a gravy conversation? I prefer country gravy, white gravy, more than I like brown gravy. I can live without brown gravy. I don't think I can live without country gravy. I like brown gravy, but it's not the same. Country gravy's better. Yeah. Yeah. I don't want to talk about food. It's going to make me hungry. I just flashed on Half Baked. Have you seen Half Baked? And there's that one scene where they all got high, and then they had to send out one guy to go get food. He's like, "Okay, what food do you want?" And then they're listing off the food that they want, and I don't remember any of it except for Funyuns. And I don't like onions, so I don't like Funyuns. But it sounds good right now. If I had Funyuns, I'd probably eat them and then regret it because I don't like onions. I'd probably burp that up later and hate myself. But if I were hungry, Funyuns are ready to eat. Is that still food? Okay, here we go. Spencer Burton says, I can't tell the difference between real life and PS1 graphics. PS1 graphics are pretty bad. How bad is your vision? PS2 was better. I didn't have a PS1. And it wasn't called a PS1, it was just called a PlayStation. It wasn't called a PlayStation. It was called a Sony PlayStation. Nobody called it a PlayStation. They called it a Sony PlayStation. Everybody said Sony PlayStation until the second Sony PlayStation came out, and no one said Sony PlayStation 2. Everyone said PS2. And then PS1 came later. It wasn't called PS1, it was called Sony PlayStation. And to prove this, this is verified. There's precedent. On Friends, Chandler said someone said I bought the greatest gift ever for somebody, and Chandler said you bought them a Sony PlayStation. It's verified. What I said is legitimate. I can prove it. We used to say Sony PlayStation before the PS2, and then it turned into the PS1. Like World War One. Wow, the shit that you remember. Do you remember call waiting? Oh, that's still a thing. Do you remember caller ID? That was great when that first came out. That was amazing. When call waiting came out, that was amazing. When call waiting came out, that was an awesome thing in the whole, like the coolest thing ever, because before you had call waiting, you had the busy tone. When you called someone, the phone was busy. And then you had to wait. So if it was someone you talked to, you had to like wait 10 minutes, call again, wait 10 minutes, call again, wait 10 minutes, call again. And sometimes if they had kids, it was busy all night long. Because there was just always shit to talk about. That's how you communicate with people, is you talked on the phone. You would talk on the phone, and the parents were always upset with the kids for nonstop talking on the phone. Because we didn't have the internet, man. We couldn't just internet chat with them because we didn't have this. The internet was hard for my generation, and generations before the internet was hard. Google was difficult. That was a difficult pill to swallow. It was great for us in order to research things that we needed to learn about, but it was not great for us, for other people to watch and research things, because on my generation and one before, we just lied. If we didn't know, we just kind of guessed, but if we presented like we knew what we were talking about, you couldn't fact check us. If you said, no, this celebrity was married to this person, well, there was no way to fact check that. You can't look that up in the encyclopedia. What celebrity this other celebrity was married to. So it was whoever sounded more convincing is who you believed. And then you would say, oh, then you would tell somebody else that same thing, and you sounded convincing because the other person told you something, and you're like, oh, I believe this is fact. So that's the way my generation is. That's why we suck so bad sometimes, is that we expect us to just say things and have people just believe it. Not don't question us, just believe what I'm telling you, because that's the way it was when we were growing up. We had to just believe what we were told because there's no way to fact check that. Like teachers teaching you stuff, like we were taught things that were just wrong. Teachers did not know what they were talking about. This was often. I remember a teacher telling me that the blood in your arteries is red and the blood in your veins is blue, and showed the book in the book. And it's just like, that was not true. That wasn't true. It's never been true. But that's what the teacher said, because in the book, all the veins were blue and all the arteries were red. But the only reason that when you got cut, the only reason they turned red was that it was exposed to the oxygen in the air, and that made it turn red. And I knew that was absolute crap, and I remember arguing with the teacher about it, but I didn't win. Because how could I? The teachers were tyrants. I don't know if they still are, but teachers were tyrants back in the day. What they said was true, and you didn't argue with them. They knew what they were talking about. But I remember watching St. Elsewhere, which was a hospital show that was on a long time ago, and I remember a very young Howie Mandel who had lots of hair. He had long hair. I remember him taking blood from a vein, and it was red. And I argued that to my teacher, and she was shocked that I was a young kid. Like, that was an adult program. Why was a young kid watching an adult program like that? It wasn't like it was bad. It was just not interesting to children. St. Elsewhere was not it's like a show that children would watch and find interesting. But I just happened to be watching that show at that time. So when I'm like, no, I just watched on St. Elsewhere that this just happened. I remember being like, You watch St. Elsewhere? I get off track. I rarely do that. Rarely get off track. I am normally very much hyper focused and on a mission. Where am I? Hilda Mouse says, TVs haven't quite caught up to the Jetsons. No, nothing's caught up to the Jetsons. Where's that? Where's that dog walking? Wasn't there a little? The dogs were walked by like little flying robots. There was also the treadmill that the dog used, but there was also the dogs were walked by little flying. There were drones. I guess there were drones. We didn't know what they were called at the time, but where are the drones that walk dogs? Why doesn't that exist? It probably could. Elon Musk, where's my drone that will walk my dog for me? I wouldn't trust it. Now that I think about it, what if something went wrong? I mean, I trust it to walk my dog as long as nothing would go wrong. But if like another person came around or a dog came around, that would be something that would go wrong. It has to exist though. We have to be able to have that. Drones that be able to walk dogs. That has to be able to be a thing. With it working correctly and the dog not getting hurt, I think that we can have that technology. Robots walking dog? I think we can have robots walking dogs. I don't know. True Teller says, LOL Starp, sorry, surely it's over soon. You're a trooper. You're talking about that class? It's got to be over now, right? Let's see here. Wee Yin says, we Scots call it the telly, TV. Call the TV the telly? Now, I've heard that one before too, but no one's ever called it the telly where I was. I've heard it called, remember a couple of people calling it the boob tube. When I thought that was funny to call it the boob tube, but it wasn't the boobs as in boobs that you had. It was like people were boobs who watched the TV, meaning that they were I remember older generations not liking TV as much because yeah, when TV first came out, there was a lot of people were just like, you shouldn't be watching TV. It's gonna rot your brain. You need to read a book or something. I remember generations saying that shit. Man, imagine saying that now. What am I talking about? The telly. I remember the boob tube. You remember that TV show Tom Hanks was in called Bosom Buddies? Can you even say that these days? Bosom? Bosom means boobs now. Bosom means boob, but they were called Bosom Buddies, but they were just men who dressed up like women. I bet you they had some jokes in there about men dressed up like women. It's probably not politically correct anymore. That show would probably get canceled. Bosom Buddies. Probably inappropriate. Like Blazing Saddles. Have you seen Blazing Saddles? So inappropriate. Such an inappropriate movie. Hilarious movie. Oh man, it's so good. All right, where are we? Spencer Burton says, I don't trust Rosie from the Jetsons, and I never did. Yeah, I understand not trusting Rosie because Rosie was, something happened, right? Wasn't she reprogrammed or something? She malfunctioned, and then she went kind of like, whoa, scary shit. Wee Yin says, I also call radio the wireless, lol. Radio? Did you listen to the radio? Except for in your car? Even then, I don't listen to the radio. For a while there, the only time I ever listened to the radio was in my car. Remember when I had a computer that could burn CDs? That was the best. When I got a computer and it could burn CDs, it had a CD burner on it. That changed my world. That was like no more. I was done with radio at that point. I could put whatever songs I want. I used to use iMash. iMash was the program that I would use in order to get music, and you could download any song at all that you wanted. It was available. It was kind of like Napster was there, but I didn't use Napster. I used iMesh, and it was legal. Every song was available. So I had like 3,000 songs. I remember that, and you could put whatever song you think of. You had to download it. It took fucking forever, but you would think like, oh, I want this song, this song, this song, and you would download like I don't know, like 10 different things at one time. And it would take like an hour to download all 10 of them. It took fucking forever. And depending, some songs took longer than others for some reason, and then you would listen to it. Sometimes it wasn't that song. Or it wouldn't be the whole song, or there'd be like a skip in the middle of it. Sometimes that shit happened, and you like it really sucked. But I had like 3,000 songs and I could make my own CDs. It was so great. Making your own CDs was great. Yep. Okay. Wee says, I also called, no, I already got that one. Hilda Mouse says, all Southerners cut corners when actually speaking full words like pretty. LOL. That, well, I don't know if it's, I think it might be everybody, because I don't know anybody. If someone says pretty, I notice that. I notice, or, like I live in St. Louis, but St. Louis is a city, although I live in the county. County? County? I live in the county. But am I still saying T? County? County. I think I'm still saying T. County? County. 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 I'm not saying the T at all. I'm not saying a D in place of the T when I say county. I'm not saying the T at all. I never noticed that before. I live in St. Louis County. I'm not saying the T. Wow, I never noticed that before. But I noticed when I say the city of St. Louis, I don't say city, I say city. The city of St. Louis. Man, I never thought about that before. I say count. I say county, county, county. I'm saying county. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying county. I never realized that I actually said that before. That's fascinating. No shit. Never thought about that before. It's my first time ever thinking about that. I've thought about the word city like for a long, long time, but I never thought about county. Spencer says I say party instead of pretty. Yeah, I can see saying party instead of pretty, unless you've seen the movie Deliverance, and then you don't say the word party when meaning pretty. Yep. Yeah, don't watch the movie. I watched that movie and I was like, man, I wish I wouldn't have watched that movie. It disturbed me. Now, Truth Teller says, Spencer, that's my problem, my friend. What is? Wee In says, at Spencer Burton, hey, was for you. I'm drunk but happy to see your name. That's nice. That's nice. That see, Wee Yin's happy to see Spencer Burton. See, that's nice. Spencer Burton says, hi, at Wee Yin. It's good to see you too. It's good to see you too. You guys can't see each other. You gotta look at me. What do you think other people look like? Do you think all I get to see is me? Do you think they look like me? You're like, oh, I'm the only person. So if you're looking, it's like, oh, yeah, no shit. All right, I guess you can like click on someone's name and see if they have videos of themselves, right? Then you know, then you would know what somebody looks like. Do you have videos of yourself? The people who like comment on here all the time, do you have videos of yourself? So if someone wanted to go there and look at what you look like, could they? Or could they not? Just like, yes, I have videos of myself, or no, I don't have videos of myself. Me personally, I will answer all the questions that I ask. I don't want you to think that I won't. I do have videos on my channel of myself, so that if you went to my channel, you would know what I look like. So if you want to, you can like click on my name, probably up here. You can go to my channel, and then you'll see that's what I look like. I've got videos, and all my videos have. Well, most of them I'm in there. So if you wanted to know what I look like, you can just click on my name right there and go to my channel, and that's what I look like. If you wanted to know, I don't know if anybody wants to really know or not. All right, where am I? Truth Teller says, "LOL, vegan. Got it. Love drunk hungry. Your meal be worth the wait." Yeah, no, you don't gotta love drunk hungry. I have it's a mixed review for me when it comes to being drunk and eating. I've not been drunk in a long time, and I've not been drunk and gotten to eat. But have you ever seen the David Hasselhoff when he got really drunk and his like daughter was videotaping, like he spilled food on the floor and he's like down on his hands and knees and eating the food off the floor because he was like so drunk. I've been there. I've been that kind of drunk eating, so that's not good drunk eating right there. I've spilled my food and just been like, yeah, I'm still eating this. off the floor because you're drunk. You don't care. You just kind of eat it, and then if there's shit, you just pull the shit out of your mouth that came up with your food that you didn't want. Yeah, I've been there, done that. Drunk eating though, I remember this when I was 20, in my early 20s. I was 22 and younger. When I would drink and I would eat greasy foods to settle my stomach. And then when I turned 23, and I remember this vividly, my metabolism like turned over and I all of a sudden started gaining weight instead of just burning off the fat. I started retaining it or something. I don't know. Then all of a sudden, greasy foods just made my stomach upset. But I remember wanting to eat like greasy, like bacon. I remember getting these. I don't know what they were called. I want to say sliders. They weren't called. What was it called? It was it was eggs, and it had a bunch of greasy things in the eggs. It had like bacon and sausage and I don't know other stuff. Like yes, I want that. My stomach feels upset. I want to eat greasy stuff to settle my stomach. Drunk eating. Man, I haven't done that in a while. Yeah, I used to do dumb shit like leave a pizza in the oven. I'd throw a pizza in the oven and then I would pass out. Like when you pass out, you're not exactly hungry. So I remember getting ones that were burnt black. I remember the smoke alarm going off and having to get up. I'm like, oh shit, and the smoke alarm's going off. And when you have a hangover, I mean, when you fall asleep, when you're drunk and you fall asleep, so the first time you wake up, you might or might not have a hangover. You might be still drunk, or you might have a hangover at that point. But I had a hangover. I'm like, fuck. And luckily, I was tall. I could just reach up there, and I could just reach up there, and I would grab the. I didn't have to get a ladder. I just reach up there and I grab it, and just pull the battery out, and I would set it down and go lay it back down. I'm like, wait, why did the smoke alarm go off? I'm like, fuck, get up there, turn it off, and like lay it down, go lay it back down, and then think to myself, wait a minute, the smoke alarm went off. What? I didn't need to go check on that. don't don't do that. I got up and I disabled the smoke alarm and then laid back down, and then it dawned on me. Wait a minute. All right, I'm okay. I'm okay. I'm okay. I'm okay. I'm okay. Sorry, that got spawned from what Truth Teller said to We Yin, which is gotta love drunk hungry or drink hungry. Your meal will be worth the wait. No, no, sometimes it's not. It's not worth the wait. When you put a pizza in the oven and you forget about it, wasn't worth the wait. You waited too long for nothing. I can still see it. I see it vividly. I remember this pizza, and it was square. It was the same size as the box. It was square. It was not a good pizza. It was an awful pizza. I can't believe I ate it. I remember burping later and tasting it. There was too much oregano on it, and it was bad. It was just not a good pizza. Anyway, it was square, and it had pepperoni on it. It was just all black. I left it in the fucking oven, man. I just turned the oven off and I went back to sleep. I was just like, fuck it, I'm just gonna leave it. And I was like, man, I knew not to open it because I saw the smoke was coming out. I knew not to open it. I just turned it off. I looked in there, it was not on fire. I could see through the glass. So I just went back to sleep with the fucking smoke detector off. Where am I? Wee Yin says, yeah, Spencer Burton, say same for pretty, but I'm from Glasgow, so I don't know how to the fuck I heard that. What? Oh wait, you've been drinking, Wee Yin. That might have been drinking talking. Hilda Mouse says, every single person cracks up when I say Sprite. My online Australian gaming buddy was even laughing. It's always been said the same way for me. Words are hard, lol. How do you say Sprite? Can you phonics that? Can you phonics write that so we know? Hilda Mouse? I don't know how else to say Sprite. Sprit? Nah, nobody says Sprit. Do they? Words are hard. I agree with that. Can you write that on a t-shirt? Where's our t-shirt person? Words are hard. Ain't that the truth? Spencer Burton says, to we again, I'm fairly certain that the Southern accent in the U.S. is actually an evolution of the accents of old colonial settlers, so I can see how there would be a connection. Was I talking about Southern accents? What was I talking about when I said there was some sort of Southern accent? I don't remember what I was talking about, but I feel like it was something interesting, but not like super interesting. Like I like want to revisit it. Truth Teller says, in my mom's day, if someone got pregnant out of wedlock, that kid would be really likely to come back as their baby brother after going away for a while in the family. Literally, yeah, I've heard that too. I remember that you would hide the kid. You would hide the kid from while they were pregnant. And then, but I remember there were several like distant relatives that the girls were younger and they got pregnant, and then like almost like you didn't find out. No one in the family, the rest of the family, this was part of the way big extended family. No one else knew that they were pregnant until after they were born, because they weren't sure if they were going to give the baby away or not for adoption. So if they were going to give the baby away for adoption, which like sometimes was the plan, then the baby was born and they're like, no, we don't want to give away for adoption, we want to keep it. That happened a lot. So there was all of a sudden, hey, this relative has a baby now. The last time you saw them, they didn't, but now they do. They weren't even pregnant, that kind of thing. So that I remember that happening several times. I remember it happening twice, where it was all of a sudden this relative has a baby out of wedlock, but they kept it. Yeah, I remember that. Teenagers, teenagers, right? Teenagers, am I right? Let's see here. Williams has a Spencer Burton in it mad. In it mad. I don't really know shit about you, but from what I do know, I'm happy to see you. Emoji. Ash, hi Ash. Ash says hi peeps. I don't know how far behind I am, Ash. I'm sorry. True Dollar says that was related. That was related to you talking about older times, Walton. LOL. What was? Who said that? I'd say a lot of stupid shit, man. I don't know. Spencer Burton says howdy at Ash, and then Amaranth, Amaranth Cactus, Amaranth Cactus, which is a name I've never heard before. So Amaranth Cactus. Hello, I don't know how far behind I am. I hope you're still here to hear me talking about your name. You said emoji. I don't understand what emojis mean, so I just say emoji. Hilda Mouse says translate Anamatharam waving hi emoji. Thank you. Thank you very much, Hilda Mouse. It says translates Amaranth, Amaranth waving hi emoji. Okay, cool. That I get. All right, fantastic. Hello and welcome to the show, Amaranth Captain. Spencer Burton says, I remember as a kid that I always thought that fat bald men with goatees rules the world. Was I talking about the facial hair? And this is my impression of every white man in the 80s. It might have been every man in the 80s, as far as I know, because I remember there being a lot of mustaches just like this. I remember watching Magnum PI. That's hilarious. Okay, and I can't grow a goatee either. That's what really sucks. I haven't shaved my face in a while, but nothing grows. It's sporadic over here, but it's nothing. I can't grow a goatee unless I grew these hairs right here long all the way down there, and then I'd have to shape them with wax or something. Or I could shape them up with wax, mustache wax. I look weird without facial hair now. I know, because I look back on pictures. I look weird. I look weird without facial hair. And I grew this mustache thing, and my daughter said, that looks weird on your facial hair. Looks weird on you." And then I shaved it off, and she just like, "They look weird without facial hair." And then she almost said, "Put it back." I could tell that she almost said it right afterward. I'm just like, "Oh my God." And then after that, I grew facial hair, and I haven't not grown it since. So I've had facial hair ever since that happened, but mostly it's because it's just easier. then shaving sucks. Because shaving for me is an ordeal. I would shave like once a week, and my face was red everywhere I shaved for a day, and it hurt. And it was just an ordeal. Shaving always hurt, and I tried shaving a bunch of different ways. I got an electric razor for that worked really well for a while, but then I guess you need to clean it or something. Otherwise, it just carries around infection in it or something. I don't fucking know. I know they don't maintain my shit as well as they should. I don't know what I'm talking that. It does not paint me in a pretty light. Oh yeah, it's because I just don't give a fuck. Truth Teller says, "What's that for conditioning? What's that for conditioning, Spencer? LOL. What are we talking about? Hair conditioning?" Hilda Mouse says, "Cutest thing ever. Hi, buddy." I was talking to my dog. Hi, buddy. Truth says, "Agreed. Yoda is the best dog." Did I say that? He is the best dog. He's laying on me right now. He's right. He's right there. I'm pointing right to him. Can you see him? You cannot. He's there. That's the reason that if you see this blanket, unless it's winter, I don't. Yeah, I don't like this blanket on me. I try my best to just have the blanket on him only. So sometimes I have it stacked up, where it's stacked up on him in a pyramid shape, so it's not on me at all. Because I don't like it's just too damn fucking hot. He's too hot. Literally, he's too hot. For my autism, he bothers me, and for my autism, he overheats me, and to the point where it's bothers me. It's a problem. But I love this fucking dog so much, and I want him to be on me that I'm like I'm okay with it. Except for right now, where he's just like he's standing up again. I don't know what he wants. Do you need to go somewhere? Do you need something, buddy? Is it not too late? What time is it? Shit. If he does have to go, he barks at everything. No, I don't care. I can just pull him back in. Do you need something, buddy? He doesn't need an EAT. We did that. He might have to go for a W. I'm not sure. He knows how to spell, so I just say a W. He knows how to spell that word. Don't you? Don't you? Yes, you do. You're the sweetest. No, we talked about this. I don't like you, you don't like me. But I do give him kisses. Alright, come on. I'm gonna see if he wants to go into the outside. Walk in through the outdoor. You want something? What do you want? No, I don't know what he wants. I'm gonna sit back down, but he's just gonna want to jump back up in my lap and then do what he just did. Which is just a pain in the dick. Yes, you're doing it again. Oh man, here's what I can do. Hold on. Can you see this in all its glory? There it is. There we go. Bam. I have socks on. I wear motorcycle socks around the house because there's that spot right there between where my pants are and my short socks are. When the cold air blows across it, it drives me insane. That's autism. Oh yeah. Look at that. That's so much gooder now. Oh wait, now that I've got that off, hold on, I can show I got one tattooed over here. Ow! Bam, can you see that? I don't know if you can see that or not. Hold on, let me look on my phone. Not really. Son of a bitch. Son of a bitch. This is not a smart maneuver. There, can you see it? Well, I could have just took the fucking camera off and brought it down. God, I'm dumb, man. I swear the shit I do. I could have hurt myself. I could have fallen. I could have broken a hip. I'm at broken hip age. I'm at the age where I can break a fucking hip. I should not have been lifting my leg up like that. That was not wise on my part. That was a bad decision the thing that could have gone poorly, like really poorly, but I'm okay. I lucked out and I didn't do bad. Hold on, I gotta drink some water. Does anybody else need to drink water? Do you need to plug your phone in? That's important. Is your phone dying? Oh, these are my shorts. Can you see them? You see my legs? One of my socks is up and one of my socks is down. Do you need something? What do you need? I don't know what you want, brother. I'll pick you up. We'll see how low this goes. All right. Grab a blanket. Grab my other stool. So I'm sitting in one desk chair, and then I have another desk chair here with no arms and no back on it. And the only reason that one's there is just for this fucking dog. So it's a chair with no arms, no back, on wheels. I have the hiccups. And it's just so I can put my legs up so that my dog can sit there. Because he wants to sit in my lap. He just wants to sit in my lap all the time, or he did before this shit happened. He wanted to sit in my lap. And which is fine if my legs were up, you know, but if my legs were up and they were at 90 degrees, then I could do it. But all chairs that I sat in, my legs were like this. So it was just a pain in the ass to have him up in my lap. And now he fucking wants down. What do you want? Are you good? Wait, now he's actually aiming for my lap here, which is good, which is fine. Do you know? Here, he needs to put his head up. He likes to put his head up. There he is. Hey, shush, sweetie. Can you see that? There, did you see him immediately put his head down as soon as he got to put his head up? He put his head up and he looked up around like, I want to put my head up. There we go. Now he's going to turn his head the other way because you're pointing towards the camera. And he doesn't like that. He knows I want him to point towards the camera, but he knows that. He just wants to do the opposite. Okay, I'm good. I'm glad that he doesn't have to go anywhere. You know what I'm going to do? Drugs. I've got my selenite right here. Uh-oh. My filter that I made from a Post-it note fell out. And I ate a little of the marijuana. Shit. My filter was sticking out a little bit and my lip was kind of, I don't know, like that point when it's like wet, dry, I guess. I don't know. The point where it's sticky. And it stuck to my, I'm going to go without. We're going to see how well this goes. But it stuck to my lip and I pulled the filter out. That bugged the shit out of me. I rolled these joints on my rolling machine that I have right now. And I did that because I have rolling papers, so I have a rolling machine, but I don't like the rolling papers. I like the cones more, the pre-made cones. But I can't say it right, and I'm still bothered the hell out of this. I'd rather use the cones. I'd rather buy the cones, but I can't buy them and use them because I can't say it correctly. What I mean by that is, I want to say things. I want to come on here and say things like, I rolled 2 joints, and hold them up. Say, look, I rolled 2 joints. But those cones, you don't roll cones, the cone joints. They're already rolled. They're rolled and they're stuck together. You pack them. You have to pack the cone joints. And I can't say I packed a joint. And I don't want to say I rolled a joint, which is what I did say numerous times, but then I had to follow it up with a disclaimer saying I didn't really roll the joint. They're cones. I actually packed the joints, but I can't say I packed the joints because it sounds stupid. So I don't use these coin things. The cone, the shaped ones that have the little filter already built in them because I don't want to lie and say I rolled a joint when I didn't. And I don't want to tell the truth and say that I packed a joint because it sounds wrong. Do you want to know what that is? That's autism. I was talking to my former employer today, seeing if had any jobs available just because I need a job. Well, there's lots of reasons. I think about that job all the time, the job I used to do, because I loved it. I loved the job, couldn't stand the people. But when I was talking to the 2 people that I talked to, my old supervisor and my supervisor's old supervisor, and so I talked to them both on the phone today, and I remember, what was I talking about? I don't know where I was going with that. I had something I was going to say. I don't know. I don't remember what it was. bummer. I think it was pretty interesting. I remember I had a lot of anxiety before that phone call. They're not looking for anybody right now. But I remember telling both of them, oh, here's what it was. I remember now. I told both of them this when I worked there a long time ago, and they didn't have a good solution. They didn't have any solution for me about this. But this was important to me that, all right, so when you get to work, how are you supposed to handle this? You're getting to work and you walk to your work area. And then when you walk to your work area, you're going to pass by 7 other employees before you get to your work area. All right, so when you first get to work, what do you do? How do you communicate to, you don't need, there's literally, for work reasons, I don't have to say a single word to those people. I just need to walk straight to my work area. But there's rules or social rules or the way that society works. You're supposed to like acknowledge them or say something to them or something along those lines. So I asked, what am I supposed to say to people? Like, give me the literal words I'm supposed to say when the first time I walk in and when I walk past people. Am I supposed to stop and say hi to every single person? Am I supposed to stop? Am I supposed to keep walking? Is it rude to keep walking? Is it rude to stop? Am I supposed to say hi, hello? Am I supposed to ask people how they're doing? Do I ask every single person that I walk past, all 7 of them, the same questions? Am I supposed to answer questions with them? Am I supposed to have a conversation? Am I supposed to keep walking? What am I supposed to do? And say I'm in my workspace and I need to go do something on the other side of the building and I have to walk past those same 7 people again later that day. Do I again acknowledge all of them and say something to them? Or can I just walk straight to what I was supposed to do and not acknowledge them? I never got a straight answer on that question. And then, but what I did receive, and I've said this to numerous people, actually numerous people before in bed, is like I've heard they would said, one of those 2 people that I was talking to said, use your best judgment in this situation. I said, okay, great. I'm not going to talk to anybody ever because it's just not my thing. Communication is very poor for me. I'm just going to walk straight to my job. Great. Can you let people know that I do that? And they're like, wait, hold on, wait, don't do that. And I'm just like, shit. I thought I had it, but I didn't have it. I think they wound up saying some shit like, we'll get back to you with an answer on this one. But it's just like, no one's ever going to answer you on that question. I don't know how to talk to people. I don't understand how to do it. I don't understand what I'm supposed to say and do. There's a certain amount of, you're supposed to ask people, how are you? What's going on? Some shit like that. But there's a point when you ask too many questions and it becomes weird and uncomfortable. Well, I don't know what that point is. So I just avoid asking questions at all. I don't ask anything. You're supposed to ask, like, say you come in on a Monday, you're supposed to ask people how their weekend was. Is that a fucking rule? Because I honestly don't care what people do during the weekend, so I don't want to know. And so the fact, and then when people want to know what I did, I don't want to tell them the stuff that I do. I don't like knowing that, or like, because I don't. I feel, and this is paranoia. I feel like people just learn things about you in order to use it against you later. And well, it's paranoia, but it's happened to me so often that I don't want to. Yeah, yeah. Anyway, what was I saying? I lost my train of thought because I had a flashback. 2 of them, they were not pretty. I'm going to tell you about them. Here we go. So I had 2 flashbacks just now, and it was about me telling people things and them using that information against me. Both of them were on carpenter jobs, or I was carpenter, and so it was from other carpenters that I worked with that were with the company that had 2 different jobs that I had, and it was the exact same problem that I had. Not problem, it was the exact same situation that I had 2 different jobs. Here's what it was: they would ask me questions about myself, and me, like an idiot, I would ask them. They would ask me if I was like married to anybody, anything like that. I've spent most of my life single. Like I would say that I've been dating for 30 years now. Over 20 of them, I was single. So that's a long amount of time. So for these jobs, I would tell them I was single, and they would ask questions like, "You're single, you're not married, you don't have a girlfriend, you have anything like that?" And then they would even get more questions like, "How long has it been since I had a girlfriend?" If I ever answered shit like that, because it could be years with me, that it has been years. That's just the way that I am because I'm very not like people. And there was 2 different times, 2 different people used that information against me. Like we'd always sit around in conversations like at break time. When you're in a union, you break at specific times. Everybody breaks at the same time. And you would all take a break and all sit in the same room. And both of these 2 different people made fun of me for not having a girlfriend or not having a wife, but just not having a girlfriend. like there was something wrong with me. So one of them said, he was saying something like, I'll go out to the bar. And he was talking about he goes out to the bar and he had met some girls, and he's like, I even know some, I there were so many girls at this bar, even I could have got a girlfriend. He said something like that in front of everybody in this thing. And I was just like, oh my God, I couldn't believe it. This was like shortly after I had told him about that. He was making fun of the fact that I didn't have a girlfriend. And then there are other people there who just, they kind of piled on top of that. It's not really, but sort of. Just that fact. I was like, I couldn't believe that he was asking me questions about myself in order to take that information and literally use it against me. I didn't feel like there was anything wrong with me for not having a girlfriend, but among that group of people, there was. There was something wrong with me for not having a girlfriend. Like I didn't know how to have a girlfriend, or I couldn't get a girl or anything like that. And then the other job that I had, the guy said, I said something, I said, this is what I said exactly, and it was kind of weird that he said this. I said, I don't take side jobs. We talked about carpenters taking side jobs because everybody did that. I'm like, I don't take side jobs because my kids are getting older. I want to spend time at home because when my kids move out, I'm going to miss them like insanely. I knew that was going to happen. So I didn't take and I remember pointing to people. I remember because I knew I talked to other people who worked there who were older and their kids had moved away, and they missed their kids. Did side jobs, and I knew that they missed their kids after their kids moved out. So I knew I was going to miss my kids after they moved out, and it's been over a year, and I miss my kids. I definitely miss my kids. I cried about it when my kids moved out. I knew I was going to miss my kids, so I said I don't take side jobs. When I get done with working, I go home and I try to spend as much time as I can at home. And he said to me, "You need to get a girlfriend," ha 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 ha, in front of everybody. Like this was a funny thing, and he went out of his way to ask me, if I had a girlfriend or anything going on like that. And then he instantly used that information against me, and it's just like that makes me not want to tell anybody anything ever because they're going to use it against me. Both of those things that happened disturbed the hell out of me at the time that happened. I was mortified. I was embarrassed that they said that. I didn't wish they wouldn't have said anything at all. But the fact that they tried to get that they got that information from me. I gave it to them, and then they used it against me was just it was horrible. I felt like I was such a fucking idiot for allowing that situation to happen to me both times. Still do. So both of those things flash back in my mind, and it causes effects. It bothers me. I can tell you what their names were. I remember both of those guys, who they were. Fuck them, bastards. But the one guy who said, when I was talking about spending time with my kids, and he said, this bothered me. I mean, that he said that. He said, you need to get a girlfriend. What bothered me later after he'd said it, because like bothered me, I kept thinking about it. But what bothered me more later was that I'm like, he said, I was talking about my kids, and he said I needed to get a girlfriend. And I'm like, how does me having a girlfriend have me not miss my kids? I mean, and why would he say that? And I was just like, wait, what he said was horrible. When I thought about it, I'm like, my kid's purpose and my girlfriend's purpose are different things. So one's not going to replace the other one ever. But to him, having a girlfriend was a suitable replacement to not having your kids around. And I'm just like, whoa, no. But I thought about that later after he'd said it. I was so horrified that he had said that in front of the other people. I didn't think to myself that he had said one thing can replace the other one. I'm like, no, no, no. That's what I'm like that because that was horrible. But in my mind, I thought that later. But anyway, those are two situations that sucked. It's like why and what it was based on how other people had laughed when he said that. It was obvious that he had been talking about with other people. He made it a point to tell other people that I didn't have a girlfriend. That was the first one. The second time that it happened, I don't remember who laughed on that one. I was shocked that he had said it the second time around. Because when it happened the first time, it was horrible. Then the same thing fucking happened again. I did it again. Basically, like I did it to myself. It's like, fuck. Anyway, so I wouldn't like There's something. So if you're single, if you're a man, you're single. There's something wrong with you among a certain groups of people, or was. These were both older older people. They were older than me, so my generation and older. Yeah. If you were single, there was something wrong with you. Yeah, well, there was a lot of things wrong with me, so that's why. Still to this day, so my whole life, yeah, I have a hard time communicating with people. People can find me interesting at first, but that shit wears off quick. Okay, where am I going? Let's see here. Spencer Burton says the truth. I didn't even know why I thought so, but whenever I saw one, was convinced they had it all figured out. Emoji. What are we talking about? Oh, well, bless you, Spencer. That's cute. That's from Truth Teller. Spencer Burton said, I knew a kid who was so awful that he developed alopecia. I knew a kid who was so awful that he developed alopecia. An awful kid who, I don't know what alopecia is. Is that when your hair falls out? I don't know what that is actually. Let's see. Spencer Burton says to add truth emoji, and then Truth Teller says, "What? Oh my lord, hello. What are we saying? Oh my lord, hello to?" Oh wait, Truth Teller says 8:39. I'm not an hour and a half behind, am I? No. Am I an hour and a half behind, or am I just an hour behind? Truth Teller says 8:39. This message was held for review. This is from Wee Yin. It says, "Fuck man, it takes a lot of reply being drunk and the new keyboard layout. Fuck it all." Okay, where am I? Okay, truth. Wait, should I skip forwards? I don't know how far off I am. I don't know if I'm. Here, this message is held for review. This was from Ash. Ash, you wrote, "If Walton is going to read everything, then I'm like sucking my toes. If Walton is going to read everything, I say then I like sucking my toes." Why was that held for review? Okay, so Ash said, "If Walton is going to read everything, I say then I like sucking my toes." Oh, you wanted me to read off something that was that was I'm not sure. I'm not sure what your reasoning behind wanting me to read off something is, but it doesn't really matter. I don't care what your reasoning is. I'll read it. It doesn't matter. I'll read it unless it's something that you're not supposed to say. Then I won't read it. Otherwise, or I might just skip past it. But yeah, I don't care. Is there something you want me to say? I will say it. Is there a phrase that you want to hear? I will say it. I don't just write it in there. I'll say it if I get to it. Sometimes I get distracted and shit happens. Like when I'm scrolling past, I might scroll past I think I'm doing this. I think that I finish reading a comment and then I scroll up and then I talk about it and then when I look back down, I think I scroll up again, moving that comment up. I think I think I do that, but I'm not sure. I don't know because it feels like I'm really like I sometimes I read every single comment and I don't have any idea what the hell you guys are talking about. Like, what are you talking about? And I'm thinking that there might be, my knees are cold now. They're like literally cold. They're so cold because now the dog doesn't want to lay on my lower parts of my legs. He's laying up here. Now I wish my pant legs were on my leg. It's a problem. This sucks. I'm just gonna lay him on top. Oh, I turned the fan on. That's what it was. I turned the fan on my inside of my house, my central air fan. It works for both the heat and the air conditioning. I just turned on so the air is moving. These are my return air vents right here, and that's my living room right over there, and I've got the vents open right there, so they're coming right over the top of me. So yeah, I did a series of things that led to me now putting my legs, my pant legs that I have right here that I just took off. I'm now laying them back on top of my legs because my legs are cold because I can't put them on because I have a dog in my lap. So I went straight from too hot to too cold instantly. Do you want to know what that is? That's autism. Being too hot and too cold at the same time, that's autism. That shit happens all the time. I get so hot I start to sweat, and every place I sweat gets super cold. But the places that I'm not sweating are not, I'm too hot, but not hot enough to sweat. Yep, too hot and too cold, same time. Sucks. Like I'm uncomfortable in two ways. Okay, here we are. Let's see here. Ash says Yoda, exclamation point. Yeah, I love that. I love that message right there. Truth Teller says, yup, solid second on that. Yin, what are you solid seconding? No one remembers if I'm like an hour and a half behind. Like I can't be an hour and a half behind. Am I an hour and a half behind? Hold on. Golden Mouse says Walton. That's me. So this is the shit that I noticed. Do you see how this Walton is written? It's like now I feel like I have to read that because it jumped out at me as I was kind of scrolling through because I think I'm an hour and a half behind. I'm going to find your book and I will get your book. I just said don't get my book. Don't even there's no reason to even talk about it. There's just not. There's no reason to. And I don't even know if I can talk about it because that might be promoting something, promoting an ad. You gotta put in there this thing contains ads or some shit like that. I don't know. There's rules about that shit, but I'm not. I'm not promoting. Self-promoting's not really my thing. I don't like when the people when I talk all the people that I've talked to in person, like casually or at all, I don't tell them I have a channel. I talk to people in person. My neighbors have no idea. My neighbors have no clue that I have a channel. I don't want them to know. I don't want to talk to my neighbors. If they were to watch this, they might feel like, oh, we have something in common and to talk about, and I'll talk to you about it the next time I see you. No, I don't want that. And I talk about my neighbors, so I don't want them to know what I think. My two next door neighbors, I have one neighbor on one side of my house that I haven't I've spoken to a handful of times. It's all been common pleasantries, and I haven't spoken to them in years. And then I have another neighbor that I have never spoken to once, and I've lived here for, these are my next door neighbors. One I've never spoken to, and one I haven't spoken to in years. They're the best next door neighbors ever. That's the best kind of neighbors for me. Oh my God, they're great. Never spoken to them, haven't spoken to them in years, but it was nice. It was all just common pleasantries, but that's my kind of neighbor right there, but that's what I like. But some people don't like that shit. They want, like really friendly and kind of stuff like that, and they want to talk to everybody. I've got a neighbor like that that's across my street. I don't like that neighbor. That's the neighbor that has a real problem with my rainbow flag. I don't like that. And I've heard them say other things that were horrible. So, no. That's the neighbor that, by horrible, I mean like racist and sexist. I've heard that a lot because they're like out there working on their cars and stuff. But one time there was a phase that went on for a long time where they were sitting on the porch, and if a car went by too fast, they would scream it loud, slow down, and then say not as loud, say fucking asshole. Like the odds that they heard slow down was probably slim, but the odds that they heard fucking asshole was zero. So I don't know why they had to follow that up with, but they did. They still said it loud, but definitely not loud enough to hear it, but where the other people around heard it. Like me, I'm out walking my dog. So I'm out walking my dog one time, and then I'm the only one on the street, and this dude was on his porch, and his car goes by and says, slow down, fucking asshole. If the guy who was in the car looked in his mirror to find out who had said that, I'm the only one that was visible. And I'm out walking my dog at that time. I was like, holy shit, man, if that guy might think that I said that. I was upset. I picked up my dog and I walked straight into my house. And I never walk my dog in front of this one neighbor's house, ever, ever. My dog, I've trained him since he was, well, I used to walk him over there, but after a series of terrible shit has happened, I'm just like, nope. So I make it a point to cross the street, and then so if my dog wants to walk, yeah, we walk I will walk to the house on the both sides of that house, but I won't let my dog walk near that house. I feel strongly about certain stuff. I've got my selenite right here in my hand. I really like it. Anyway, self-promoting is what I was talking about. I'm not good at self-promoting. I'm not that I'm good at it. I just don't really want to do it. I don't know. I know I need to do it. I just don't want to. I don't care. Yeah, I don't care. I feel like I won't be doing this for very long. So it's like, I don't know. Yeah, depression sucks. I suffer from depression, and it's really a bad thing. It's like depression. My depression is so bad. I don't want to have long-term plans. Does that does that does that say anything right there? That's saying something, right? Yeah. My depression is so bad. I don't have, and I don't even want to make long-term plans. That's how bad my depression is. So the idea of doing that is just like, no, they're kind of like, nah, we'll just see what happens. That's not good. That's not healthy. That's bad. Anyway, I've got my selenite. Uh huh. I should have had my selenite on me when I was. I had an anxious day. I had a lot of anxiety today. I talked to my former employer on the phone. So like there was the time period beforehand, I had anxiety. Before that call happened, I had one kind of anxiety. And during that phone call, I had a second kind of anxiety. And then after that phone call, I still had anxiety, but I'm like, it just slowly went away. And it was just like, oh, it's just such an uncomfortable feeling. And I'm just like waiting for it to go away. I know it's going to go away. It needs it just sucks that waiting period for it to go away. But there I had two very distinct kinds of anxiety. There was the one before the event happened, and there's one during the event. Very different ones, and it's something that I've lived with my whole life. When there's a thing that's happening in the future, I have whole shitload of anxiety beforehand, and then during the thing, I have another kind of anxiety. I don't know if that's with everything, but there's definitely something. Then those are two very different disorders that an absolute moment where I shift from one to the other one is a very noticeable moment. That happens all the time. Like when my kids come over, I have the same thing. I'm like, oh, my kids are coming over. I have anxiety about that, but I want my kids to be here, but I feel anxiety about it. And then when they're here, I feel a different kind of anxiety that they're here. But I want my kids here, but I still feel anxiety about my kids here. My anxiety is just bad. Everything affects it. It really sucks. And it really just knowing anything's coming causes it. I say I've got a haircut appointment. I don't know, like I can sign up online and say that I've got to wait 30 minutes and then go in, because then they'll be ready for me in 30 minutes. That kind of thing, like that, just that waiting. I have one kind of anxiety. And the moment I walk in the door, I've got another kind of anxiety. That happens. But there's another kind of one that's built in there too. I walk through the door and there's a moment like now I'm in the door and I have another kind of anxiety because I'm among people. It was all by myself until I walked in the door. Now I got a people anxiety. But I have the one that where I'm not talking to anybody. That's when I walk in the door and I type in my phone number and say that I'm here because there's a screen. But I don't have to talk to anybody. But now I've got one kind of anxiety. But then once the person who comes over and grabs me to cut my hair, now I've got a different kind of anxiety that I have. So there's one where I'm not talking to anybody. That's kind of the shitty when you're among a group of people, they're all waiting, and like someone might talk to me. That kind of sucks. So I don't like being around people. I twitch. I'm a twitcher. But then once I like, all right, cool. I've got somebody, that I'm talking to. It's better, to have like I don't know somebody on my side. If not that there's sides, but somebody's there. That I've got. What's that called? A crutch. I've got a crutch. There's somebody there. That's better, but I still have anxiety because now I'm right next to this other person. So before it's anxiety about a lot of people that I'm not right next to, but then I have anxiety about a person that is right next to me. They're very different anxieties. That's the same the anxious feeling, but they feel different. I notice a different shift. That's at least three that I have right there, and all that sucks. It sucks. It's a horrible fucking feeling. It's a horrible feeling. All of them, and the anxiety beforehand. It's just like it's like I need to cancel this appointment. I need to cancel this whatever. I gotta cancel. Gotta cancel. Gotta cancel. Gotta cancel. Gotta cancel. Don't want to do it. 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 All the time. Everything. Aw, did you see that? The puppy's under the blanket. He lifted his head up and now he wants to put it back under. He's such a sweetie. Okay, this is working, having my pant legs laying across. It's my knees. My knees are really, really cold. So, yeah. What was I talking about? Probably nothing good. I don't think it was anything good. I'm going to move on. Let's see here. No, I'm going to skip that topic that we were just talking about because I don't want people to. Here we go. Hilda Mouse says, I need to find the short documentary I watched on that. What are we talking about? Was it Reefer Madness? Nope, that was another day. Wheaton says, I only know Xerox from Matilda the film, LOL. Yeah, we said Xerox. We said Xerox machine. That you didn't say copy machine, you said Xerox machine. That's what everybody said. Can you make a Xerox copy of it? And I got proof. I can prove it. It was Romancing the Stone. The movie was Romancing the Stone with Kathleen Turner back when she looked like a woman and not like Chandler's transvestite mother on Friends, and Michael Douglas. So it was Michael Douglas and Kathleen Turner, and they were in the movie Romancing the Stone, and they kept asking, do you have a Xerox machine? Do you have a Xerox machine? When in fact they just needed a copy machine of any kind, but the Xerox was just the one that you knew. And then those things, I think they were really fucking expensive too, and they were big. And everything was black, like you have white paper with black. That's all it did. Not like today, they're really small. We've come a long way. Now I've got that song going through my head. Fatboy Slim. We've come a long, long way together through the hard times. Okay, I'm not gonna sing now. I've got to celebrate you, baby. I got to praise you like I should. Okay, I'm not gonna sing anymore, but I want to. Okay. Truth Teller says 8:55. There's no way that I'm an hour and 20 minutes behind, 30 minutes behind. I can't be. Estimated wait time for response on comments is 30 minutes. Please hold, maybe longer. No shit. I can't be that far behind. Am I that far behind? No way. Hold on. Let me check one of the more recent comments and see if I can figure shit out. I don't know if it takes me a while. The sign is for us to enjoy some. I don't know what that says. Automatic. No, there's like a hard thing in the way. No idea. Like I feel like I get so far behind that. Did I do drugs? Remember when I said I wanted to do drugs? Did I do those drugs? I thought I had a roach on here, so I don't think I think I did those. Oh, what was I just saying? I was saying something before the drugs. That was important. I wanted to expound on it. Not expand on it. I wanted to expound on it. I don't know. Fuck me, I forgot. Excuse me, that was wildly unprofessional to say. One time something went wrong and I was on a job and I said, oh, fuck me running. And I was walking next to a woman as we were talking. It was something that somebody had fucked up and I had to fix it. And I said, oh, fuck me running. And I stopped and I said, I am so sorry. That was wildly unprofessional. And she thought that was really funny. Like, not that I had said it, but she was funny that she thought, really funny that I had, like, I'm sorry, I think if I offended you, and she was not in any way offended. But it sounds like it would be offensive. I've got my marijuana. Damn it, I still have that song in my set. I've said, I've got my It made me feel like I want to celebrate you, baby. I want to praise you like I should. Wait a minute, I might have some concentrate. Am I an hour and a half behind? Does anybody know? Is there any way it's written on there? I feel it's seen the word witches on here several times. It's very hard to read what the things say. Pizza. And then there's emoji. I see emojis in pizza on there. It's like I feel like I'm so far. That's what it was. I'm so far behind on the conversation. I feel like you guys all are talking about stuff that's more interesting. And then when I finally catch up, it's like, yeah, the conclusions that I come to, you've already come to them before. So it's like I'm solving problems that are already solved. Like, what the fuck am I here for? I don't know. It's not clickbait. The clickbait's covered up in the towel. Blanket. Blanket. It's a burrito blanket. I got them off of Amazon. It's 72 inches, so it's 6 foot burrito blanket. It's round. They make a bunch of other ones. They make ones that look like cookies and ones that look like waffles and ones that look like pizza. But these are the best, the coolest ones, the burrito ones, in my opinion. Because then I can wrap my dog up in there and I got a Yoda burrito. And they all match, but a lot of people have said, oh my God, are those poop stains on your blanket? That's so gross. No, but I can see how you would think that, yes. Oh, I was going to do concentrate. That's what it was. Hold on. Is there some concentrate in my concentrate container of concentrate? Oh, there is. This is the one that can you see that? It's in the middle. There, I can see it, even without my glasses on. This is my concentrate container. That's nice. Yeah, that's like refreshing. This is the one I keep my concentrate in my refrigerator. It's over there. I don't know why I've got issues. And I just pull out some and I put it in my container. So I've got my marijuana roach right here. Like, this is too small for me. I'm done. I just roll another one. What do I care? But I've got several of those. Shit. Here, I think I got 4 in there. I pull all those out and I throw them into a bag, and then I give them to my daughter. I said, do you want these to deal with? Because she says like, yeah, I'll give them to my boyfriend, and the boyfriend, he just like knocks them all out into a glass bowl, water bomb, and then smokes all of them at one time, which has to be because that's where all the resin goes into that last little bit, so that's just a whole lot of heavy marijuana hitting right there. But for me, the roaches are just too much of a hassle. I just roll more, which I think is really cool because when I was younger, they were not too much of a hassle because it was hard to come by. Marijuana was hard to come by, man. It was tough. You had to enjoy it while you could. Okay, I've got it. I had a flashback. I just had a flashback. It sucked. Okay, here's what it was. I'll tell you. All right, so when I was in my early 20s, I lived in the city, and I had a friend. I only had one friend who lived a few blocks down from where I was, and we used to. It was about marijuana. It was about smoking marijuana. What was it about? I forgot what it was about, so I can't tell you the story. But it was this one person that was. Oh, I remember what it was. So he got some marijuana. He got 2 ounces of marijuana, and I bought 1 ounce from him. And it was short. They were always short, and I divided it into 4 quarters. For I guess they were 4 quarters. Well, 3 quarters, and one of them was light. And then he did the same thing. He divided his into 4 quarters. Well, he would sell 2 of his and and then smoked the two that he had, and then he would come to me and ask me if he could borrow a quarter. He did this several times, and I'm just like, I didn't want to do that. I wanted to keep it for myself. I wanted to have it in case I didn't have any, but he sold his, and then he wanted to take mine, and so but I wanted to keep it for myself. So there was this one time that I knew he was going to do it. He did it again. He came and he was like, "Hey, can I get one of your quarters?" But I wanted to have it. I wanted to have it for so when we didn't have any, I wanted to smoke it. I wanted to have a lot. Anyway, I said, "No, I don't have it. I sold it." And he goes, "Oh, really? Who'd you sell it to?" And I said, "I don't want to say." And then he just like, "No, really, who'd you sell it to?" And I'm like, "I don't." I just kept saying it. I kept saying I'm not at liberty to say. And I said, "I don't want to tell you. I don't want to tell you who it was." I said, "I sold it to somebody. That's it. That's all you have to know is I sold it to somebody. It wasn't any of his business." And he kept pushing that. He kept saying, "Well, who'd you sell it to? Who'd you sell it to?" And then we like were smoking some pot or something like that. And he's just like, "So who'd you sell that pot to?" And he's like a fake laugh, like he was just joking, just kidding, like ah. But he really wanted to know because he didn't believe that I had sold it. He believed I had the marijuana and I just didn't want to give it to him, which was true. So I was lying, but I was lying poorly. But I was sticking to my guns. I was not going to let that up. I said, I'm not going to tell you. I'm not going to tell you. And eventually, he finally got the idea, but it bothered the hell out of me that he kept fucking asking. He was just like, no, really, who was it? He was kind of doing that over and over again because he really wanted the marijuana from me, and he was just counting on me to get the marijuana for him. Whenever I had marijuana and he didn't, he'd come over to my house every single day. Just every single day he'd come over to my house because he wanted to smoke my pot. There were times that I'd turn off all my lights and I'd pretend like I wasn't home. And he would knock on my door and knock on my door and knock on my door and ring the doorbell. He would just nonstop knock on my door and ring the doorbell. He wanted to smoke my pot, and I would pretend I wasn't home. And he would then the next day he would I run into him. I used to work with him. We worked together. He would just like, well, where were you yesterday? I came over. Where were you? And I said, oh, I was out. I was doing something. He's like, well, where were you? And I said, I was out. I was doing something. He's like, well, what were you doing? I'm just like, what are you doing? You're not my wife. What the fuck are you doing? Why do you keep asking me what I was doing? I can do whatever I want to. I don't have to tell you. He's like, yeah, okay, haha, what were you doing? That kind of thing. So anyway, I flashed back on that one. He didn't bother me so much that I hid the fact that I was home because I wanted to hide the fact that I was home and I just wanted to smoke pot by myself, but that was not acceptable to him. Anyway, but when I flashed on him, kept asking me over and over again who I had sold that pot to. I was lying, but he wanted to catch me in a lie, but I was not going to give that up because I wanted the pot. But him being relentless about it really upset me. That he kept asking, he kept fake laughing and kept asking. It just bothered me. It bothers me when people ask me the same question over and over again. It bothers me. I hate that. I have certain family members that I will never speak to again, and they keep ensuring it by asking me the same questions over and over again. Which is funny in its own right. I said to them that I had a huge falling out with certain family members, and it ended with, "I feel this way, and I never want to speak to you again. And if that ever anything ever changes on my end, I will contact you." And that's how I ended the conversation. I said, "Excuse me, that was horrible." I said, yeah, I will contact you. If anything on my end changes, I will contact you. So don't contact me unless something on your end changes. So, and every few like what is it? It was on my birthday and on Christmas, I got messages basically saying that were, have you changed your mind? That's basically what they're saying. And it bothers the shit out of me that question has been asked, like it was asked for a year. It was asked at every single holiday. Have you changed your mind, was the question, but it was asked in a different way. But I had said over and over again, don't ask me the same questions. I hate that. Don't ask me the same questions. I answered it. I answered your question. Just because you don't like the answer doesn't mean it's okay for you to keep asking the same question over and over again. And they were basically, I'm like, don't ask me unless something has changed on your end. And they would send me messages like, this was after shit was over. I'm like, do you want to have dinner or some shit like that on this day? And I said, what has changed? And they would say, basically nothing has changed. And I'm like, well, fuck you. No, I'm so fucking sick of you asking me because you're expecting me to change. They expect me to change the way that I am and accept them for whatever the fuck they are. And I'm not gonna do that. And the thing is that over time, it doesn't matter how much time. I got autism, man. This is one of the things about autism, my autism, that in my opinion is great. I feel a certain way about something. And unless they do something to change that, I will feel that same way forever. It will never change. It will never, it will probably, it can get worse. I can feel less and less and less for them over time, which definitely is happening. But the odds that I will change and be all of a sudden, oh, I feel bad, I feel sentimental about things that happen, I do not, and I never will, and I have that. There's no chance of that happening. So unless they do some major changing on their end, which will never happen, I got nothing to worry about. I will never speak to those people again. So I've got them. They got them all blocked and blocked in every way that they can be blocked. These family members that are not. They absolutely are not. Which sucks is because at one point in time they were, and I considered them to be my family, and then I feel like an idiot for having allowed that to happen. So no, they're not my family. Fuck them. What was I talking about them for? I don't remember. Oh, so I have them all blocked, but I get messages on my birthday on Christmas. I got it last year. I got a message on my birthday and at Christmas. And the best thing is though that it says this is so cool is that my blocked messages because it's a different provider. They have a different provider than I do. The blocked messages come up as they say you need to download them, or and in order for me to download it, I have to unblock them, download it, and then reblock them. Otherwise, I can't read the message. Well, I haven't been able to read the messages. I just know there's a message. I got one on my birthday and I got one on Christmas, and I just assume it all says the same thing, which is, it was something changed on your end. Which nope, it hasn't. So, but I told them, this is awesome. I told them, included in the last things I said, that if you want to guarantee that I will never speak to you again, keep reaching out to me and asking me if something has changed on my end. And that will guarantee that I will never speak to you again. And I literally wrote this out. I only communicated with these family members via text message and via email because I wanted a written record of the things that they said because there were so many contradictions, lies, and bullying that I wanted to make sure that it wasn't all documented. And it is. I've got it because that's the way that I chose to communicate. I'm not talking to you in person. I'm not talking to you on the phone because you can deny that you're saying something. And you can deny that passive aggressive bullshit that you do. You know the passive aggressive stuff I'm talking about. We can't deny it in writing. It's right fucking there. I have this all printed out too. I was so fucking angry after that falling out of this. I was so pissed. This relationship fucked me up. But after the falling out was over and I was fucking done with them, and I was so fucking angry for a long time that I didn't wanted to make sure that I did not forget ever how angry I was. I didn't want to get older, start getting dementia or some shit, and be like, "Oh, what was I mad about? Well, maybe it wasn't so bad as it was." I don't ever want to have that feeling, so I printed out all of those text messages. I printed out all of the emails that I had, and I got out a red. I made it a point. I got out a red pen that I have. It was a red fine point Sharpie, and I extra fine actually, and I wrote up and all of the margins and stuff. I laid out all of these things on my big ass table that I have over there, and I wrote out in the margins. I wrote just exactly what things were, and like this is the first time I've ever heard this. This directly contradicts this, and I referenced other things, and I labeled each one of these things. No, they were labeled with dates and times. So I've got the dates and times, and there said reference this text message at this time. This directly contradicts this, and I have all that kind of shit. It's all written up. It's all in a folder, and I don't remember what I called it, but I know that the name on it is not something pleasant. But I also took that label off. I labeled it, but then I unlabeled it because I didn't want to see that label when I went. It's in my file cabinet. I got a file cabinet over there. It's got like my taxes and shit in there, but it's in there and it's an unmarked file right now because I put a label in there and then I took the label out. But it's right there. In case of an emergency, I want to say, I don't know. These are my reasons why. And I told my kids, they both know. I said, if I ever die and people come around and want to start sniffing around people, I told to fuck off. If you ever want to know why, it's right here in writing. I've got it all written out just in case. Because I assume that I'm going to have mental disorders. Well, I already do. But like memory disorders when I'm older, and I do not want to be in a situation where they can come sniffing back around and I forget the shit that happens and then it happens again. You know what I mean? Know what I mean? Know what I mean? My lips feel really, really dry. No, they don't. They hurt like they're dry, but they don't feel dry, but they got that hurt like they're cracked. Does that mean that they're starting to get chapped? Do I need to get chapstick for the year? I like to change my chapstick out every year. I don't, but I'd like to. Excuse me, I burped. It had no taste. Not that I'm aware of that, but the last two burps that I had tasted like the last thing that I drank. I'm gonna do drugs. It's got some concentrate on the end of it. I poked it in the end of it. I don't know how long I've been holding this. It feels like forever. Do you think this will help me go faster on my comments that I'm reading by doing more drugs? I think it will. It's running. It's a runner. It's a runner. Running just as fast as we can. Holding on to one another's hand. Trying to get away into the night. And then you put your arms around me and we tumble to the ground and then we say, I think we're alone now. There doesn't seem to be anyone around. I think we're alone now. The beating of our hearts is the only sound. This is how my brain works. It just kind of one thing leads to another. One thing, one thing leads to another, another. One thing. What song is that? I don't remember what song that was. One thing leads to another. It was from the 80s. It was guys singing it. Talking Heads. Is it called One Thing? Hmm. I used to have a shirt. It was blue with white writing. It said easily distracted. So true. Luckily, marijuana helps my concentration. Makes me think gooder. My daughter was on my live stream. First time ever. As far as I know, she commented. So she commented some things on it. This was awesome. Just that's why I'm telling. That's why I'm relaying the information. My daughter was on my live stream and she left some comments on there, but I was like an hour behind. I was way behind on the comments. I had no idea that she was even on the line. I didn't know that my kids watch my stuff. I told them, both of them, I said, you don't want to watch my channel. It's depressing and sad. So, but my kids are watching my live stream. What was I saying? Oh, and then my daughter sent me a text message that said, "Hey," and I realized that there was a text message, and I scrolled, and then I looked, and I'm like, "Oh, my daughter said something. Hold on." And I got looked at it. I'm like, "Oh," and then I scrolled. Then I was able. Then I moved a lot forward. Moved forward really fast. That was fucking hilarious. Yeah, my daughter has a direct connection to me, so she can actually get through to me. And she sent me a message that said, "Read my damn comment already." I don't know what she said exactly, but that's what I heard. Hurry up and read my comments already. I was like, okay, well, no problem. Anyway, what was it? Somebody, who was it? True Teller? Was it True Teller said to my daughter, said, "Hey, yeah, you'll get your comments. He's like 30, 40 minutes behind, but he's worth the wait," something like that. And my daughter, that's got to be when my daughter texts me. I bet you she read your comment and she's just like, "Oh, hell no." And she sent the message. And it took me like 10 minutes to realize that she'd sent me the message. So she had to wait for like 10 minutes. But I'm like, "Oh, shit, I'm sorry." So I just scrolled forward and then I'm like, "There she is. Okay." Nope, 30, 40 minutes for my kid? No, no, there's no waiting that long. She's like, no. She's basically saying, no, I'm not waiting. I can just see that. I'm not sure that she was the one. That's the way it was. I can just see her reading your message and being like, no, I'm not waiting 30, 40 minutes. I'm going to take care of this now. I don't know how shit actually worked. I have no idea what actually happened, but that's just what I imagine happens, and that's really funny to me. My imagination works really well for me sometimes. Sometimes it does not work well for me. Here, let me give you examples of when your imagination is not helping you out. When you worry, worrying is a misuse of the imagination. So worrying's not going to get you anywhere. It's not going to help you. It doesn't do anything positive for you in any way. So worrying is not a good thing for you. There's times that you need to worry. There's definitely times that you need to do it, but you know that there are no benefits to worrying. It's just that's misusing your imagination. Another misuse of your imagination is when you have flashbacks that are horrible. That's another misuse of your imagination right there. When you vividly remember things and recall them, that's not a good thing. Your imagination was made for much better things than that. So, I know that to be fact. See how easy I said that? Saying it's easy. Excuse me. I'm sorry. I have shit in my throat. Probably from smoking pot. What was I talking about? I don't think I need any more of that. Needs got nothing to do with it. Hi, puppy. I'm sorry. Does me moving bother you? I'm sorry. Here we go. How's that? Is that good shit or is that bad shit? Oh, you're so pretty. There we go. There's ashes on my phone. I don't know how that happened. Along with the long hair. Hi, Sneezy. Oh no, I'm not on my live stream anymore. I lost comments. Oh no. I was an hour and a half behind or some shit, man. Not anymore. I'm more caught up now. I lost a lot of comments. I'm so sorry if you commented something and I didn't say it. Especially if you were new or new today. Shit. All right, let's find out. Let's just read what's on the top here. Truth Teller says to Hilda, "Don't make any moves with your feet or less than a healthily big sum of money." Whoa. Truth Teller says to Hilda, "Don't make any moves with your feet for less than a healthy big sum of money." You're not talking about soccer, right? You're talking about a fetish film or something? You talking about OnlyFans? I'm gonna read that one again. This is completely out of context. I lost all of this. I can show you. Look, see, it's the last one. So, or it's the first one. It's the first one. I can't move anymore. It's right there. So here's what it says. True Teller says, Hilda, don't make any moves with your feet for less than a healthily big sum of $4 signs, which I assume interpret as money. What are we talking about? I was watching Hilda Mouse's live stream when somebody did comment, "Do you have an OnlyFans?" Actually, I didn't read that comment. I heard when Hilda Mouse read that comment, which was, "Do you have an OnlyFans?" Because I don't know what I was doing. I think I was typing a comment at that time. Oh, you had just read my. That's what it was. You read. I think you had read my comment, and I was like responding to the fact you said something like, this was a long time ago. You're no longer still here, and I was responding to, no, I was still there. But then you said, I think I might have these out of order, and then you're like, do I have an OnlyFans? No, I do not have an OnlyFans account. It was like you were kind of reading it. Do you have an OnlyFans? No, I do not have an OnlyFans account, but that was funny though. Like you're this is, and I don't remember if this actually happened. It's just how I remember it. How I remember things versus how they actually happen can vary widely based on many different factors, but one of them is the story funnier if I say it a different way? Then I might change the story some to make it funnier. And I don't know if I do that on purpose or an accident, but that's the way I interpret things that I see. Okay, here we go. So I'm gonna find out. Hopefully, we're gonna find out about the whole foot thing that we got here. Are we talking about soccer? Or are we talking about fetishes? I was watching Jerry Springer, and I remember there was a guy on there who had a foot fetish, and he asked that there a woman who would come in from the stand, and Jerry did, and there was a big old bowl full of peanut butter and jelly, and mixed together, or it was just peanut butter. I don't remember. And was there anybody that would come in? Some woman. So a woman volunteered, said, "Yes, I came in from stand, stuck her feet in that stuff, and this guy ate the shit off of her front, and like was like so sloppy about it. He's like, oh yeah, he's like, oh, I got it all over his." And like rips his shirt off and like we got it all over himself, and then this guy's girlfriend comes out and just like she was backstage and it's like, oh my god, what the hell is wrong with you? What the hell are you doing? Well, because he was enthused. He had peanut butter all over himself. He was so happy and excited. He was like charging onto a like a football player onto the field kind of thing. That was Jerry Springer. Why are we're talking about feet again, aren't we? I never had it. Feet never really did anything for me. It's nice when someone like gives me a foot massage, but it doesn't do anything for me. Me giving a foot massage doesn't do anything for me. Does things for some people. More power to you. Consenting adults behind closed doors. Do your thing. But for me, I tried. I tried with feet. Feet aren't my thing. I have nothing against feet. It's just one of those. It doesn't do anything. Giving away foot massages, I might or might not take one. Don't know. I do want to have one of those old timey shoe shining things. I want to take some shoes and get an old timey shoe shine going on because that's kind of like a little foot massage right there. When they're doing their thing. I've watched videos on that. Have you? You should watch. Oh my god, I stumbled on this shit by accident. And this was a long time ago. I watched videos about shoot. You just have a video camera pointing on someone's shoes, and they just show how they clean the shoes, and they just show that shit. Like some people sit down with sneakers, and they've got the sneakers are just dirty. He's like, yeah, I'll take care of that shit, no problem. Takes the shoelaces off, and then you're wearing them the whole time. He like scrubs the shit the whole time. Like, man, this looks like it's really relaxing to have that done. Just talking about it feels very relaxing to me. Just, I remember watching this. I was like, shit. He's like full on gets out. He's like scrubs and just like soaps it up, scrubs shit, and then wipes all that off, and then puts another thing on and wipes all that on, but does the stuff all the way around, picks your foot up, gets the bottom, the sole, cleaned all that shit up, put the strings, took the strings off, put them in a bag full of shit, you know, shook them up, got that shit off, that kind of thing. I don't know, it looked very relaxing. So anyway, I don't know what they're called. The old timey shoe shiny is what I called it. So I want to have an old timey shoe shine, and also want to have the old timey straight razor shave. You know, I like the idea of the old timey straight razor straight razor shave. Except when you're shaving, you're basically removing the top layer of skin, so you're susceptible to getting stuff into your blood or getting infections or something like that. And they're like touching you with their bare hand. So like whatever's on their hands is gonna get you're basically into an open wound almost. It's close. And like what if they have a cut or something on their finger or something, that's like really small or something. Like they accidentally slightly cut themselves. They're using a razor. Shit happens, you know what I mean? And it's like they might have blood on blood contact there. It's just too damn close. Do you want something? Do you want something, sir? You're being very disruptive. He's gonna sit pretty for a while? Well, he's not sitting pretty, but he looks pretty when he's sitting. Well, you can't see him, can you? I can lean forward. I cannot. This is uncomfortable. But I want you to see the dog. So when my shirt gets caught inside of I had to say my fat rolls, but my fat rolls, I don't like that feeling. I feel it right now. That's an uncomfortable feeling for me. Gotta pull that free. Because that reveals my gut. I have a big old, I got a gut. Hi, can I help you, sir? I don't know what he wants. Do you want something? What do you want? I don't know what he wants. He wants something. Okay. I'm back in the saddle again. I'm back. Aerosmith. We never left the saddle. We were on feet for a while there, right? I've watched feet. I've really checked out, like people are really into feet. So I thought, well, let's see what feet's all about. Nope, didn't do it for me. Okay, I think I gotta put my pant legs back on. The dog is down on the ground. This seems too hard. This seems too hard to zip this back on. I think it'd be easier to zip it on if I wasn't wearing it. I don't know. I think I'm gonna try it without, and then curse myself later and say, damn it, why didn't I just zip them up when I had the chance? Yeah, I'm gonna do that now. Current me is going to piss off future me. Future me is gonna look back at past me and be like, fucker. All right, where are we? Weein says, Hope Star, it's 4 a.m. and I'm howling my head off as Saturday night, OMFG, I'm a wheezing as that wee ma did da just a boot every Scots yell every meat, you're in my heart, you're in my soul. 2 emojis. I read every single word correct. My dog is scratching on the carpet right now. Now we're good. Oh damn! I have what feels like acne right there. I felt a bump on my face. I haven't looked at it yet, because then I'd probably have to do something about it if I see it. So I rubbed it off. I touched it with my finger, but I'm gonna rub that off. Hopefully the dirt or whatever's on my finger is not going to help any acne at all, ever. So I got to get that shit off. Wish I had an alcohol right here. I could Let's see here. True Teller says hope stats answer hope stats hope star hope star hope I don't know hope it says hope stats answer is much less cynical lol. Hope stats enter. Oh, hope stars enter. Oh, hope stars answer. Okay, hope star. Hi, hope star. Says Cher from Witches of Eastwick. I remember Witches of Eastwick and it was good. Cher, Michelle Pfeiffer. Who was the last witch? Was Jack Nicholson a witch? Who? What was the name of Susan Sarandon? Nailed it. Was it Cher? She was in Moonstruck. I got lost there. Sorry. There was dead air. Dead air is that great, isn't it? Okay, so True Teller says, love that movie. Ugh, that Michelle woman was so attractive. She made me healthily jealous. LOL. Yeah, she was. Yeah, she was. Ian says, oh, Girl Interrupted at Hope Star and Beetlejuice too. WYNO forever. Wino? Like Winona forever? Girl Interrupted? Oh yeah, that was Winona Ryder. And that was Angelina Jolie. I remember that now. Angelina Jolie had a pen and she was going to stab it in her aorta. The dog's below me. I'm just waiting. The dog is below me. And I'm just waiting for him to want to jump up and have me pick him up. I slurred my words and said the dog is below me. So I felt it necessary to go back and then correct that. So I just kind of say what I'm normally just say what I'm thinking. And then if I fuck something up, I have to backtrack and fix it. Saying what you're thinking all the time is dangerous. It's dangerous. But that's what I do. Yeah, no, I feel the beginnings of chapped lips. I feel it. Is it that time of year? Is chapped lip season coming? It's one of the nice things about summer is that chapped lips are not as often a thing. Sunburned lips can happen. Which feels a lot like chapped lips. So my dog went that way to go get a drink. And then he went that way. He's now in my bedroom. And what he's doing, and I know exactly what he's doing, he walks into my bathroom and he kind of walks and sticks his head around in there to see if I dropped anything. Tissue or something. He's just checking to see if I dropped anything. So he wanders in there and then he comes back out to see if I've dropped anything. Because he wants to eat it or mess with it or play with it or whatever it is that he does. So if he's gone for too long, it's a call for concern. And if I walk in there and I can't find him, that means that he's under my bed. That means he's found something and he's getting into it. And if I want to catch him under that bed, I can't. It's hard. He's coming back out right now. I can hear his clickety clackety. So he didn't find anything. I did good. Now he's directly underneath me. He walked by. Didn't even care. Didn't notice me at all. Doesn't know anything. Doesn't care about me at all. Just went right on by. He's gone. Now I can't see him. I don't know where he is. So be it. Here we are. Let's see here. Truth Teller says never watched that. Weegan. What are we talking about? Girl Interrupted and Beetlejuice. I have. I've watched both of them. Oh, there he is. Hi there. I'm one of those dogs when you don't know where he is for a certain period of time, you need to go look. He's one of those kind of dogs. Because if he's gone for a while, that means he's probably doing something he shouldn't be doing. Can I help you? Can I help you? Can I pick you up? Can I hold you? buddy? Oh, I got him. Oh, I got him. Uh-oh, my pant leg fell down. My knee's gonna get cold, damn it. Should have just zipped him up when I had the chance. Son of a bitch. Passed me. Fucked me over. Yeah, here you go, buddy. Alright. Oh. There we go. Such a good boy. He's down, but shit, he laid down before I could get the blanket out from underneath him, and now he's laying on the blanket. And I don't want him to get cold because he's laying on the blanket, but he looks like he's comfortable. So I don't want to interrupt that. Let's see here. Hope Star says, I love witchy movies, practical magic, hocus pocus. Did Practical Magic have the lime and the coconut? Midnight Margaritas? Which movie had Midnight Margaritas? I can never remember. There were some witches, and there was Midnight Margaritas. Hope Star says, Girl Interrupted was so wild. Girl so wild, chicken. Truth Teller says, same. Harry Potter got me good, but Lord of the Rings just acts like a really strong sleeping drug. I loved Lord of the Rings. I thought it was great. I saw all of them in the theater, and they were great. Lord of the Rings movies were great. Having to wait for a year for the next one was hard for me. I did it, but it was hard. Okay, here we go. Worst Witch. Hope Star says I watched The Worst Witch as a kid. Shit, I had a flashback, and I didn't want to tell you anything, but I had a flashback just now talking about the Lord of the Rings movies, and I was like, I kind of cringed a little because I'd fucked something up, and I feel bad about it. So my roommate and I went to go watch one of the movies, and we went in this really big theater, and there was a big rush to get in the seats because everybody wanted to see it. And she picked out two seats, but in my opinion, they weren't close enough, but they were great. And I said, no, let's move closer. And that was a big mistake. We moved closer, and then it was just, we got caught up in the shit, and we wound up getting not good seats. We couldn't really see the screen as well as if we just would have stayed where she was. And I was wrong. She was right. I was pissed. And that I fucked up. I felt bad about this, that I'd moved us to where it was now worse. And there was actually somebody in front of me. Their head was in front of me where I couldn't see as well as I could. I had to miss stuff. I had to kind of lean like left and right. It sucked. So I just had a flashback about that, and I feel bad because she had picked out really good seats, and I fucked it up. Damn it. Anyway, there we go. Okay, so this message was held for review, and it was from Wee Yin. Yes slash no for realism for BPD, borderline personality disorder, in Girl Interrupted. But I like to bark at cunts who fuck me off. FK me off. What's FK? Wait, who fuck me off? I don't know what they're saying. Angelina got that side right. LOL. I like to bark at cunts who FK me off. What's FK me off? I'll show your message because I think it might be because it has the word cunt in there, but I'm not sure. Hope Star says Munsters and the Addams Family. I have one daughter who loved the Munsters and the Addams, the original, all the original stuff, loved it. Mr. Ed, that was one of her. She had a family members that when she was staying with them, they only watched the one channel that had all the really old TV shows that were like in black and white. That's all they watched. So because of that, she just grew up watching a lot of these old, and she loved them. Mr. Ed was one of them. True Teller says The Worst Witch. Loved that and the books. Loved, loved, loved. Hope Star says same. I loved all those witchy books. Hilda Mouse says 10:15 p.m. Okay, I'm an hour behind. I'm from the 55 minutes behind. Shit. Even after I lost a lot of, I was an hour and a half behind. Lord have mercy. I get so far behind. You guys, it has to be That has to be horrible for the everybody involved in this. It's not me, right? Heldemouse says, I've got to go. I'm suddenly very nauseous and need to lay down. Don't worry, Walton. I know you'll say goodbye when you get to it. LOL. All is well. Okay, I hope everything is well. That was an hour ago, so I hope everything is passed by now. Nausea. That sucks. I suffer from nausea as well. Not a fan. Never have been. Who would be? Nobody likes nausea. Nausea travels in waves. I hate that. Probably talking about it doesn't help it if you have it. Truth Teller says, I can still see it in my mind's eye as if it was a movie. Good times. What are we talking about? Which movie were you talking about? Matilda was good for that, but the book was way, way better. I have one daughter that had the movie Matilda, and she said she loved it. She watched it all the time. It had Danny DeVito and Rita Perlman in it. I like both of them. Wait, hold on. Oh, here's my name. No, I had to scroll forward because I'm behind. I'm so sorry. Williams and don't worry to me, Walton. That's me. You are as we are. We love it. I do as you do, and feel okay with me as you're like me too. Emoji. What was I talking about? Hope says I watched Forever Night, and Hope says my ponytail is down to my waist now. My ponytail would be on my head if I had my hair in a ponytail. I can do that. I can put all my hair in a ponytail. That was a great day when I put all my hair in a ponytail one time. I was like, man, I was like waiting. I was on the precipice. I was on the verge of being able to put all my hair into one ponytail at one time. Like I could do it if my hair was wet. I could get it in there, but when it dried, it was like sometimes it was all in there and sometimes it wasn't. But then I remember, well, then I kind of forgot. I was like waiting and waiting and waiting, and then I'm like, shit. And then I kind of forgot, and then I came back like, oh yeah, I gotta check and see if I can get my hair into a ponytail, and I could, and I was like, man, that's awesome. That's an accomplishment of some kind, when you can get all your hair into a ponytail. And then when I got mine in there, I was like, yeah, that's awesome. So yeah, and then I made one video about where all my hair was in a ponytail, and it's like in the top. I think it's in my top 10 or top 20. I don't know, of all my videos. I got 3,000. I have 3,000 videos. 3,100. I don't know. There's a bunch. That's how many are live, active. There's about, I don't know. I have hundreds of videos that I have not released because I don't think they're good enough. Not that the other ones are that good. They're not that good. I feel like the quality is diminished. Well, that's according to the algorithm. That's not real good. I was doing well, but I'm not doing so well. I need a new plan. I need a new drug. Where do these long hairs come from that get on my hands? These short hairs, I know where these were from. These are dog hairs. They're like this long, these straight little hairs. He's adorable too. I love this dog. Can you see him? Nope. True Teller says, I've never seen the redo. How many are there? I got stuck being overly fond of the original. What are we talking about? Weedian says, ooh, it's the one with Anne Hathaway. I like Anne Hathaway. And then True Teller says, touche, Walton, on the if anything changes on my end, I'll contact you, etc. Okay, I remember that conversation. All right. True. Let's see here. Truth Teller says, I feel myself being nervous to project my imagination, and that original we yin. Maybe they are entwined somehow in my memory, like I can still see my version from it being read to me. We're talking about a book. Wee Yin says I'm hungry again, but I'm no. LOL. That sounds like something I would say when I was drinking. I'm hungry again, but I'm no. LOL. Well, maybe not the LOL. I don't say LOL. The most used acronyms that I use are is the only one I use. I use one acronym, and it's OMW is the only acronym I use. I can't think of another acronym. So OMW is the only one that I use when it's okay an acronym. I don't think that one counts. So when I'm texting or writing stuff, yeah, it's only texting. I write OMW. I have this hair, so having the mustache hair. Sometimes a hair on my mustache like goes upward and it points up into my nose, and it's irritating as hell. I don't think it's a nose hair that I have. I wax my nose hairs. I use the little stick things. When you when you wax your nose hairs, you gotta hold your nose and then pull. You ever forget one time you remember? Let's see here. Wait a second. Hold on. I'm still here. Hi, I'm still here. Have you been here the whole time? No. I'm still here says same. I lost my bedside chapstick. I'm too comfy to get out of my bed to find some. Were you singing as Tiffany Walton? Yes. I was. The Tiffany had the mall tours back in the, I don't know when it was, the 80s. I'm gonna say it was the 80s. Tiffany did the mall tours because she wasn't old enough to. It was a brilliant maneuver to tours and malls. That was brilliant. True Teller says terrible trap for me. We yin what? 10:45. All right, I'm 30 minutes behind. Mine involved catfishing, so maybe others have hope. That's from Truth Teller. Ewan says I tagged Autumn and my name, and I hope she read it. I can find out. I can ask her. My daughter was on my live stream earlier. My daughter had never been on my live stream before. I never told her, but I know. I don't think I ever even told him that I do live. Oh, I did. I told her I do live streams. I forgot. Yeah, I told her that I live stream every day. Let's see here. Truth Teller says, hello, Autumn. If you're still watching, I admire you texting your dad to get a fast pass when I said 30 to 60 minutes, rightly so, proper style. I know, right? That's what I imagine happening. I'll ask her when next time I talk to her what happened there. I think she's long gone because I haven't seen a message from her. But I might have lost them. I lost the messages on there, so I don't know. Oh wait. Yeah, there's a what was I saying? So my daughter watched my stream and she like hung out for a while and engaged and she like so she like it seemed like she genuinely enjoyed the product that I was manufacturing, we'll say. So that's a good sign when you got family endorsement, right? Because I didn't ask her to do that. She did that on her own. Well, that's kind of nice. How the hell did she stumble onto me? I don't know how she even got there. Interesting. She subscribed. She was one of the first. What am I doing? Oh, Truth Teller says it's 10:56, and my mind has gone screwy. My mind's gone screwy, and it does that. Where, uh, excuse me, that was unprofessional. That just keeps happening. I assume that's going to happen for the rest of my life. Okay, my mind is messed up. It's from I guess it's from too much. It's from drugs and or lack of sleep. But I'm able to read these words, and I can read and comprehend what the words are. But to read them again out loud is becoming more and more hard to do. It's like I can't to read them without saying them, and versus to read them and saying them is two very different kinds of reading. And I can read things and not retain a single thing that I've read, but out loud, and I can do that anyway. So I'm reading some. I can read these things in my head, but it doesn't make any sense. But so it's hard. I don't know what I'm talking about. I'm losing my shit. I think I might have to take a little bit of a nap, which means I might have to go to sleep. It feels like it's late. Oh, it's 11:21. I thought it was like 10 something. It was 10 something oh no, that was something I read somewhere else. I must have been thinking about something else. I think I have to go to sleep. I think I'm pretty sure I have to go to sleep. I have to go to sleep. I need to add the dog to my introduction of the show. Is it a show? It's not a show. It's a live stream. I have to add my dog somehow to the introduction of my live stream. And I have to make sure to do better on my closing statements. Thank you for watching. I'll be back tomorrow, 6 o'clock p.m. Central Standard Time, most likely. There's two more things I'm supposed to say. Hold on. Thank you for watching. I'll be back again. I'm going to leave the live stream going so that you can continue your conversation if you would like. The live streaming no longer is counting towards my hours anymore, so or they're not tracking. My hours are not going up. The number of hours are being watched. I don't know why. I don't know if there's a glitch or if it might take a while until they all catch up or something, but I'm not getting any more view time by leaving the live streaming going like for 24 hours. So I will end it sometime, like probably when I get up in the morning. That, and I'm going to hit the mute button on there. There's a hair on my arm. Where do these long hairs keep coming from? I'm going to hit the mute button because I say things when I have flashbacks. I say words to get them to stop. And I scream sometimes. I'm all of a sudden tired. I feel like I could just sit here and kind of. That would be so uncomfortable. I'd wake up feeling in pain. But I feel tired enough to sleep exactly where I am. Might even sleep better because when I lay down and I have like, okay, now I'm allowed to sleep, that's when I don't sleep. Sleep with one eye open. I was told that many times growing up. I had long hair when I was younger. And I was told by several people who lived in the house that they were going to cut my hair when I was asleep. They said they were going to hold me down and cut my hair. That's traumatic for a child. But so, they said they're going to come into my room at night and cut my hair when I'm sleeping. So that is uh, one of the reasons I don't sleep very well at night. It's difficult to get any sleep when you're worried about who's going to come in and fuck with you. to go to bed. Ugh. I've got a dog. Hi, buddy. There he goes. Hi. I have a dog. I just had a flashback about people fucking with me when I was trying to sleep, and that was depressing, but I'm tired and I want to go to bed, so yeah, I don't really want to talk about that one anyway. That's awful stuff. But what's this? Good night. Thank you for watching. I'll come back tomorrow at 6 p.m. I'm going to leave the live stream going, but I'm going to hit the mute button right about. Oh, I put my glasses on. Right about now. I would like to read the comments in order to say goodbye to every one of you individually, but I don't think my brain can process that. Good night. I'm going to hit the mute button.